Instead, as Evan picks that one up with immunity. I think they've done it. The Nexus ban now Suda gonna get taken out here as well. Swiper taking it up. The Nexus taking damage and immunity. They have done it. They will get a game some. Good game, well played.
This is just the beginning of Riot's esports presence in Australia, right? We're here to stay. Stick around.
Welcome everybody to Supernova on the Gold Coast for the Autumn Regional Finals. My name's Camille and I'm going to be your host for the weekend. Today we have two semi-final matches, the first being Team Immunity versus Team Dignitas. Later on we have Team NG.
Decimate takes a lot of damage. He's
Everybody
dead.
give it
As
up
Evan
for
picks
Team
that one up with
Immunity.
immunity. I think they've done it. The Nexus ban now Suda gonna get taken out here as well. Swiper
And
taking it
round
up.
of
The
applause
Nexus
for
taking
Team
damage and
Dignitas.
immunity. They have done it. They will get a game some. Good game,
Alright
well
guys, we'll
played.
go to game one.
Beginning of Riot's esports presence in Australia, right? We're here to stay. Stick around.
Hey guys, and welcome to Supernova. Game 1 coming up here with Dignitas and Team Immunity here. It's going to be a big one, and these guys coming out of round of 8 so strong here as well here. Let's get into the game. Champs like we
Decimate takes a lot of damage. He's dead.
Everybody give it
As
up
Evan
for
picks
Team
that one up with immunity. I think they've done it. The Nexus ban now Suda gonna get taken out here as well. Swiper taking it up. The Nexus taking damage and immunity. They have done it. They will get a game some. Good game, well played.
Beginning of Riot's esports presence in Australia, right? We're here to stay. Stick around.
Hey guys, and welcome to Supernova. Game 1 coming up here with Dignitas and Team Immunity. Yeah, it's going to be a big one, and these guys coming showing up here round of 8 for this matchup. All the games we're going to be seeing over the next few days here. One of these champs will be qualifying here to win
Decimate takes a lot of damage. He's dead.
Everybody give it up.
Picks that one up with immunity. I think they've done it. The Nexus ban now Suda gonna get taken out here as well. Swiper taking it up. The Nexus taking damage and immunity. They have done it. They will get a game some. Good game, well played.
Riot's esports presence in Australia, right? We're here to stay. Stick around.
There we go. Today, now we've got blue sides here. We've got Swiper that gets played there. Huge balance for his team. Shots. Roots for other than no more. Swiffer in the mid lane. Rosie on that is a good trade as well. On our red team, we have KKC in the top lane. That's all we're going to be seeing as well. It's in the mid lane. If it's not having a broader group there, we have a lot of the head-to-head sick to begin with. You get to see these guys, and of course, they're just
Welcome
guys who will be
everybody to
Supernova.
Supernova.
Game 1 coming up. That's what Dignitas and Team Immunity. Yeah, it's going to be a big round. These guys coming showing up here round of 8 for this matchup. All the games we're going to be seeing over the next few days here. One of these champs will be qualifying here to make them
Takes a lot of damage. He's dead.
Everybody give it up.
Picks that one up with immunity. I think they've done it. The Nexus ban now Suda gonna get taken out here as well. Swiper taking it up. The Nexus taking damage and immunity. They have done it. They will get a game some. Good game, well played.
Riot's esports presence in
well for the Supernova. Game 1 coming up, that's for Dignitas and Immunity. Yeah, it's going to be a big round. These guys people showing up here round of 8 for this matchup. All the games we're going to be seeing over the next few days. One of these teams that will be qualifying for the Game 1 coming up, that's for Dignitas and Immunity. Yeah, it's going to be a big round. These guys people showing up here round of 8 for this matchup. All the games we're going to be seeing over the next few days. One of these teams that will be qualifying for Oh, the Nidalee pick has been taken. Game 1 coming up, that's for Dignitas and Immunity. Yeah, it's going to be a big round. These guys will be showing up here round of 8 for this matchup. All the games we're going to be seeing over the next few days. One of these teams will be qualifying for power as possible so that he can really clear out those waves as soon as he can, so that he gets just poked out by this Lucian and Nidalee combination.
So going back to this Renekton pick for Swiper, I absolutely love it here because this is a guy who loves the early game from top lane. He doesn't want to be on an island. He likes to roam, gank, and be a part of those early game fights, those early dragons with his team. Renekton does so well at that as well here. So that's why it was banned so much against him in the round of 8 here.
It really was.
And picking it up here is going to be phenomenal. Hasn't gone for the teleport though. JK Smithy knows the playstyle of Swiper though, so he's picked up that teleport.
Yeah, he's picking up that teleport. He knows that he's not going to necessarily win that lane, so he wants to have as much utility in the late game. He's going to play back in the early levels because up until about level 9, of course, Shyvana not going to be able to win any trades against that Renekton.
Yeah.
So he wants to get the farm where he can, just sit back and wait until that late game where he knows that he has the advantage.
Yeah. Alrighty, so these are our lineups here. As we go into the load screen now. And man, who are you expecting to win off these picks?
Well, it absolutely depends on what happens at the start of this game. If Immunity managed to get far ahead enough in the early stages of this game, I definitely give it to them.
Okay.
But if it goes into the late game, I really like Dignitas' team comp just because they have so much hyper carry, and the reset from Jinx is just going to wreck the Team Immunity lineup if Dignitas manages to penetrate to their backline, because taking care of Swiffer early in a fight is going to be imperative for them getting through.
It kind of makes me wonder as well, how is Spooks going to play his early game jungle against this? You know, is he going to be camping a lot of that bot lane, try and shut down Jinx early, or is he going to maybe back up his mid laner who is probably going to be getting ganked a lot by Rippy? There we go though, game 1's coming up here for Dignitas and Immunity. Let's do it. are onto the Rift now for game number 1 here. And we got the 5-man defense, I feel.
Yeah, 5-man defense coming through for the first game here of Supernova. I'm so excited, place.
Oh, man.
Oh, my goodness. But we are looking like we're going to have the 5-man defense. So things are going to be a little bit slow here in the early stages of this game.
And of course, the trinket change now as well. These guys don't even have wards as early as they did back in the round of 8. So we'll see how these guys adapt to it.
And we thought that maybe because this the trinkets were slightly moved up on cooldown that we're going to see a lot more aggression in this early game. But as it turns out, here on the side of Immunity and Dignitas, we're not going to see much of that action.
Well,
coming through
Dignitas,
right now.
Little Ubers started with some wards here, so they do have an option of invading, dropping an early game ward onto that red buff to get some eyes onto Spooks. And that's one of the
true.
important
Radiant
things.
isn't actually in this tri-brush here as well. So the setup that Dig are going for, this may actually work. Because Rippy's really far forward, sort of baiting them out, and they've got 4 people here in this bottom lane. The death sentence could come through. Perhaps if Little Uber does decide to come up, we'll see what happens. But it looks like we're just going to have the red start here for Spooks.
Yeah.
And
Kenstey
we'll see
just
whether
juggling.
they can catch anything. A bit of a late invade possibly coming through here, please.
Maybe. They want that red buff ward a lot here because that's going to be where they can spot Spooks out. So we'll see how they go on this one. Moving through this tri-bush now as well. Immunity pretty well placed to defend this, though.
Oh, Immunity so smart. They smelled that gank and they're going the safe route.
Ooh.
Oh, Rosie's waiting here. He's trying to get that ward over the side.
Well,
This one's a
Dignitas got the
difficult one to
ward.
land. We'll see whether he lands it in the brush.
They're going for it now, no
Yeah, he
problems
gets
at
it.
all.
Easy peasy. It spots it out.
So yeah, that's going to give him the, well, actually won't give him the timer. It doesn't see into the pit right there, so a little bit unfortunate for him.
Oh, well, they are going to watch the red buff die, so it's going to be absolutely fine. They're going to know that that one's coming through. Of course, JK Smithy probably going to go back to base, heal up, and then teleport into his top lane there and not miss out on too many creeps. Really, really smart move. And we've got here the bottom lane matchup coming through. I was thinking that Dignitas, they did actually opt for a lane swap in some of our previous matches in the round of 8, but they have decided not to here, going head-to-head against Radier and Rosie, which shows that they're really confident in this matchup.
Yeah, maybe a little bit surprising. Of course, both of these top laners really strong in that 2v1 as well.
Yeah.
So the option was there, but I feel Radier and Rosie are confident with this one. They just want to fight it out.
Oh yeah, Radiant and Rosie always, like, that confidence is their motto, but if there's anyone that they were going to be frightened of, it was going to be this bottom lane duo.
Yeah, Radier taking a lot of damage here, though. Look at that poke from Uber Giants, bro. Good early aggression there from Dignitas.
Really, really nice. Making use of Jinx's extra range there with her rockets activated, able just to really poke out Radier, having to pop that pot early, and they've taken complete control of this bottom lane.
And Swiper again, just pushing this one up here. This is the early aggression that a Renekton is going to like in this lane here. First blood.
Wow, first blood actually going down the bottom lane.
Completely missed that one down there. Great catch from Immunity, though.
Yeah, I'm going to assume that that was a bit of a Zenith Blade combination. As soon as Rosie hit that level 2, managing to get that into the brush. And of course, we did have Little Uber Giant on about half health there, but really, really nice work. And Spooks wasn't even involved.
Yeah, and that's surprising to me. I was expecting First Blood to come out of one of these junglers. The thing is, though, Rippy, he loves farming, and he's on that Warwick, so he's not going to be playing much into this game until about level 6.
Yeah, it's true. That one thing that Rippy's doing that I'm really, really impressed with, though, is managing to get enough wards throughout the map. Of course, they've got one here in the enemy jungle as well at the red buff, so they're going to be able to see when Evelyn is in a camp. Of course, the red not spawning just yet, but if that ward does last until then they're going to know when Spooks is there. And it's a really good way of warding against Evelyn, because when she's actually attacking a camp, you can see her. Her stealth isn't actually activated. And
that's one of the big reasons Little Uber went for that ward start there. And perhaps is why he died early on. Didn't have the defensive item. Swiffer taking a lot of damage. One more will do it. Flash from Rippy. Doesn't quite find the kill. Swiffer just escaping. No, the Ignite's not enough.
That was incredible timing on that barrier. Absolutely ridiculous. Rippy flashing forward, getting in that Q, but as soon as he flashes, the barrier comes through and Swiffer does survive. So baiting out like a nice amount of summoners there as well. The Ignite, of course, burned, and really nice heal timing as well. Swiffer getting out of that one.
Good
Nicely
level 4
played.
gank from Rippy as well. Not quite that level 6 just yet, so maybe a little bit more aggression from him than I expected there. A little bit behind on that CS though in the jungle, 23 to 16 for them.
Yeah, as we've been seeing though with Rippy, he doesn't really care which champion he's going to play.
Pretty much.
We've seen him level 3 gank on an Amumu, which really does not have a lot of CC to lock someone down apart from that bandage toss. So definitely wants to be getting these lanes pressured early, and he did actually blow the flash and the barrier out of Swiffer, so successful gank there in the mid lane.
So Dignitas now have a pink ward in this bottom lane now as well, so they're feeling a bit more confident. They're pushing up. Look at the positioning from Little Uber as well, commanding these bushes, making Rosie really play on the back foot, I guess, from the support perspective.
Yeah, and you really have to play like that against the Leona, because Leona's so powerful if she does manage to stay in your face. So Really, really good work. Rosie is looking really beefy right now, and they're not doing a very good job of actually poking the Leona down. One way to deal with the Leona, of course, is to use your range advantage in order to poke her down so she can't hard engage on you.
So here we go, Spooks. Can he sneak in? Needs to hug the wall. Will just get spotted as he walks towards that, but just looking to clear that one out. Our Dignitas going to fight it, though. Rippy is a little bit close. Uber Giants has been caught. Great Lantern. Pulls him out.
There it is. Brilliant Landon. Little Uber Giant. There's things to be said about this guy. Was once actually considered one of the best junglers in Oceania, but now look at his Thresh play. He's immaculate on that champion as well.
Yeah, these guys literally played everywhere over the last couple of years. Like, you know, they've been in the scene forever. The Uber Giants, bro, just ring when you think of Frenetic Array, now Dignitas.
Oh, yeah.
Great to see them still here.
And, of course, they are actually brothers, so that synergy in the bottom lane
Got a
definitely
couple of brothers
comes from
here
that.
as well. We've got Pekka Coco and Cardrid as well from NV. So
yeah, that's true.
These guys...
Unfortunately, they're not laning together. So
yeah,
that's a little
well, they're on different teams, so that's probably why.
Yeah, they are going to be facing off against each other, though, so we're going to have a bit of a family feud coming up in our next matchup. But we are in this game right now. We've got to stay focused.
Yeah, Spooks not quite getting a gank off there as well. A little bit passive in this middle lane, though, since that early gank there. Swiffer very content to just farm up here, and as well, Kensti just wanting to farm.
Yeah, and as a Nidalee before level 6, the fact that Swiffer is actually up in CS is a massively big deal. Has actually just got that Cougar form, so able to really get some wave clear happening now in that lane if he's happy to go into that melee range.
Yeah, and we'll see how much he wants to do that there. Rippy is level 6 now, or almost. He will be in a couple of camps, so that's going to be something scary that they're going to have to look out for.
Yeah. And of course, Kensti with so much CC there, with the slow from his Hextech Minefield, he is going to be able to potentially lock Swiffer down long enough for Rippy to get in range for that ultimate.
Alrighty, so Dignitas bot lane, just going to go base here, pick up a couple of items. We can see early sweeper picked up here from Little Uber as well, so definitely looking for that ward control in that bottom lane. They want to make sure Rippy has an opportunity to get some early ganks off.
Yeah, and actually a massive lead here for Radiant, managing to pick up the BF sword really early on, and the boots against this Jinx, who only picked up boots and a Vamp Scepter, so definitely the power going to be going the way of immunity at this stage. But the sustain going in Uber Giant's favor, so that's definitely good for him.
That's a big thing as well here, because Radia is a phenomenal player when it comes to this mid-game here. And he's on that Lucian as well, so I would expect an early Dragon here. The average Dragon in round of 8 was around that 8-minute mark, so we're just hitting that now. We'll see what these guys decide to do. The ward's slowly creeping towards that area as well.
Yeah, and support's actually meeting each other here. Nice piercing light on Uber Giants, bro. Going to be able to even out that trade.
Yeah, you can just see that zone that Immunity have created here. It's really going to start starving Uber Giants, bro, of that CS. Already about 20 behind, so that's pretty rough already.
Yeah, Little Uber actually forced to go the long way around as well, so they're just going to have a lot of control here in this bottom lane, making it to the tower as well, and this is very different to what we were seeing in the early game, where Dignitas really had a lot of control down here.
So, we'll see how they recover off this one a little bit. They need to get that lane control back, I guess. We can see Rippy just farming that middle lane there for Kensti, taking care of it while he went base, and Spook's just roaming around as well.
Yeah, Spook's just trying to get the vision down. We know Spooks, when he plays Lee Sin, he really likes to get a lot of these wards into the jungle, and it seems like he's really adopting that style here on Evelynn as well, trying to get around that map and get as much vision as possible. And Immunity are doing amazing things in this early sides of the game, trying to get control around Dragon. You can see they've got already 3 wards, and they've got so much vision. It's sort of lit up there.
You can see Evelynn, though. They're kind of dancing around this bottom lane. Nice 1v1 between these two guys. Swift is still going for it, though. Good spear. Kensti still taking the damage. I don't know if it's going to be enough for a kill just yet. Just kind of dancing with him. Tries another shot. Won't find it.
That was such a good pounce to get over the bouncing bomb there as well. So really, really playing up in Kensti's face here. And we know that Swiffer is an incredibly aggressive player. And as we could see, Kensti was actually...
wow.
And Swiper actually taking down JK Smithy in the top lane.
Yeah, just diving him up there as well. Missed that one as well. But...
Unfortunately, I mean, Renekton's going to do crocodile things, and unfortunately...
Kensti's in trouble. Nice ultimate from Spooks. Great satchel charge, though. Isn't enough to get away. Flash as well. Kensti, Swift is chasing. Goes for the spear, misses it. Finds it with the auto attack, and Swiffer comes out big. Rippy with the follow-up, though, and it's a 1-for-1.
That was fantastic. Rippy coming in with the infinite duress, and that was when Swiffer just goes, oh, no.
Nope.
Damn.
I've got Rippy.
Yeah, he thought that he was going to be able to potentially get out with a sliver of health, but not to be the case. We've, of course, got Warwick there in order to take him down, and it's really cool seeing a Warwick in the jungle. I mean, last time I saw him personally was in that top lane played by Darian.
Oh, man.
And Rippy always going to be bringing out these exciting picks. Of course, Udyr and Amumu seem to be his champions here in Oceania.
Yeah, it really is Rippy who's innovating this jungle right here.
It's so true.
It's always fun to watch. Building the Madras Razors as well, but wow, look at that aggression in the bottom lane here. Radiant just commanding the Dignitas bottom lane.
He really is. Those piercing lights are so on point. He's managing to use them as poke every single time he needs to. And as you can see there, just perfect work.
Yeah.
Targets it on a minion, tries to get it at max range, and lands it every time.
So, Swiffer again, pushing his middle lane now. Spear, just missing there onto Kensti. Big CS lead here for the AD carry, AP carry, and top laner though for Immunity.
Yeah.
This is rough. Look at that gold lead. Almost 3,000 now in the favor of Immunity with that 3-1 kill score.
Yeah, Immunity really playing out this early game. Almost, 3,000 gold the lead. Is that going to be enough in order to carry them through into this late game where Dignitas are really, really strong though? We will see. Swiper, really, really nice roam down in order to get the man advantage here for taking this dragon, and Immunity really going to push forward this lead as well. This is what they need to do.
And this is what we always see from Swiper. He loves to be a part of these early game dragons and fights. No fight for him this time, but the fact that he's there is extra power for Immunity, and he had the luxury of doing that because he dominated his lane so hard.
Yeah, and he's already taken his top turret as well, so if JK Smithy does manage to actually get up to that tower, if he takes the turret, it just makes it 1-for-1. So still a dragon ahead, still a lead for Immunity.
Yeah. So, we'll see how this one continues out. Immunity really controlling these objectives now as well. I would expect a push on this bottom lane now. Perhaps that's why Spooks and Swiffer are starting to roam down there. All the action's about to light up, I feel.
Yeah, I think we're going to see this bot lane tower get pressured down. Of course, Immunity going for the next easiest turret. They've taken the outer top turret. Now they're looking at the outer bottom turret. And we've got the bottom lane here from Dignitas actually opting to go back. It could be a really hard push.
Well, we'll see. Swiffer went back to this middle lane here. He was just looking for a pink ward to keep himself a little bit more safe and deny some vision from Kensti as well. You can see Rippy as well just waiting in the wings here.
Does have that Infinite Duress available if he wants to come through. That flash is up as well.
Oh, Swiffer's going to see it now as well. Rippy won't find it.
Yeah, and I love that Hyena Warwick skin as well. Looks so damn cool.
Man, so hard to gank that in Italy too. Just pounces away in that Cougar.
So frustrating. So incredibly frustrating. But we'll see whether Rippy does manage to get anything else. Whether he wants to go and see whether he can make some work happen here in this bottom lane, because Immunity really pulling ahead there. As we can see, 117 to 92 CS here in this bottom lane.
Oh, man.
And we've already got a kill up here on to Radiant.
So, I feel like at this point, Dignitas really just need to dig in for that late game. It's already 12 minutes in, and they're kind of struggling here. Team fights this early maybe aren't what they're looking at. There are late game. Kensti needs to run. Oh, eats a spear. Will get taken out. The kill goes to Spooks.
Yeah, Swiffer actually he just lands the spears when he needs to, and we can see a lot of damage going into this middle turret as well. And getting that turret gives you so much map pressure and map advantage, gives you so many more entrances into the enemy jungle.
So Dignitas, good response though. They get this bottom tower. Honestly worth it, but Immunity are going to return with that mid again, so it's a 1-for-1 turret here and a kill. Mid tower, perhaps worth a little bit more, as it is a bit more central, denies some of that vision, but it's hard to really tell.
And taking out Kensti as well in the deal, so Immunity definitely being ahead on that front. JK Smithy being forced back as well, 122 CS on this Renekton, gigantic, picking up a red buff for himself as well, so he's going to be a massive dominating force in this top lane. Has that Tiamat, so he's going to have a lot of wave clear, and now going to be building tanky, and I really like this out of Swiper as well. Often you will see that Ravenous Hydra being gone for really early, and it does delay his tankiness, so he wants to be as tanky as he can for these mid-game fights, and this is how you do it. You build the Tiamat, and then you build tanky.
And it's kind of the complete opposite of JK Smithy right here. He's going full tank. That Sunfire K picked up first there.
If you can go full tank on Shyvana, I mean, we've heard this being said by international pros. If you just build full tank, that is the best way to build a Shyvana, but it's not working out for him in the early game so far. We'll see whether he manages to scale up in this. 2 levels down, though.
Oh, man, just look at that pressure as well. JK Smithy just needs jungle help right now, but the problem is, where does Rippy help? You know, does he help the bottom lane? They're in trouble as well. So is his mid laner. It's a tough decision for him as a jungler right here, and he's kind of limited in resources. That ultimate does have a fairly large cooldown considering the amount of places he needs to be right now.
Yeah, it's so true, and it's very, very hard for a Warwick as well because he needs to spend so much extra time in that jungle because it takes him a little bit longer to clear those camps as well, considering he doesn't have a lot of AoE damage to help him out. He has gone for those Madred's Razor, which is really, really interesting. It's a bit of a throwback to when, you know, Madred's Blood Razor existed, of course, being the only item that you had to buy on a Warwick.
Those days were glorious, man.
They were glorious, but of course, he's stopped building that particular item. He's probably just forgotten that it doesn't exist anymore.
On-hit Warwick with the Wit's End as well.
Yeah,
favorite item. Oh,
brilliant.
Man.
Yep.
Take me back. But
Blasting one. What is it? Ginsu's Rage Blade.
Yeah,
my
back in the
personal
day.
favorite item on a Warwick.
But look at this now, you know, Immunity warding up the entire jungle now of Dignitas here, taking control of it, stealing away the buffs, and it's kind of just a steamroller that just moves around the map here. Immunity taking everything in the way right now, and you know, Dignitas, they kind of need to recover themselves a little bit. Spook's taking the Wolves. I mean, it's not much, but at 15 minutes, and he's free to do that. It shows a lot of the map control right now.
They have so much, and this is how Immunity work as well. They have sort of a wave gameplay. So they have a line of wards, and then they just move it up into the enemy base, and they just keep the pressure on all game. And it's why it's so hard to play against them, because you get in a mindset where you're trapped in the lanes that you're in, and Immunity can just rotate around and take the objectives that they want while forcing Dignitas to react to them.
And it's why Spooks loves these mobile jungles so much, is that as that I guess, line moves up for Immunity, he can follow around and be wherever he needs to be much quicker than enemy junglers here. So maybe that's an adaptation that Dignitas need to look for next game in the series, you know. We'll see. White does go to Uber Giants Pro, so it's a small victory there.
Yep.
And I guess that's all that really matters.
You definitely have to take these small victories, Place. I mean, taking that white, getting that little bit of extra gold, it might be the turning point later on in this game. You never know.
So, Swiffer, with this blue buff now, pretty content with that CDR and mana. Gonna be pushing up. Oh, lots of damage in this bottom lane. Hook lands on a Rosie here, and Rippy's coming in from the side as well. Great culling, putting down a lot of damage there on the Uber Giants Pro. Oh, Infinite Duress. JK Smithy here as well from the side. Spooks goes down. Rosie taking a lot of damage now as well. There's the bomb coming in from Ziggs. Not quite enough just yet. JK Smithy cleans it up. Great gank there.
Yeah, meanwhile, Swiffer is off the side. They managed an amazing spear there on Uber Giants, bro, in the background. We didn't actually see that one, so managing to turn this around a little bit on the side of Immunity, and Swiper has been left alone. That teleport being used in the top lane means that Swiper is just going to wreak havoc up here.
Yeah, just pushing that top lane. That is just filthy, man. Takes 2 towers already at the 17-minute mark, and you can't roam like that again for JK Smithy. He had his one roam card, and he used it, because next tower will be that inhibitor for Swiper.
Yeah, it so is. And that looked like a really, really good trade there for Dignitas.
Yeah.
They managed to get JK Smithy in. They got 2 kills, managing to kill off Spooks and Rosie, of course, as well. But not being able to take down Radiant and having a follow-up kill being taken by Swiffer, and then the top inner turret going down, puts it back into Immunity's favor.
Yeah, this is what they do. Just take more objectives. They're free to do this. They don't even have a pink ward on the dragon.
They don't care, because all of their vision, no one can move up towards that dragon without being spotted here by Immunity. It's
that's a good point.
Amazing work. And their vision control generally has been incredible as far as Immunity as a team, but this game especially, they have it on lockdown.
So, next objective for them, probably that middle lane here. We'll see if they go for a siege. They have the Swiffer poke. They have the Radiant poke as well. So
yeah, they've got the siege combination. Of course, against a Ziggs, it does make it a little bit more difficult. Yeah, because he has so much wave clear with that bouncing bomb and the Hextech minefield. So we'll see whether he can make it work. Swiffer actually picking up a sweeper as well. Yeah, Swiffer with a sweeper.
It makes sense.
And Swiper on the team as well. This is going to be very difficult for us to say. Yeah. Anyway. We're swipping in a lot of ways.
But I mean, I like the sweeper here. Man, you're throwing me off.
Oh, yeah.
Because he wants to sit in the sideline, you know? He wants to be able to just plant himself as a turret, throw spears out, like he is right there onto Rippy. And having a sweeper means you can just clear out any wards, make sure you're completely invisible while you do it.
Yeah, it's very, very important for Nidalee to know that she can't be spotted, because being able to see the animation for throwing those spears is a massive thing for being able to dodge them, because you know that it's coming. If it's just an invisible spear coming through a wall, that is way more difficult.
So lots of pings on this blue buff right here. Immunity have seen Dignitas send 3 members to get that.
Oh, Solar Flare.
Oh, they're going to catch that one. Whoa, Kessie doesn't get out. Oh, he grabs the... How did he grab that? It was on the other side of the wall.
Little Uber Giant managing to pick that one, throw that one over. He throws it over just on the cusp, just to make sure that it keeps us on our toes.
You really got to try to grab this one.
Yeah.
I'm not going to make it easy.
He's going to make him work for it. I mean, these lanterns cost a fair bit, man.
Oh, man. Anyway, we'll see. Immunity still pretty strong right here, and the gold lead is continuing to grow here. 5,000 now in the lead.
Yeah, and Radius still pushing ahead on this CS as well. 193. Going to be hitting about 200 CS in 20 minutes. Almost optimal CS here for for Radiant here on the 80 carry. Who is
Swiffer gets hooked. He jumped forward as well. It's going to take a lot of damage. Nice ultimate as well from Uber Giant as well. Can they find it? 1 kill goes to little Uber there. Greedy Thresh. Swiffer still running here. Managed to survive quite a long time in that one. Going to take a bit of damage now as well. Rippy gets the follow-up. Resets for Uber Giants, bro. Can he get the third? Flashes the wall. Oh, Zap just misses, so Spooks will survive. But a good little turn of aggression there from Dignitas.
Really, really nice work. Of course, Rippy is going to be able to keep track of Spooks if he does go low in health as well. Even if he does stealth up, considering the passive of his W, he is going to be able to keep him in vision. So really, really nice pickup here as well.
Oh man, look at that damage from Radiant. Puts out the culling as well. Dignitas do find the tower. Is JK Smithy going to go for it? Has the ultimate. Taken so low, needs to jump back. Does get out. No, he gets taken out by Swiper. He just came out of nowhere, and look at the damage now coming out onto Radiant. Forced into that barrier. Kensty's in trouble, but so is Immunity. They're trying to go for the double kill. Swiper finds it. Gets the triple. What a fight. Can he go for more? No, flashes away from Little Uber. Immunity turns it around.
Yeah, Little Uber Giant, definitely not one to be messed with, and flashing over the wall there. Did Swiper. I'm not sure whether that was entirely necessary,
Dude,
but
Little
picking
Uber
up
took
a
a kill,
triple
man.
Man.
I wouldn't fight with him. He took a kill.
Of course, Swiper leading in the KDAs here for our round of 8.
Yep.
Playing in this top lane, he is a massive beast. And now 4-0-0 on that Renekton, 191 CS. That's about a 30 lead against JK Smithy. He is a monster, and he is going to definitely... It's going to help him scale into this late game because Renekton needs a lot of kills and a lot of items before he can actually be relevant in these later game teamfights.
Yeah, and it's kind of surprising as well that the highest KDA is in that top lane because we think of top lane and it's usually that island, but it goes to show how much Swiper knows his way around this game. You know, he roams when he needs to, and he's always a part of those key fights while not really missing out on much in that top lane. I mean, he picked up 2 towers, didn't lose a single of his own side, so Swiper doing a fantastic job here.
Yeah, he has amazing game sense, just knows when he... Oh, Descent's landing on him though.
Will eat that hook, jumps back over the chompers right before they engaged as well.
I'm going to have a word to him about when we're giving him a compliment, if he could not get caught, that'd be really great.
That'd be fantastic.
Yeah.
Or maybe that was part of the plan here. I'll get caught and I'll just walk away, man. He took like no damage.
Yeah, he's just trolling us. No, he couldn't. He's Swiper. You seen that smile?
It's glorious.
Yeah.
Anyway, Swiffer as well, one man pushing this middle lane here. Spear's not doing too much actually against JK Smithy right now, so that's good news for Dignitas. Maybe they can use that.
Yeah, it really is. Of course, that Spectre's Cowl, giving him a little bit of that magic resist. Of course, the Mercury's Treads helping out on that front as well. But he's not going to be throwing those spears to try and hit JK Smithy. He's going to be trying to hit the squishies. Uber Giants, bro, he's going to take most of his health if he hits a max range spear on him. Of course, pause coming through?
Yeah, quick little pause so these guys will sort out whatever their issues are. Right now, it's probably Rippy complaining that he didn't get Udyr.
That's true. Definitely. Can we take away the ban phase, please, is what he's saying to our referees. And I think our referees will kindly say, I'm sorry, but that is an integral part of this game.
The door.
Yes,
Anyway,
unfortunately.
so how has this game really played out? Let's do a quick recap. 22 minutes in, score is 8-6 in Immunity's favor, and they've really been in a commanding position all match.
They have. I mean, we have had some answering kills coming out from Dignitas. They really want to be doing this. They want to be trying to get into this game for the late game, but I have a feeling that Immunity has really planted themselves in a position that they really enjoy because they needed to win out this early game, and they have done so, and they've got so much map pressure, so much vision. This is really about whether the siege can actually come through for Immunity. They have a really good siege comp with Radio, of course, here on that Lucian, as well as the spears coming out from Swiffer. So we'll see whether they can do it. And the dive potential from a Dominus Renekton is massive as well, on top of the lockdown of Rosie. Really, really nice work. Swiper picking up a kill, actually, on Kensty.
Yeah, picking up another solo kill right there. Well, actually,
that is massive here because Dignitas has no wave clear without that Ziggs.
Well, Rippy's making his way down. Teleport as well from JK Smithy. Can Rippy lock him down long enough? Uber's coming around as well. Not going to find anything.
I have a feeling that if Rippy actually infinite duress Swiper right now, he would take more damage from Swiper's Sunfire Cape than he would actually do with his ultimate, which is really, really unfortunate.
Well, here we go. Immunity grouping up. They want to team fight this one, pushing for this bottom tower as well.
Amazing
Solar Flare
Solar
lands
Flare.
right onto Uber Giants, bro. He's going to explode. Spooks comes through for the kill there, and Immunity, they're going to back off. One quick kill, that's enough. Will they go for more, though? They want that tower badly. Swiper used that Dominus.
Yeah, using that Dominus, but the Mega Inferno Bomb has actually gone down as well to clear out that wave.
Oh, man, the culling as well. Not going to be enough of a box from Little Uber. He's taking a lot of damage. I think they want to fight it as well. Rosie's going in.
Wow.
Gets the catch, stuns onto Little Uber. There's no follow-up from Immunity just yet. Rosie's going to get hooked back in. Can they find a kill? Flushes back, but he's just buying time for Immunity. They get the tower, and they're going to back off.
Yeah, Rosie played that incredibly well. He stayed just enough in range of his team to know that they could follow up if they did actually decide to turn on him, but Dignitas so distracted by this Leona in their face that they let that turret get taken down, and this is what we were talking about, Immunity just grouping up, sieging these turrets down, and if they can take down Kensty like they did before this all happens, then he's not there for the wave clear, and they're going to be able to just siege it, take it down, and it's their game.
So we'll see what happens here. Immunity probably going to go base here. Maybe an opportunity for Dignitas to go for this Baron. They're roaming over there. They have a pink ward already, so they have reasonable vision to begin with. If they can rush this down, it would be a huge change in momentum for them.
Yeah, and as we can see, Dignitas, 5 pink wards on the map at this point. That's the maximum amount of pink wards that you can actually have. Of course, 1 per person. So
Oh, man.
taking this Baron down, and we've only got Rosie in the area. This
I'm
could
not
be
sure
a
if
Baron
it's
for
fast
Dignitas.
enough. Spooks is going to be there in time, I feel. It's going down. About a third of its health left. There's a solar flare on the Uber Giants Bro as well. And he just
Oh
gets
my
deleted.
goodness.
What a spear from the mid lane there as well. Look at the damage coming from Kensti as well. Popping those bombs. JK Smithy trying to zone Radiant, but it's not enough. Radiant destroys him. Culling doing so much damage as well. Rippy now on the run, and Immunity, they take it away. They're going to get the Baron as well, and it just wasn't enough for Dignitas.
Yeah, Dignitas doing the throw at Baron, as it generally happens.
Oh, man.
Unfortunate, but it was a good attempt because they knew that they were really far behind. They had to make the desperation play. Unfortunately, didn't have enough damage in order to take it down in time. but-
Swiffer. He's
Oh.
dancing. He's not going to find it, though. Tries to go toe-to-toe. Oh, he's actually fighting. Finds the kill off the side of the screen. Man, that's the second time he has solo killed Kensti there as well.
Yeah, that was probably 1 spear, to be honest. I mean,
Little
he's got
Uber,
that
he's going to be a
death cap
hero.
as well.
He's going to be a hero. It's going in. Is he going to find it?
Oh my
Will he get a
goodness.
kill? No, not quite. Spooks, he was a bit nervous, though. Oh, man.
Yeah, he had to try and make the champion play there. Unfortunately, not able to do so.
Oh,
Spooks
man.
managing to get that smite off as well, so taking that one down. They did get very, very low. If there was another member alive, perhaps maybe Kensti, if he hadn't have got killed by those spears as well, could have helped out in order to take a bit of control in that Baron pit, but really nice play by Immunity, and they're in such a massive position. 13,000 gold the lead, and it's looking to me like Immunity's game to lose at this point, place.
Yeah, and I mean, it's only game 1 here. It is a best of 3 for these semi-final
yeah.
matches. So Dignitas, you know, it's not the first time they've played for this position and come back from it. So we may see a 2-game comeback for them. If this game goes to Immunity, though, there is still that glimmer of hope, of course, as there always is. 15-7, though, was the score. And Immunity feeling pretty comfortable right now.
They are definitely feeling confident. They need to close this one out. Of course, the bottom lane, not having a tower there, it's going to be an easy inhibitor for them to take on the side of Immunity if they feel like it. They do need to clear out this jungle, though, as well, because there are a lot of pink wards. There are a lot of wards here on the side of Dignitas. They've got to make sure that they can't see anything. Immunity needs to make sure that Dignitas can't see anything, so that these spears can come out from the invisibleness, and he can just land them and make sure he gets the poke down. Invisibleness, I'm sorry, I put myself off there.
Well, I mean, if we look back at that Baron, though, it was a desperation move in some senses from Dignitas, but, you know, what choice did they have? They had to make a play and try and claw this one back, and if you look at the risk to reward ratio, it was pretty good. If they took that Baron, they would have well been in a position to take this one back, so...
Oh, true.
You know,
They really
it was
needed
a
to
good
make that
choice.
play. They needed to make that play. I probably didn't need to be mean and say that.
It was a
Dignitas
do or
line,
die.
but I think it was pretty hilarious.
Well, to be fair, the Baron throw came with the deal, you know?
Yeah, it's true.
Anyway, Inhibitor going to take a lot of damage here. Radia sitting pretty confidently at the front of his team right here. Swiper looking for the zone. Oh, Solar Flare just missing onto Kensti. Will Dignitas capitalize? Hook on a Swiper as well. Not really the one they want to be dragging in just yet. Culling comes off Ross as well. Oh, Swiffer lands a big spear onto Little Uber Giant in the background. Super Mega Death Rocket not finding enough damage there to take out anyone from Immunity, but the Inhibitor goes down.
Yeah, it took the Inhibitor. Swiffer doing so much healing. Look at that heal onto Swiper. I mean, Swiper was almost dead, now almost back to full health again.
I think Kensti just ate a spear as well.
Oh, Mega Inferno Bomb coming through. Going to clear out the wave, but that's all they're going to be able to get from this.
Oh, this guy's awesome. Just sitting off the side, running around, going toe-to-toe with Little Uber.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dignitas looking like they're circling the drain a little bit at this point. We've got that bottom inhibitor down. We're soon going to have those super creeps coming into that bottom lane, and it's going to be very easy for Immunity to be able to siege down the rest of these turrets.
Yeah, and it's going to be easy for Swiffer just to sit here and take pot shots with those spears. It's kind of brutal watching those fly in. Another one not quite landing on the Little Uber just yet.
Yeah, of course, look, we do have the Satchel Charge, I mean, the Hextech Minefield and the Bouncing Bombs being able to take out this wave pretty nicely, so Immunity being stopped a little bit from being able to actually siege down this turret too effectively, but if any more of these spears do land, I mean, that's going to be the go point. And they're going to be able to just dive onto Dignitas.
Yeah.
5-0 and 3 Swiper. He's having a monstrous game.
It really is here, and I mean, this was why Renekton was banned against him so much in the round of 8. It's because he is such a powerhouse on it. But I mean, you got to ban both because he takes the Shyvana as well.
Ooh,
but
the flash
Immunity
away.
really looking for an engage here. Another Miss Leona ulti, but it doesn't really matter. They're so far ahead. Next inhibitor might be going down here. Swiper taking a lot of damage. There we go. Rosie jumps into the back line. JKS as well, ulting for the peel, but it's not enough. Swiper doing work here. Radia with a kill as well as Swiffer, and Immunity just cleaning up the field.
Yeah, Dignitas just evaporated in that fight. Once that Agony's Embrace came through, everyone was slowed, and then the culling, that was amazing by Rita. That must have just come up because he did use it in the last game.
Oh, wow.
Instantly
Little Uber.
zapped.
Very, very small after that one. Gets destroyed. Plowed into the ground. Kensty. Oh, they killed him. I'm sad now.
Yeah, he was in an awkward position. Did try to dance that one off.
Yep.
But Immunity taking the game out.
Yeah, game one going to Team Immunity there. And man, the Titans are coming out powerful here at Supernova.
They are. Immunity definitely not messing around in that first game. They took control from minute one, and they had so much CS in those lanes. Everyone was just dominating. We'll see whether Dignitas can go back, reassess, and try and do a bit of an optic snipers there in the qualifying match.
Yeah, and that's what it's all going to be about. Game two will be coming up soon, guys. Don't go anywhere. Oh, no, we're good. We're good. We're good.
She's such a misfit, always ready to brawl. It's like her business, roughing up your friends. The law, there is no difference. If you believe you're strong, she's a bulldozer, making sure you're flat on the ground. She's like a boomerang that never gives up. She flies a circle so she hits you when you're bowed in the dust. So just remember this, when she's chasing you down, face first, you'll be thrown into the proving ground. She'll knock you out. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes Vi. As a matter of fact, the best bet one has is to quickly react to the first attack and save for the bullets. She'll never go back, just risk it. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes Vi.
I'm here with Frank from Team Immunity. He's the manager. Frank, how are you today?
I'm doing very well, thanks.
That's good. So you guys just took a win from that game. How are you feeling about your team's preparation?
Yes, you know who you are.
So I think we prepared quite well for that game. One of our main strategies was to pick a poke comp, and we expected them to go with a lot of the picks that they did pick, which is Shyvana and the mid Ziggs. We felt that the Ziggs wave clear was quite irrelevant against a Nidalee poke, because once you landed a spear, we could poke them off the tower. I think one of the things that we didn't account for was their late invade to the red buff. As soon as we saw JKS taking teleport on that Shyvana, we should have known they were going to invade with JKS and he will go to the opposite lane. But because we were expecting a lane swap, I think we were too focused on defending our blue, which ended up giving them 3 buffs at the start. But I think some solid play from our solo laners ended up making up that difference, and we did quite well.
How do you feel your players are coping with the pressures of a live event like this?
Oh, I think our entire team has a lot of international and on live experience, especially Raider, who's been with the team from the start, having participated at WCG and the Gamescom wildcard qualifiers last year. And even the newer additions to the team, Spooks and Swiffer, came with us to WCG in China. So I think they're all well adjusted to the pressure of such a large live event.
Yeah, they seem like it. So if you guys win the next game, you'll be through to the grand finals. So who are you looking out for most for the finals?
I guess if we had to pick one team, it would probably be the Avant-Garde Ascension team, in specifically their mid laner Choo-Choos. I think he himself is a very mechanically skilled player and he has quite a deep champ pool and he has the capability to carry a game by himself 1v5. I think his main hurdle is to get over his kind of lack of experience, getting used to, as this I believe is his first LAN. So I think if he can adjust to that and play his own game, then he will be a pretty big threat.
All right, good luck in the next game, Frank. Thank you for your time, and we'll be back with game 2 shortly.
She's such a misfit, always ready to brawl. It's like her business, roughing up your friends. The law, there is no difference. If you believe you're strong, she's a bulldozer, making sure you're flat on the ground. She's like a boomerang that never gives up. She flies in circles till she hits you and you're bowed in the dust. So just remember this, when she's chasing you down, face first, you'll be thrown into the proving ground. She'll knock you out. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes mine. As a matter of fact, the best bet one has is to quickly react to the first attack that's saving for the bullets. She'll never go back, just risk it. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes
Yeah, it is. That was really awkward because the mics came on right as we started saying that. Anyway, welcome back, guys. Game 2 is coming up shortly for Dignitas and Team Immunity here. I'm Clayson, this is Atlas, and we've got a little bit of a break to fill here. So what I'd like to talk about is, first of all, Immunity just powerhoused out game number 1 there.
Oh, yeah.
So what went so well for them?
Well, Immunity picked the comp that they wanted to. Of course, we did hear the interview from Frank. He was telling us about how they wanted to pick Poke. They knew that Ziggs was coming through. They knew that they could dominate that early game.
Yeah.
And everything worked out the way they wanted it to. Of course, their farming lanes did so incredibly well, just decimating in that CS. And you have to hand it to Swiffer. It's so difficult to farm against a Ziggs because there's so much poke coming through. And as a Nidalee, you don't have a lot of AoE wave clear before 6, but he did so incredibly well to have so much power in that lane. So I think that really, really helped them out because those spears were able to do the damage they needed to towards the mid-game.
And the thing is, Immunity, what is really showing me that they're on form here today at Supernova is when we looked at them in the round of 8, they were sometimes losing that early game. Even in their first matchup against Optic Snipers, they struggled in that early game. There was some real tough times for them there. But here at Supernova, from the get-go, they were coming out strong there. Swiper in that top lane, Swiffer as well in that mid lane, as you said. And, to see them just that confident is fantastic.
Yeah, and of course, as we did here, like Radier has told before that he is actually quite afraid of this this Uber bottom lane coming out from Dignitas. So it's going to give him the confidence going into game 2 that he knows that he can hold his own in that lane. He definitely doesn't necessarily need to warrant that fear. I mean, Radier, he isn't really going to fear that many people because he's Radier, but still, he definitely knows now that he's going to be able to contend with that bottom lane.
I was actually talking to some of the Avant-Garde Redemption boys, the sister team of Avant Ascension, who are here today, and they were saying, like, whenever we beat Radier or Rosie in a scrim, we just, like, lose it because it's awesome. It's the greatest feeling ever. So, these pros...
If anyone can do it in a bottom lane as well, I think Smiley Face X and Teals, like, they are so, so good.
Yeah, but, like, the thing is as well, like, these pros really respect each other in that sense.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's great here. So... the Ubers had a tough lane phase in that last game, but if they could turn it around this time through and maybe come out ahead in the early game, that'll be a huge swing of momentum for them.
And we'll see whether Rippy can actually focus on that bottom lane as well, because Spooks, of course, was down in that bottom lane relatively early, managing to pick up a kill and really putting Immunity really in the focus. And Radier picking up that kill as well was a massive deal for them. So going back, picking up a BF sword instead of that Vampiric Scepter. So having a lot more damage in that lane really early really helped him out on that Lucian. Yeah,
and kind of outside of the game as well, we look at the champ picks and bans, and something that was surprising to me was Team Immunity banned out that LeBlanc there. And
and the Sivir.
Kensti plays a lot of LeBlanc. He's kind of the AP assassin in that mid lane. Does like the Z as well, though, so we see a lot of stuff from him. But Swiffer's LeBlanc over the past couple of weeks has been phenomenal, world class, and that's not something we say about a lot of these Oceanic pros. It was a bit surprising to see that banned out.
It just didn't fit in with their strategy that they wanted to go for. Of course, they wanted to play poke, so he wanted to be on that Nidalee. Of course, Swiffer in the round of 8 played an incredible Nidalee as well. They did manage to go 2-0 in both of their matchups there in those round of 8 matches, clean sweeping their way through here. And he did play Nidalee in one of those games, landing spears left, right, and center. If you remember, there was the one that weaved through two players to hit the low guy in the back. Man, it was amazing. It was like an incredibly well-executed game of Pong. Like, it was outstanding.
Of Pong. Wow, you're old.
I'm older than you.
Oh, okay,
I don't know whether it's necessarily old.
Let's look at this as well. Like, we saw Thresh last game. Highest pick support so far from the entire regional so far. So
that being said, out of these 4 teams, the highest pick support is Morgana.
Yeah. And
so very, very interesting.
That was something we expected Little Uber to play, but he went for that Thresh instead. So those two guys kind of bobbing around up here. So
in the round of 8, of course, Little Uber did play, I think it was Morgana, and Lulu.
Yeah.
So we've been seeing a lot of Lulus in the support role as well. So Lulu being that champion that is often really really strong in that middle lane. We've been seeing it a lot in North America and, of course, in the European scene, being picked up all the time for that massive amount of utility. I mean, Wild Growth, when it's got so much extra health on a tank, is just gigantic.
Yep.
But, being played in support more often here in Oceania, so it's interesting.
Yeah, it is kind of surprising there. We've only seen a couple of times in that middle lane. Back at the Challenger qualifiers.
Of course, always going to be playing in the mid lane.
But it's not even AP, dude.
Yeah, he doesn't care. Build a Blade of the Ruined King.
Yeah, maybe an Infinity Edge every now and then.
Lizard Elder. No
whatever.
Problem.
Just kind of searches in random letter, maybe presses W and just picks an item from the W list. I don't know.
Yeah.
It just does whatever.
It's the coolest item ever.
So, we look around at some of the other picks that we've been seeing here as well. And we haven't seen Lulu, the Annie picked up.
Yeah, that's
from,
true.
Rosie, which is surprising. We talk a lot. When he was a mid laner, formerly for Team Mind Freak, rather, way back in the day, he was named Venom back then. And he really did transition a lot of those mid picks over. But we've got the head-to-head coming up again. In that top lane, it's Immunity, Swiper, Spooks, Swiffer, and, of course, in that bottom lane, Radier and Rosie.
Yeah, and, of course, on the side of Dignitas, we're going to have JK Smithy in the top lane, Rippy in the jungle, Kensti in mid, who's having a little bit of a struggle getting into this game. Little Uber Giant and Uber Giant's bro in that bottom lane as well. The brothers, of course, coming through. And they do have a sub, of course, their older brother, Uber Giant. So it's very, very exciting. We've got 3 Ubers here.
Yeah, and Dignitas, and very interesting team. We've got, actually, before that, we've got the featured matchup, Swiffer and Kensti. Man, Swiffer, what a god. 7.5 to 7.5. All the assassins, all the mid lane carries. He plays everything, and he's just so good.
He is an absolute monster. And as we can see, he's got all of his champions tend to be poke assassination, team fight. He's got the lot. He's just so well-rounded as Swiffer. He can play any type of champion. On the side of Kenzie, though, the only one to actually, in this these 4 teams, to manage to play Cassidy. Cassidy, of course, most banned in the regional just because it was 4.3 and Cassidy was still a completely monstrous hero. So,
yeah,
Kenzie managing to pick that one up and really storm them through for a victory against your Soulshell Chopper in their last matchup in order to qualify them here into Supernova.
And you know what I love most about the Cassidy pick? Is even after they nerfed it to the ground, then they released Earth mode, and he was so broken for that they had to disable him.
Yeah, when you've got
he can't catch
like
a break,
an
man.
ultimate that's like a dash on 7 seconds and you give it 80% cooldown. I actually played against it in an ARAM Earth mode because it's not actually banned in that one. And he just sort of leapfrogs around everywhere and just kills everyone. It's not as disgusting as Rise.
Rise is worse, dude.
Infinite uptime on your ultimate, and you can spam every spell. Basically, you just sit there just going like this on your keyboard.
They turn him into the best jungler ever. He can like one-shot dragon.
Yeah, if you remember the flash bug with the summoner spells on infinite cooldown. Yeah, that was interesting.
Back in the day. That was a long time ago, man.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
But look, as you said before, I'm quite old.
So there is a bit of a delay with these. We're having a little bit of a PC issue, I believe, for one of the Dignitas guys. So we might just cut to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in a minute. Hopefully Game 2 will be coming up soon.
Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored. Come on, shoot faster. Just a little bit of energy. I wanna try something fun right now. I guess some people call it go. Let's blow this city to ashes and see what Papa thinks. It's such pathetic neatness, but not for long 'cause you'll get jinxed. So much better, so much fun. Let's start from scratch and blow up the sun. Come on, shoot faster. Just a little bit of energy. I wanna try something fun right now. I guess some people call it go. Let's blow this city to ashes and see what Papa thinks. It's such pathetic neatness, but not for long 'cause you'll get jinxed.
Welcome back, guys. Here, Game 2's coming up soon. Computer has been swapped out. These Riot guys doing a good job of that one.
Incredible
so
work.
we're gonna have Dignitas and Immunity game number 2 up shortly.
Yeah, and hopefully Dignitas have taken this time in order to really calm themselves down. You really don't want to let Immunity take the momentum into the next game. You want to sit back, just brush that game off, and then start afresh. Something that the Optic Snipers were really, really good at when they were qualifying through the challenger bracket. I mean,
Yeah.
they would often lose the first game and then just decimate themselves way back in. And that's what actually qualified them here. So maybe a little bit of a leaf being taken out for a fellow round of 8 member, team member to come into this game.
Yeah, it's also interesting as well. You know, I believe the last time these two teams met up was at Cybergamer Premier League back in November of last year. So it's been a long time since these guys have met in a grand final at a live event. So
Yeah, that's very true.
A lot of history between these guys, and obviously Dignitas was Frenetic Array back then. So a lot has changed.
Yeah, it's true. And Immunity has been around for an incredibly long time. Dignitas, who were formerly Frenetic Array has been a name that we've been hearing in this Australian scene for so incredibly long. They've been always there, always up at the top end of the competitive scene as well. So it's 2 veteran teams here as well. And the Uber Giants, I mean, they've always been there, always been on the team, just monstrous in that bottom lane. So they've got a lot of just players that have been here and really set themselves up in these teams.
And, you know, as individuals as well, we look back, obviously, Rosie, when it was Venom, you know, he was on Mind Freak, and that team has history as well. These guys have come from all over the place to be here today, and it's awesome that all of this talent kind of converges at Supernova. We get to see some fantastic Oceanic League.
Yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned Rosie as well, because when he was on Mind Freak, he was playing in that middle lane as well, so he has a lot of skills on these caster-based supports, and Rosie's actually been the most varied support player here so far. He's actually played, if I have a look, we've got Zyra, he played Lulu, he played Annie, and Morgana, and now Leona as well. So happy to play whichever champion he feels like. It's just ridiculous. He's got such a varied champion pool, and I really want to see his Karma, because he's just fantastic at those types of
Well, that's
champions.
something that Dignitas has actually played a lot of.
Yeah.
You know, Little Uber kind of brought the Karma down here to Oceania. Don't know if we'll see that one, but on that initial point, though, how Rosie has been playing a lot of these different supports. It's the polar opposite of his top laner, because Swiper's only played one, so I think it's awesome that in one side of the map, we got someone who's consistent, just plays that one champ, he's all right.
Yep.
And in the bot lane, it's the opposite.
Yeah, of course, Swiper managed to get on his Renekton last game, and I think that might get banned out. I mean, every other game that he did play against the top 4 teams here, every time that he was playing against one of the other 3, he would have that Renekton banned out, forced onto that Shyvana, and managing to pick up a massive KDA on that one as well. Also, in the top of the leaderboards as far as the top lane's concerned.
So I believe JK has just added Swiffer as a friend on the client. So those guys are having a rave about that one in chat.
Well, that's definitely good. I mean, you got to be friends in the tournament client. It's important.
Hey, you're going to message each other, though. You know?
That's true.
They're across the room, but they can't chat.
Yeah, and the fact that we're in a closed system as well makes it very, very difficult in order to utilize that friendship that you've made here outside of Supernova. But that's neither here nor there. And once you're at an event, you do want to be friends.
Yeah. And a little bit of a tangent here. First mate from NV. A little bit. Pretty big tangent. We're seeing them later on, though, so it kind of counts. First mate from NV wanted the name Cabin Boy, but it was taken, so he just had to settle for first mate.
And I guess the first mate does actually reside in the cabin when he's on a ship.
Maybe.
And he's, I guess, a boy, so that does make sense. First mate going to be able to fit in there instead of Cabin Boy. Who would have taken Cabin Boy, though?
Yeah.
I don't know. It sounds a bit odd to me.
And, you know, when Heaven's Curse was actually looking to start that team up, he was calling a couple of his friends, being like, hey, you want to be on our team? You want to make this happen? And he was the first mate that he actually called.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. They've let us go on too long place, I think.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, my goodness. That being said, I don't know. I like first mate. I think it's fun.
Yeah, tall guy as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Just like the Ubers.
He does fit
volleyball
on
players.
the Venezuelan?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I like that. Place
have
with
good
the
beaches.
knowledge bombs. They do. They do indeed.
That's probably why they play volleyball.
They definitely do. Let's get back onto the topic of League of Legends, though, because I'm excited to see some different picks coming through. I mean, we have had a new patch than what the round of 8 was being played on, so we could potentially see some different options coming out for these players. So things like Ryze have been really coming into fruition. We've been seeing Karmas in the support role as well. A lot of different junglers. Kha'Zix wasn't even mentioned in that last game, and Kha'Zix is so strong in the jungle right now. Evolving that ultimate first, really giving you a lot more tankiness in that early game. So really, really good to see some of that coming through. Maybe we'll see some different picks.
It is surprising. Something that J.K. Smithy has played a lot of in the past in that top lane.
Yeah, in the top lane.
A lot of top laners actually from Oceania liking that Kha'Zix up there. But as well in the jungle, like Rippy plays a lot of that Kha'Zix, so maybe we'll see that one picked up this time round.
Yeah, and from Avant-Garde Ascension, of course, Choo Choo's does play that Kha'Zix in
That's
the
true.
mid lane as well. And
So
had
we're
amazing
seeing it
success.
everywhere.
Yeah. Well, actually, he went 1-1, lost 1. But still did really, really well.
Anyway, We'll see them later on in the day as well, of course. They're the second best of 3 of today. 2 semi-finals today into the grand finals tomorrow.
Yeah.
And the winner, of course, gets that ticket into Winter, which is the next step towards Worlds, which is obviously a big deal for these guys.
It really is. Winter is going to be a massive tournament as well. So getting a free ride, not having to qualify, and the qualifiers were grueling as well, managing to get in. I mean, go for LOL. Another go for LOL. You have to get through ACL, you know, all sorts of things just to get into Autumn. This time, I'm not sure what's going to happen for Winter, but it's still going to be the same vibe. It's going to be very difficult, and getting a free ride is a massively big deal, not to mention gigantic prize money as well.
And, you know, we look back at the teams here at the round of 4 at these semi-finals, and, you know, all of them qualified early. Immunity, the defending champions, Frenetic Array were the first to qualify in the first Go For All series, and then Envy followed up second, but Champ Select's coming right up. Let's get into it. Game 2 of Dignitas and Immunity.
Oh, yeah. Bans coming through thick and fast as well. Udi being taken away instantly from Immunity.
No surprises.
Does make sense.
And the Gragas ban, Lee Sin as well against Spooks. I'm surprised to see that Gragas ban actually against Swiffer.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that one being taken away every single time. Of course, Gragas hasn't been nerfed yet in this patch, so still incredibly strong. Sivir being taken away as well, so I'm interested. I'm interested about the Sivir ban because she's not quite as strong as she was, but we shall see what they decide to go with. These are the same bans that we had from last time. So what Dignitas are doing is they're thinking whether they want to switch it up, whether they want to potentially ban that Nidalee instead of... They're going to ban that away instead of the LeBlanc. Not let Swiffer have that one, but we'll see whether they decide to actually pick that LeBlanc away from Swiffer if they don't ban it out here.
So I feel this is the point in the picks and bans where Immunity say, hey, PokeComp, we can't do it anymore. We don't have that Nidalee, unless, of course, they go for something maybe like a Syndra, but that's more of an engaged team fight. So I would expect some assassination here with the LeBlanc picked up early. What are Dignitas going to do against it, though? First pick for them, maybe that Shyvana or that Renekton.
Yeah, picking away one of the top laners is an option here as well, but with LeBlanc open, they do not want to let Swiffer have a free ride onto that champion. Lulu was available though, and we just completely didn't notice that.
Was banned game 1 as well.
Yeah, and so it's going to be picked up here. Little Uber's played that one. Of course, Kenzie can play that as well in that middle lane, so we'll see where that goes. Really nice ambiguous pick here for Dignitas.
And Kenzie is one of the guys that has played that in the mid lane as well in the past a lot, so it could be anywhere here for these guys. We'll wait and see. Swiper on the left of your screen there as well, picking these champions, going for that LeBlanc there for Swiffer.
Yeah, definitely going to be hovering
the
over
Kazakhs as well. This is the assassination team comp from Immunity. This one's going to be epic.
This is going to be massive, and getting that evolved leap as well on the target that LeBlanc is going to assassinate makes it so easy to kill them. And then Kazakhs can get out, and the distortion can be reactivated in order to get out. That makes
Nautilus.
it so easy. Nautilus, Rippy always being able to hover over these interesting champions. And we can't even say that he's trolling at this point because he often picks things like this. Of course, Warwick was picked up last time. Skarner, not going to really believe that one quite as quickly.
Dignitas been doing this a little bit to us now, just kind of rolling the picks through. He's probably just clicking the random button while he thinks. A lot of players do that one. But the Renekton does make a lot of sense here. That one will probably be picked up, and a strong pick against a lot of these assassins that look to explode
picking it away
move
from
on.
Swiper as well is a big deal because he's so comfortable on that Renekton.
Oh, Karthus. Now that would be risky. Against an assassination team comp, sure, you're going to get blown up and be in that zombie and be able to put down damage, but it is very scary to die that early in a fight.
This Shen pickup's really, really interesting. Often in Korea considered an actual counter to that Renekton because he can't kill you in lane. And what they're doing is they're baiting out that Renekton pick or forcing Swiper onto a different champion. The thing that I don't necessarily like about it that much is that he can just default to Shyvana, as he has done, and it's absolutely fine against that Shen. That being said, I mean, Shen's going to scale a lot better into that late game.
So, Dignitas, they hover the Yorick there.
Hovered again.
They just want me to say they're digging graves.
And Graves, digging graves. There it is again. Thanks, guys.
They're supporting their sponsors there. I love that one.
They certainly are.
We'll see. They're picking the graves as well, these guys. I'd love to see that Wukong locked in, though, here.
Oh, the Draven from Uber Giants Pro as well, and that Morgana-Draven combination as well that they did show us in the round of 8 was dominating. So massive pickups here, and they are going to have it as well. Rippy on that Wukong, who is also played.
Teemo.
Actually, first time I saw Rosie play in competitive, he was playing Teemo, and he was playing it in the middle lane. And it was horrific what he was doing to people.
I'm not even surprised. But the Annie is what I'd like to see from him here.
Yeah.
Works well with the with this engaged comp. Zyra as well. You know, any support with this big AoE lock-in.
Wow!
They've locked in the Zilean.
Wow! It's time for Zilean.
Wow. It's time for Zilean indeed. And he's with Radia down here as well. Interesting bottom lane.
That is incredible. That is just really thrown a spanner in the works. considering his auto attacks are actually little cogs. There we are, just a little bit of a throw out. But that's going to be interesting because what sort of doesn't make sense to me is because you often pick up Zilean for these team comps that really want to be assassinating one target. On the side of Dignitas, they've got a lot of extended teamfight potential. Of course, Lulu offering those little answers, really getting the damage sort of over time. Once you get that cooldown reduction, she can really just spam those ones out. Of course, Draven, his auto attacks are massive as well. So it's an interesting pickup. We'll see what Rosie manages to do. But that being said, Rosie can play anything, and they're going to have so much poke in this bottom lane as well.
Well, let's look back at PAX. The game that they won, they played AD Lulu mid. Back when Heaven's Curse was on their pick. So Immunity, they pick up these picks a lot here at these big events.
I like to think that that's a little bit more of a Heavens thing, though, because he has done that recently as well. He's just a very interesting picking type guy. That's just what he does.
Just an
he
awesome
goes
person.
for those strange pickups. There was a time where, I think it was ACL Sydney last year, where he just wanted to be picking up AP Corki in pretty much every single game.
Yeah.
So that was interesting. Of course, that was before he was changed a little bit. So Heaven's Curse, an interesting player. But these team comps are super interesting. I'm so excited to see what happens when we do go into this game. Man, I'm so ready, please.
I really feel like Immunity will be under the time pressure here with that Zilean pickup. He doesn't scale into that late game. Rest of his team, I just walked into that pun, didn't even realize. But the rest of his team are assassins. They want to finish the game early. Zilean wants that late game where he can change fights by reviving people here. So it's an interesting one. Game 2's coming up, guys. Let's get into it. That was... And we're on to the Rift here for game number 2. Dignitas and Immunity going head-to-head in this one. I am already up one game in this one, and the 5-man defense is coming out.
Yeah, Dignitas not opting to go for any interesting plays here as far as late invades or anything like that are concerned. Just going to opt for just a bit of a calmer start here, which is good. I mean, they're going to just take stock of everything, just play it calm, because everything's on the line now. This is game 2. Immunity up 1. This is do or die for Dignitas at this point.
Yeah. Just taking their time with this early game.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Expect the puns with Zilean.
Yeah, it's going to happen. It's like every time we say pun, it's going to be considered... every time we say time, it's going to be considered a pun.
Oh, man.
Not great.
Anyway, no wards picked up here, though. Actually, Little Uber picking him up, never mind. He picked it up in the first game as well there, so obviously Dignitas liking the wards on those supports.
Oh my goodness. I just realized some incredible synergy that Rosie does have on that Zilean with the trinket, with the item that he's picked up as well, because that's going to tick, and every time you do damage to enemy champions, it actually gives you 5 gold for harassment, but the change on the bombs is so that it actually grants turret aggro. It means it does 1 true damage every second as well.
Oh.
So we'll see whether that does actually proc that item, because that would be very interesting to see that. Yeah, it was so that
does that work with the Nivea wall? I know that does 1 damage, so you get an assist.
Yeah, it does 1 damage also, so you can't just put a wall down when you're just standing under the tower as well.
Wow.
Yeah. A little bit of trivia there.
League class with Atlas.
Yeah, fantastic. Good for these early game times when nothing much is actually happening.
But it is interesting, though, that Little Uber Giant likes to go for these wards here, and you know, he sacrifices a couple of pots to do it.
Oh, Immunity's
Maybe
so
it's worth
intelligent. Read this lane swap as well, like a book.
And easy for them right there as well. JK Smithy heading down there into the bottom lane for that 1v1 against Swiper. Swiper on that Shyvana again, obviously, here. And he's now played 2 champions because he got reneked in that last game, but that's pretty much it so far in his regional
Swiffer
experience.
and Kenzie going down super low in this middle lane.
Wow.
So much aggression being shown out here early on. Of course, Swiffer now with a little bit of an advantage.
We'll have to see how the junglers get involved in this one as well. Rippy on that Wukong. Perhaps wants to farm for that 6, but to be honest, he's been playing more and more aggressively every time we see him. So this time, let's say Rippy will gank early.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Evelyn and that Warwick coming out last game, often wanting to go for those ultimates to really get some CC into their ganks. But right now, we've got Spooks on this Kha'Zix and, of course, the Wukong as well. Both of them having gap closes as early as level 2. So we could see some potential action really early on here, managing to get that red buff really easily applied to the champions that they decide to gank. That being said, I mean, we've got Spooks finishing off his blue buff. We'll see where he decides to go.
Yeah, and Rippy as well on the other side of the jungle here. Spooks heading to that mid lane, and this is something they always do. Even in solo queue, when these two guys, Duo, Swiffer, and Spooks, they just camp each other's lanes there and help each other out.
Yeah, Swiffer and Spooks actually have been on a team for quite some time. I mean, I think Spooks' motto is, I just followed Swiffer. So
yeah.
Managing to find their way onto immunity as well, and they're bringing their synergy here. Oh,
Whoa,
Kenzie getting
lots of damage
dived.
onto Kenzie. Chain lands. Second proc won't find it. Swiffer, oh, almost dying to that tower, but they do both escape.
Yeah, Swiffer taking 3 turret hits, and that is what manages to even out that trade against Kenzie. So really nice play. He's going to actually go
Rippy's
back
coming in
out
behind him. They do find the kill there. Spooks, great gank there.
Yeah, Spooks managing to pick up that one from behind and get out there as well, so not bad. And Spooks always so good at having control of his jungle, getting the farm up, and being in the right place for the ganks as well.
And you see, he was making his way to mid lane when Swiffer initially dived that one, but he wasn't needed. So he was like, wait, I'm still of use. You know, I can come around later and perhaps clean this one up. And so that's what he did.
Yep, comes around from behind and then just flashes out. No worries at all.
Just great commitment there. But this bottom lane is becoming an island, which is a little bit more interesting. JK, Smithy, and Swiper going at it here. Pretty even lane. Not expecting much out of that one, but Rippy takes a bunch of damage there. Hasn't managed to clone just yet. Swiffer eats a bunch of damage as well here, but Rippy maybe in a bit of trouble. Will back out.
Yeah, it's a battle of the cloners here in the middle lane.
Yeah. He's going to have a 6v6 later on, and then Zillion pops in and makes it a 6v7.
Yeah, that'd be really interesting to see.
Immunity with the numbers advantage.
Yeah. If Wukong was playing on the side of Immunity right now, they could potentially have like 7 people on their team at one point.
Man, that's awesome. Anyway, top lane being pushed pretty hard here though. Rosie pushing those lanes very well with those bombs. Lots of AoE clear there as well as Radia. And look at that CS difference, 38 to 24 already.
Yeah, and Uber Giants Bro actually on that Draven went back first, picked up that that Vampiric Scepter. Definitely good for a Draven because he does so much damage with his auto attacks, giving him so much extra.
Whoa, Kensti! He just got exploded right there. Spooks will pick up the kill.
That was incredible. Swiffer just out of nowhere, just destroying him. Wasn't actually level 6 yet.
Oh, man.
As we can see, still level 5, but managing to land those chains and so much damage coming out from him. Only double Doran's ring.
Yeah, and Kensti is only level 4 as well, so that's pretty rough for him. He's going to be very far behind in this mid lane now. And Lulu is all about that utility, so being behind in that gold is going to be a bit of an issue for him.
Yeah, and I feel like Immunity knew to leave this Lulu up as well because they just wanted to get Swiffer on this LeBlanc.
Uber Giants gets slowed down, going to take a lot of damage here. Spooks finds a kill there as well onto Rippy. Other side of the map though.
And as we were seeing as well, the tick down was giving Rosie 5 gold a tick as well. So
that is
really,
so awesome.
really nice work there. Rosie just utilizing that item to its fullest potential.
But, you know, meanwhile, you know, more solo kills coming out here. Spooks is now 3-0 and 0. And Swiffer, oh, he's putting the pressure onto Kensti here as well.
Yeah, trying to get the extra little bit of distortion damage. Wasn't in range of the turret, but also not in range of Kensti either. So unfortunately not going to be able to proc that silence. But he has so much control in this lane.
So Spooks is level 6 now as well, has evolved that ultimate first, going to help him out a lot. Looking to dive that bottom lane as well.
Coming in bot
JK
right now.
Smithy will be in a bit of trouble. They go for it. Spooks, will they find it? Oh, he gets taken out. Swiper using the ultimate as well, just catching the tail end of that one.
Yeah, didn't actually need to. Was far enough away in order to actually get out of that one. Really, really nice play here. And Swiper has been decimating in this bottom lane. This game is no difference.
Yeah.
He's just going to be feeding that KDA more and more. Actually, only 10 CS up here against the Shen, and JK Smithy is going to have a better time this game as far as scaling is concerned. I mean, Shen and Shyvana, similar utility towards the later side of the game. Of course, split push potential of a Shen that gets ahead is a lot higher just because he does have that stand united in order to get into any fight that does happen to happen. And having that shield to offer his teammates is massive as well. So we'll see how the late game does turn out, but so far Immunity doing so well. Already pulling ahead 4 kills and about 3,000 gold.
They're all on Spooks as well, and this is something that maybe you might not want. Have all that gold focus on one person, but Spooks just carries so hard, man.
Normally, when you have all that gold focused on one person and it's a jungler, it's bad, but when that jungler is a Kha'Zix, it's fine. As you can see,
oh, they're turning it around. Spooks, he picks up their kill. I'm not sure what Rippy was thinking jumping into that. Kensti is in trouble as well. Here comes the Ubers. They take out Spooks, and it's a shutdown, but it goes to Lulu.
Yeah, Lulu, Kensti picking up that kill, getting the shutdown on 5 kills at that point as well. So that's a nice stack of cash there for him to put into his pocket when he was really struggling in this lane. He's definitely going to be happy with that. That being said, managing to go 1 for 1 actually did Spooks. and having to have a roam from the bottom lane in order to finish him off. That's almost like 5 people being needed in order to deal with just one Kha'Zix, and that is not something that you want.
That's the thing, and they're 2.2k ahead already here, so that's big news for Immunity. Very strong in this game. It's what we expect, though. I mean, they're playing Assassins here. JK Smithy going to get slowed down. Lots of damage from Radia. Just the harass, though. They're not going to find a kill. Oh, will they turn it around? Rippy's here. No. No, they won't.
Taunt not quite managing to land. And JK Smithy not wanting to go for the taunt flash to the taunt.
Yeah.
That we've been seeing so much from these Shens that really want to make the flashy plays, but not going to opt for that one. Really didn't want to hard engage when they knew that they were behind.
So good lane swap here as well. Immunity sending their bottom lane, well, keeping them up there, but Dignitas swapping back to the bottom.
As well.
Uh-oh. Oh, gets snared! Great peel for Uber. Will it be enough, though? Spooks jumps in. Swiffer does as well. There's the Stand United to make sure he stays safe there, but Dignitas investing a lot into that. Good counter gank, though.
I need to mention that Dark Binding. That caught Swiffer halfway through a distortion. That was incredible.
Really well timed. Saved them, and you know, that's important there. They've got one assassin snowballing, and that's Spooks. They don't want another, so they've got to make sure Swiffer doesn't get into this game too much. He's going for it here on a Kensty. Misses the chain, so he has to back out.
Yeah. Spook's going to be here as well, but he's going to be spotted. Doesn't have that ultimate available in order to stealth into these fights, but this game is, again, going so heavily in Immunity's favor, and I like them a lot more for the late game as well with this particular team comp, so it's going to be even harder for Dignitas. They need to really stamp down and try and get something going their way this map.
All right, so here we go. Immunity looking for this Dragon now as well. They took it at about 11 minutes last game. We're at the 10-minute mark this time, so Dragon's getting a bit earlier, which is good. You know, I guess the median time for that Dragon at round of 8 was 8 minutes, so these guys working towards that one again. Immunity taking this one, no problems.
And Immunity just playing this game out exactly how their strategy wanted them to. Of course, Swiper roaming down again, picking up that Dragon, and it happens like clockwork.
It really does.
Yeah,
and that's why
no
they picked
pun
up Zillion,
intended.
obviously.
Yeah. My goodness, ran into that one. Head first. No
Nah, don't even lie, you loved it.
I did.
Pinkward's coming out, Swiffer. Oh, he's found Kensty! Kensty's in big trouble! Chains will miss, but Spooks is going to chase it. Has popped that ultimate. Look at the speed! Forces the wild growth. Kensty does get out, but had to use a lot to get there.
Yeah, Rosie utilizing that Zillion speed up there to really get Spooks right into everything, and that's what we're looking at as well. I mean, Zillion is another champion that can speed you up, and as I was saying, Sivir has been nerfed a little bit. May not necessarily want to opt for that one, but Zillion is another option on top of Karma as far as being one of those champions that can speed someone up.
And it is all about that mobility here for Immunity. Just look at Swiffer dancing around in this mid lane. Kensty actually finding a nice glitter lance there, though. We're going to force Swiffer to go base here, pick up a couple of items. He has picked up 3 assists as well, so going for that DFG first.
Yeah, Rosie really has a lot of options for that speed up as well. Giving it to Swiper would be really good. Spooks it would be really good. Swiffer to try and get in there and get that chains landed.
Yeah.
There are so many options. A lot of synergy here for the side of Immunity.
And also with that ultimate as well, you know, he can save these assassins who have low enough cooldowns to keep fighting as soon as they get revived here. That's a really important part
nice
of that
damage
Zillion.
here coming out of Kensty.
Yeah, Spook's actually getting chunked really hard there. He's got 5 kills, man. KDA, that's all that matters.
Yeah, that's true. He's not too worried about actually dying at this point, but it's a nice amount of damage and really looking good here for Dignitas as far as actually getting some damage dealers on the board.
Yeah, and even those bombs from Rosie were doing a lot of damage. Rippy getting caught out as well. Isolation damage from Spooks as well. It's huge on the Q. Oh, he steals it from Swiffer as well. Swiffer just wanted a kill. Won't find it. Kensty's being caught out as well. Don't think they're going to be able to commit to this fight, though. They're just dancing around this middle lane. Distortion goes in. Straight back out again. Kensty has the speed. He's going to chase it. Puts the Ignite down. One more Glitter Lance might do it. He goes for it. Spooks comes in. It's enough. Kensty finds the kill, but Spooks returns.
Kensty played that so incredibly well. Swiffer tried to do a bit of the outplay in order to flash out, try and get the chains on him, but he read that like a book. The wild growth was perfect. Really, really well played by Kensty. It just shows that he's keeping his cool in this incredibly high-pressure situation.
Yeah, and that's a big thing here at Supernova. It's not a natural environment for some of these guys who have come from their homes. Kensty's from New Zealand, so he's come a long way to be here
today.
It would
definitely be warmer.
Yeah, and he's playing really well, I have to say.
He really is.
Good trade there in the middle lane. Spooks, though, just so strong with those counter ganks. 7-1-0 on that jungle is incredible. This bot tower taking so much damage as well here. Dignitas doing their best to defend, but Uber just can't find the snares.
Yeah, and we'll see whether Uber Giantsbro can actually manage to scale into this game as well. I mean, we've got to get those axes to start doing the damage. Right now, he's a level behind, really struggling. Rosie taking a nice chunk from the QW combo coming out of Little Uber.
So I do kind of wonder if this lane has worked how the Ubers were expecting here. The lane swap, was a little bit of an issue there, but they still found that 2v2. The big thing to me, though, is they got the Draven, which is all about DPS there. And then they picked up Morgana, which is about
Lucian
a
actually landing a
catch
kill.
and explosion. But, wow, there is a kill going down there. Rosie as well. Looking to turn on to Rippy. They're not going to find it. Uber must have just got caught out. Rippy as well. Oh, he's taking a lot of damage. Radier finds the kill there. Uber Giants Bro looking for the return. There are the Blades. They don't find it. And he goes down. Spooks doing so much damage. It's Swiffer that picks up the kill. Immunity just taking everything from Dignitas right now.
Radier was baiting immaculately with that barrier. As soon as Uber Giants Bro just said, I'm going in, I'm trying to get this kill, and then the whole team just collapsed. Pick up a turret immediately after taking down 2 kills as well. Ridiculously well played by Immunity, and they are so switched on for Supernova.
Oh man, Swiffer's going to have his ultimate again once he gets to this middle lane. We'll see what Kenzie decides to do. No, Swiffer not going to gank him. I was expecting Swiffer to go for a kill there, but he just wants the creeps.
Yeah, nice turret to get back in the way of Dignitas as well.
For
Managing to at least get some sort of advantage off that one as well. Make that,
Spooks is a
trouble.
bit caught. Oh, great! Wild Growth knocks up Spooks, and now he's in big trouble. Will go down here, the ultimate as well from Little Uber, but he's surviving for so long. Little Uber takes him out. Swipper's here as well. Rippy gets locked up, takes damage from Radio, and again, Immunity find a 1-for-1 out of that.
1-for-1 trade of the junglers as well, but we have to mention that Wild Growth again. Impeccably timed.
Oh man.
To stop Spooks from getting over that dragon wall. Really, really amazing work. He did take a long time to go down because that ultimate gives him so much damage reduction. But wow, that was so impressive there coming out of Kenzie.
Yeah, and surprising as well. I mean, Spooks is going defensive now as well. He's got that Hex Drinker as well as that Giant's Belt, so he's going to be pretty hard to deal with come late game.
Yeah, and this is how people are building Kha'Zix at the moment. It used to be a lot of sort of assassination builds. You build Brutalizer into that last Whisper after your jungle item, but
it's changed, yeah.
Now that he wants to be evolving that ultimate first, really get that tankiness into his build.
Oh no, Kenzie!
Wow.
Just gets drive by Swiffer. That was disgusting, man.
Yeah, Swiper coming through with that massive Dragon's Descent, and he doesn't mind that he takes
chasing
7
it.
tower
Oh, he
hits
needs to
either.
be careful. Swiffer's there. He's ready to blow him up. Has the ultimate. He's going in. Straight into Little Uber. Just takes him out. Rosie finds the kill there with a bomb. Oh.
Rosie's bombs are doing so much damage for not that many items as well. I mean, he has one item that's going to give him gold as well as AP, and those bombs were just massive damage.
Good defense from Uber Giants Bro there as well. Managed to clear out the wave. For how long is the question here, though? Radius
he used his
full
ultimate
health.
there, so he's not going to have that available for the next time this wave crashes the turret.
And that's
I
scary.
am going to be able to pick out another one.
So easy turret there for Immunity. Picking up the return mid turret there, setting that lane even. But in 16 minutes, 3 towers to 1 and 13 to 3 here. Big lead here for Immunity.
Yeah, really big. And this is looking to go a very similar way as last game. If Dignitas can't manage to pull off some sort of clutch play, try and get in and try and get this game back on their terms as well, because they've been playing Immunity's game from the minute they sat down on those computers. It's just been Immunity taking control over and over again. And Swiping now with that Blade of the Ruin King, so much damage onto Smithy.
Oh man, JK Smithy in so much trouble there running back. But as you said, Immunity just in their element here at Supernova. It's where they love to be. They always perform at these events as well. We've rarely see them go on tilt here, so...
Yeah, they are definitely the team with the most LAN experience as well. I mean, they were overseas playing against Koreans as well. Played against CJ Blaze, which would have been an amazing experience in order to try and get them some perspective on international play and stuff like that. Of course, Immunity with a lot more experience on this side. That being said, Frenetic Array are no stranger to stages like these as well. So we'll see whether they can turn it around and try and get something going on for this game.
And that's why, you know, they got picked up by Dignitas, is because they've proven so much at this high level that they can compete, you know. Being a top 3 team in Oceania isn't that easy for them. So being able to consistently be there is quite a big thing here. But Kenzie has actually caught out Swiffer. Great juke, just popping straight back to that distortion, rather.
Yeah, when you distortion and mimic, it looks like you're in a really, really bad position, and then you just hop back to that original position.
Jumps back,
nice
changes land though. Nice shield from Kenzie, going to block a lot of that. Don't think Swiffer can keep fighting this. Has Radier though. Going to put down a lot of damage. Culling as well. That Ardent Blade did so much damage. Look at the shields though for Uber Giants Bro. Keeps him alive. JK Smithy's here as well. Radier on the side. Doesn't get stunned up from Uber Giants Bro. Look at the blades. It finds 1 kill. Not quite the second. It's Rippy that gets that one. Turn it around and now Swipe is in trouble. Dignitas are turning this around. They've picked up 2 kills already for only 1 death. They're going to have to back out though.
Yeah, nice work. Spooks was actually distracted doing that dragon as well, and as we can see, he's got a lot of the kills here for Immunity, so that Immunity getting caught out a little bit. Whirling Blades, amazingly well aimed in order to pick up a LeBlanc, who's such a slippery champion. Really nice play there by Uber Giants, bro, and I am, though, still in the driver's seat, managing to push down on the mid-turret.
Spooks going to get taunted there. JK Smithy regretting the decision a lot. Is the bomb enough? It will pop. No, not quite enough.
Not quite enough damage. Using that feint in order to get that little bit of a shield. And what we did see coming out of Dignitas in that last little skirmish was what they were aiming for with this team comp. Because they can get so many shields onto one target. And against a Kha'Zix and a LeBlanc, that is a massive deal. Because they're going to want to assassinate one person and then bring in the Dragon's Descent and bring in all of their players in order to try and finish off the team fight 4v5. But when they can't get a pick like that, which is very easy for Dignitas to mitigate with the amount of shields. Stand United, Wild Growth. I mean, you've got Whimsy as well. You've got a lot of options here. Black Shield as well coming out from Little Uber Giant. They're doing everything they can in order to stop the strategy in team fights from Immunity from coming through. We'll see whether they can let that operate. And if they win a few team fights coming into this later game, it's going to be really, really good for them. Of course, JK Smithy doing an amazing job here on Shen, staying up in this game.
Casey's been slowed down. Good Black Shield, though. Bit of a disincentive for IM to go in, but it's not enough. Wild Growth comes out, knocking up Swiffer. Misses the chains, unfortunately, but Kenstey still getting engaged on here. Spook's taking a lot of damage as well. Gets stunned. Is invisible. Has been revealed, though. Can they pick up the kill? Not enough. Spook's so tanky on this one. Swiffer as well. How did those chains even hit there? Little Uber Giant just walks away, but Immunity forcing this
double taunt.
Two-man onto Rosie and Swiffer. Is it enough? Whirling Blades. No, they cancel early. Uber bringing those back in early, but no kills. Lots of skills used.
Yeah, of course, Whirling Blades actually hit Spooks, so as soon as they hit one enemy champion, they're going to come back to you. So unfortunately, Spooks got in the way, didn't manage to land that one on top of Rosie where he was aiming it, of course, and it would have probably taken him out as well. So a little bit unfortunate there for Uber Giants, bro, but nice fight there for Dignitas, because as we were seeing earlier, I mean, IM were just able to romper stomp through them in these little skirmishes. This time, Dignitas managing to kite them around and really not letting them just bully them around.
And I think it was those picks and bans. You know, they've got a lot of shields in their team comp there.
Oh
with
yeah,
Morgana,
a lot of survivability.
And Kenstey, and JK Smithy to a degree as well with that Stand United. So against an assassination comp, I feel Dignitas are much better prepared. And perhaps judging by the round of 8, this was what Dignitas were expecting from Immunity. The assassination, you know, the LeBlanc pick up there as well. So maybe this is why Dignitas is a little better prepared. With that said, they're still on the back foot. Almost 10,000 gold is the deficit for them.
Yeah, this definitely isn't over for Immunity at all.
Little Uber needs to run away. Spooks is chasing it. Can he find the kill? Gets locked under the tower. One more hit will do it, but there's a Zillion ult. He's going to revive. Can he fight is the question, though. Uber Giants, bro, going to be in a bit of trouble. Spooks, though, needs to run. Does get taken out. JK Smithy finds that kill. Rippy dancing with the side of Swiper as well. Won't find any kills there. They all back out. One kill picked up on Immunity.
Yeah, Dignitas actually managing to pick up a kill under Spooks. Really, really nice work. And as we were saying, the game was resting on Spooks' shoulders a little bit. So Dignitas definitely feeling good. Really nice Stand United coming in from JK Smithy.
And this is, you know, that mid-game kicking in for them. Perhaps even late game. 21 minutes, you know. We're seeing quicker and quicker games here in Oceania. So Dignitas are plateauing, you know. They're feeling more comfortable. And maybe they can start climbing up that next mountain.
Yeah, well, as soon as Dignitas actually managed to group together and really put these fights to Immunity, that's when their team comp really shines.
Yeah.
So we'll see what they can do. That being said, I mean, that wasn't actually a 5v5 fight. Of course, Swiper took a little bit longer to get to the bottom lane as well, and Spooks was way out of position when he got ultied by Zillion. So nice work to get that pick on the side of Dignitas, but we haven't necessarily seen an example of how a team fight's really going to play out. So we'll have to see what happens when it does actually happen.
You see, a lot of the engages, though, from Immunity have been Swiffer jumping him all by himself, looking for an insta-gib on that LeBlanc, and then be like, nope, can't find it, jumps out, and just trying to bait Dignitas into a bad fight. So Dignitas are getting better and better at avoiding that situation. Firstly, not getting caught, and secondly, not getting baited. And I feel Immunity need to find a different way to start engaging these fights.
Yeah, and of course, Swiffer has gone for the Athene's Unholy Grail build.
Yeah,
oftentimes you'll see that Deathfire Grasp coming out just so you've got maximum burst potential, but having that Athene's Unholy Grail means you've got an extra amount of cooldown reduction, and you can really make sure that you can distort as many times as you feel like in order to clear out waves. It keeps your mana up as well. And you're going to be able to do these little pokes really effectively.
Takes a lot of damage there from Radio as well. Rosie's there. There's the culling. Tries to flash to his team. Has a bomb, though. He's going to be taken out. One more second, and he does go down. Rosie finds it.
That was incredible work. Radier just knew exactly when he'd done enough damage and then got out of there. Didn't get too far into harm's way. Let that kill go over to Rosie. 2-0-4 now on that Zillion. He's showing us how to play that champion.
Yeah, same as Radier there as well. So these guys with the synergy.
Yeah, definitely were.
And Radier as well, going for that legless build there. He's got the...
Oh,
Kenzie's in trouble. Goes down. Radier picks up the kill there. Uber Giants Bro needs to run back as well here. And Immunity just going to two-man push this mid tower here. Swiffer as well, looking for a fight. Won't find it though. Immunity just going to keep sieging this one out. Uber gets chunked as well by Radier. He's playing so well right now on that Lucian.
Yeah, definitely playing incredibly well. And having two people down, Kensti being down here as well. Wild Growth not available here on the side of Dignitas.
Oh, are they going to go for it though? Rippy has a bomb on him as well. That Black Shield. Oh, great ultimate from Little Uber. Had 4 men in it already. Didn't want to commit though. Didn't have the backup from his team.
Yeah, everyone having a way of escaping out of that Soul Shackles as well. So Little Uber deterring them from actually sieging down this turret, but Immunity now just going to rotate around, take this Dragon as well. It's there, they may as well pick it up and extend that gold lead even further into their favor.
Look at this though, Swiffer waiting in the bush. He's on that Assassin. He wants to find a pick here so he can move his team on for a good 4v5 siege. We'll see what he can do. He's coming around from behind or the side. Culling comes out early as well. Little Uber takes a lot of damage. The bomb goes off as well.
He's just going to back. Of course, Swiffer a little bit out of position here. Maybe they'd want to actually fight this one had they been all grouped up together. But of course, Immunity having Swiffer off to the side is just going to back out. Actually farm this bottom lane.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised they didn't actually decide to fight that one. It's a play, though, that we see a lot from Spooks when he plays Evelyn. He likes to gank in from the side with that ultimate. Yeah, Swiper, especially with that Shyvana, but perhaps because Swiper wasn't in position, they decided not to go for it. Tower, though, does get chunked quite hard, only about a quarter of its health left there. Dignitas have to back off, though. Immunity ready to defend.
Yeah, Immunity also don't need to take any unnecessary risks at this point.
Yeah, that's true.
They are 12,000 gold ahead. They have complete control over this game. There's no need to make plays that may not necessarily net you all that much.
Yeah.
If you don't have to.
Man, look how fast Spooks is as well with that Time Warp. Just flying in. Swiper over the wall. Rippy's in trouble. Goes right down there to Swiper. And Radier, well, Rosie actually gets taken out by Uber as well. Dignitas find a follow-up kill. Spooks getting slowed down as well. Swiffer over the wall. Misses the chains. Jumps straight back. Kensti just getting the Wild Growth off in time. Will he go down? Radier finds it with an auto attack there. Immunity 2 for 1 off that engage. And they're going to push down this mid lane now.
Yeah, Rippy and Kensti are down. That's the jungler down for Dignitas.
Swiffer rather. Just jumping over the wall for harass.
Meanwhile, Swiper in the top lane.
Yep, just pushing it out.
Keep pushing.
Oh, two-man taunt onto Spooks as well. That's what they wanted. JK Smithy just getting destroyed right there. Radier taking him down so quickly. Culling as well. Swiffer looking for the burst. Follows it up. Has to go straight back. Uber Giants, bro. Big damage threat there on Draven. But he's all by himself. Is he going to get dived? Trying to defend this inhibitor. It's not going to be enough. Immunity find it.
Yeah, Swiffer, nice placement on his clone there as well. Baiting Uber Giants Bro into just auto-attacking that one down instead of actually getting some damage on the rest of his teammates. So Swiffer, nice little bit of mechanics there.
So 18-7 now is the score here in Immunity's favor. A huge gold lead, 5 towers as well. Immunity, they look confident in game 1. They're looking even more confident here in game 2.
They're looking unstoppable right now, Place, and I don't know what Dignitas can do in order to try and get back into this game. I mean, they have a really nice late game team comp. They had a nice idea going into this game, but I think at this point they are too far behind in order to make it work.
And there's a Zillion. This happened with a Zillion, dude.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Oh, and he died. It's probably about time that
died once, yeah. He got caught out by Uber there. Kensti as well. Eats a chain. Swiffer. Look at the damage. Oh, great Wild Growth. Going to buy some time. Rippy can't engage it. Rippy hasn't found a single ultimate this game. He's 0-7-4. Having a very rough time.
Yeah, unfortunate. And when we see the fact that Spooks is doing so well, I mean, that is going to reflect on Rippy. Because Spooks, because he's so strong in that jungle, it's so much harder for Rippy to do anything.
Yeah, Little Uber Giant already went down in this bot lane engaged. JK Smithy on the run here as well. Swiper won't be able to find it with Spooks just yet. Setting up for their team. The Ubers are here as well as Rippy. Will they find it? Kensti just gets blown up by Swiffer at the top of the screen. just got caught out of
Immunity
position and didn't
collapsing
have
on
that wild
Dignitas.
growth. Rose is at the front of the line as well, looking for the time warp, finds it. Look at the damage from Radia as well, taking them all out. JK Smithy will go down, and it's a double kill for Radia. Great play from him, and it's all Immunity's game right here. They almost pick up an ace. Rippy, the only one surviving, on the run now as well. Puts down the ultimate, just charges through Immunity, but it's not enough. He goes down, and Immunity, they're going to take the base here.
They are doing incredibly well. I mean, the whole early game was the spook show. Now Radia coming in 6-0-6 on that Lucian. Really, really monstrous play. Swiper just dancing in front of the creeps. A little bit
Swiper.
of PM there.
He's just having a party, dude.
That's true. He wanted to demonstrate the fact that he takes basically 0 damage from this turret at this point.
Which is pretty scary. Just ults back as well. Swiper, mate, what's going on?
Swiper, mate, is that a bit of a hybrid
Swiper,
top
mate?
laner here from
I don't know.
NV Immunity?
Maybe. Uber Giants,
like that
bro,
one.
farming super creeps at the Nexus.
Yeah, we do have the super creeps coming in this top lane as well. Of course, that inhibitor did get taken down, so it's going to
Look at that juggling. Look at the juggling. Look at him go. That was great. I actually love Draven, dude. I love it.
Oh, Spruce thinks he's caught Kensti.
Now he's going to jump away.
Polymorph coming out a little bit late in order to stop that that jump. He did get that one off just before they came through.
So, blue buff going to be picked up here as well now by Swiffer.
Yeah, and it's about this point where basically Immunity, they need to choose when they're going to finish the game because Dignitas, they are so incredibly far behind and they've got an inhibitor down in this top lane as well. So Immunity, they could think about going for Baron, but I think they're probably just going to push for the win. It's the easiest strategy at this point. It's the safest strategy. Swiffer taking down Rippy just randomly, and look, there's a reason why we can't catch these because when Swiffer finds someone, they're dead in a split second.
They don't call
so
him Swiffer
no
for
one
nothing.
has reaction times like that, please.
Yeah. I would like to see a Baron here by Immunity, and I think that's what they're doing. That's why they're all walking there. Take this one down real quick.
That's why they're hitting the Baron in the Baron pick currently.
It is Atlas. Thank you. Thank you. And they're just going to push probably mid or bottom lane after that. They've already got that inhibitor in the top side of the map. So,
yeah, Swiffer and Rosie, very mobile champions here as
Oh.
well. So
Swiffer dancing with Kensti. Oh, misses the glitter lance. Stand United coming in as well. Man, they were really scared of Swiffer right there. He'd already used his combo, and they used that Stand United anyway.
I think they saw the Baron come through. They really wanted to make sure that they got some picks here in this bottom lane to try and lock them down so they didn't have 5 people.
That was a huge tether right there.
Yeah, it was really, really long.
That chain. Chain MVP.
MVP.
Yeah.
Here
we go, those
Spooks jumping over the wall.
Will he find
No
Uber
fear at
Giants,
all.
bro? Going for the 1v1. Popped ultimate as well. Looking for damage. Just juking around. Dodges away from that snare. Rippy's coming in, though. Doesn't pop the ultimate. Needs to jump back straight away. Spooks still taking a lot of damage. And Rippy finally using that ultimate. Won't be able to find anything. Wild Growth not enough to keep him alive. Kensti goes down as well. Immunity just trampling Dignitas right here. They're going to get more kills. 3 members already dead. Double kill for Radia. Will he find more? No, think he will. Triple. Can he find a quad? He's a bit far away from this kill. JK Smithy running out of the base will go down here. The ace gets taken, and it's Swiffer who finds it. That'll be the game going to Team Immunity, winning it out in a 2-game series here. Wow.
And Radia finishing that one off legendary as well as this Nexus goes down. And for a first matchup, Immunity are looking so devastating on this map.
Yeah.
Summoner's Rift is not a place you want to go to when it's Immunity's house because Dignitas just got trampled.
And later on today, we're going to have NV taking on Vanguard Ascension, and they will be watching this game because they're going to be up against Immunity in the grand finals tomorrow for Supernova. That's it for the first best of 3 series of the game. NV and Ascension will be coming up later on. We'll see you then.
Oh, you poor thing.
Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes Vi. As a matter of fact, the best bet one has is to quickly react to the first attack and save for the beats. She'll never pull back, just risk it. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes Vi.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Supernova Autumn Final Region. My name's Elizabeth, and joining me here is Jake. Now, you're from the community, correct? Yep.
That's correct.
You play a lot of League of Legends?
Yes, I guess you could say that. Yep, I do.
I like your Ramos hat. Did you get that from here?
Actually, no, I didn't. I got that off the website, internet.
Oh, excellent. So you were here, you were watching the semi-finals, right?
Yep, yes, I was.
Were you expecting IM to take that 2-0?
To be honest, yes. Immunity, I think everyone knows that they're pretty much the best team in the Oceanics, so it's expected, they got a lot of pressure to come and perform for everyone around here, so yeah, I did expect it.
We got a few IM fans out there, which is excellent. We like a lot of community support for our players. So, are you excited for our next game?
Yes, of course. Ready for every game.
Excellent. That's like what we want to hear here. So, NV, AV. Who do you pick to take this one out?
I'd say NV. Not a lot of people actually would predict that, but I think they're very strong in their teamfight phase and their late game phase. But I think they might have a few troubles in the early lane game phase, but as long as they can resist that pressure from NV, then they should be okay.
So, do you think they might take this 2-0, or do you reckon we might go to a best of 3?
I think for the crowd's sake, I hope we go to a best of 3.
Don't we? Oh, all right. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Jake.
I'm here with Radier from Team Immunity. He's the AD carry, of course, and he just 2-0'd Team Dignitas with his team. And how do you feel about that game? Tell me what happened.
Coming into the game, we were kind of stressed a bit, lead up to any big tournament. We were expecting to win because we were the favorites. But just getting into the tournament, all the picks and bans kind of went according to how we planned. The night before and the previous night, we kind of spent a lot of time drafting, thinking about the possible way that teams could go. And especially in the first game, all our picks kind of just went together. We were expecting them to ban these champions, and they did ban it. And we were expecting to pick these champions to counter it, and I think just everything worked out perfectly.
So what were your thoughts going into the picks and bans phase? And that Zillion pick is very interesting. What were you trying to do with that?
The Zillion pick is basically kind of a niche pick that our supporters picked up. Our support is known for picking very kind of niche picks, and it also kind of adds an element of surprise to our gameplay. And I think just like having an element of surprise coming into such a big tournament, such a big lead up, is just a really good way to kind of increase your chances of winning.
Okay, and what do you think about your play yourself during this tournament so far?
So far, I think it's tournament I played pretty well. It is very hard to. I haven't played perfectly. It is very hard to play perfectly. I have made mistakes, but I think the key is just to minimize your mistakes. But overall, I think I played pretty well.
And if you could vote for one person on your team as MVP today, who would that be?
It'd be a toss-up between the Spooks or Swiper, but I would go for Spooks because he performed really well in Kazakh's the second game.
Okay, so do you get people coming up to you asking for autographs and pictures and things like that?
Yeah, I do actually. It's actually really cool. Thanks for the support, guys. Really appreciate it.
What do you think of this crowd here, by the way?
I think the crowd is awesome. I love all the support we're getting from the crowd. I love hearing the cheers of I am, and I hope you all be here for the finals.
Okay, guys. Good luck tomorrow in the grand final, and thank you for your time.
Hello. Now, here we have Michael, a.k.a. Kakashi from Naruto. Not quite the right team for our event, but pretty sweet cosplay. How long did that take you to make?
I actually brought it, so I kind of just, buying it. I'm not very good at making things, so I just thought, I'll buy it, and then just come here and just show it off, and it's good.
I think you've done a pretty damn good job. Now, you've come to League, you've watched the games. Were you expecting IM to take it 2-0?
No, I was hoping for Dignitas to win. I'm friends with Kensti on League, so I was like, come on, Kensti, man, you can do this. But no, I was hoping for 3 games too. I was hoping for Dignitas to bring it out, but no, it doesn't seem they could do it. Just Team Unity was just too good. They just had it controlled the entire game. It was just crazy.
And so what are your predictions for the next game?
Ooh. I'm hoping 3 games, but I hope it goes to AV. I reckon they're a better team. They should be able to carry out the games and bit of win at late game, I reckon. So see how they go.
No, that's pretty fair enough. Now, are you going to be here for the grand final tomorrow?
Of course, I'll definitely be here all 3 days. So yeah, real keen, real happy.
Excellent. Can we see another cosplay, or are you kind of come a bit normal tomorrow?
I may surprise you. I'll see.
Excellent, excellent. So, tomorrow, best of 5. Who do you think is going to take it?
Ooh, I don't know. It's going to be a hard one, but I'm keen for the 5 games, though. Hoping it'll be Immunity tomorrow, right? So they've been so strong, just always. So probably Immunity's got it, I reckon.
Now, what did you think of the Zillion pick? Now, that's not quite OCE meta, is it?
No, I saw that and I was like, what? What is going on? That's not going to happen. But I've seen a couple of Zillions in ranked games. They're just so strong. Just that ultimate, just to bring back someone alive. And the bombs, just every time they tick, getting that 10 gold just for the support gold, it's just ridiculous. So yeah, really, really strong pick actually. And did a really good job of it. So it's just great. Just the slows and everything. It was just good. It was a job well done, I thought.
Who do you think they might bring out tomorrow to surprise us?
Oh, I don't know. That's a hard one. I don't know, in all honesty. They've just brought out so many champs. Like, you had the Warwick the first game. That game you had the Zillion. I don't know. I don't know. I'm hoping just for some more Thresh. Main Thresh, so huge supporter of that. So, I don't know. Yeah.
No, that's fair enough. We like surprises here at our games and stuff. So anything that they bring out is going to be so cool. So thank you very, very much, Michael.
Thank you for having me.
I'm here with Spooks, who is the jungler for Immunity. Spooks, what do you think about Rady calling you the MVP for your team?
I think as a team we played really well, and I think everyone contributed pretty evenly, to be honest. As a team, we had like a really good plan going into draft, and I think we executed really well. It just happened that I got all the kills out of the early game and snowballed a little bit. But yeah, as a team, we played really well, so it was good.
That's good. So as the favourites of OCE, basically, do you feel pressure to perform at events like this?
Yeah, like obviously, when we lose, we kind of I think it affects us more than maybe other teams because we're expected. There's so much pressure on us to win every game, but we generally go in with like a really good plan, and we're able to execute it pretty well. So I think just preparation makes it like eases the nerves a little bit. So yeah, I think I don't know. We generally play consistently well at lands just because of preparation, I think.
Do you guys have any sort of weaknesses that you've had in the past 2 games without revealing too much, or?
I guess like our mid to late game rotations were maybe not as on as we'd like them to be. Like in scrims, we feel like we do a lot better, but yeah, in the pressure situation, we make a couple of mistakes, but I don't think overall we have many weaknesses. If we play our best, like it's pretty spot on, I think, without being too arrogant, obviously.
What has been the biggest challenge for you guys so far today?
Biggest challenge? I think in the first game, they had a better scaling team comp. So we were a little bit concerned about going in the late game, and we made a couple of mistakes and got caught out. And we fell for their TP, and like we lost a couple of skirmishes. So our biggest concern there was just like throwing the game. But Swiper managed to carry a little bit in the late game and get a triple kill with the Renekton, which kind of sealed it for us. So it wasn't too bad.
Okay, who are you expecting to see tomorrow in the finals against you guys?
I think it'll be a really close game, but just based off mid jungle, which is like in my opinion like the most strongest roles at the moment, I think Carbon and Juju's have a little bit of an advantage because they've been playing together for a while, and they're both really good at their roles. So I think Avant will come on top.
Did you prepare equally for both of those teams, would you say?
Yeah, we had a plan for both sides, but we mainly focused on blue side, and then we were more reactive on purple side, like in terms of game 1. Like we wanted to ban champions that we thought were a threat in game 1. So yeah.
All right, well, good luck tomorrow in the grand final, and thank you very much for talking with me.
So joining me now is Christian. Now, you're a fellow analyst, is that correct?
Yes, it is. I'm an analyst for lolscouts.com. We work with some of the Coke League teams in North America.
So what's it like doing that? What do you do as an analyst?
Well, mostly I just watch all the games from all the leagues and record data and then provide it to teams that are too lazy to get it themselves, really. That's what we do mostly, yeah.
Sounds pretty good to me. So you really have to watch the games, you have to understand the game, the meta, everything.
Yeah, we do a lot of that. We do a lot about warding as well, because you can provide as much information about picks and bans and things like that, but if you don't really work with what the teams are good at and what they need, then having an analyst doesn't really help at all. So we try and work out what the team needs help with, and then we use maths and statistical analysis to help them, pretty much.
All right, so let's talk about the games that we just watched. From game one, we saw the Renekton versus Shyvana in that top lane, and Renekton just destroyed Shyvana. How do you think that went? Like, what do you think Shyvana could have done better?
Well, with Renekton is always going to bully Shyvana, and Renekton took Ignite over Teleport, so Shyvana's already automatically going to lose some lane pressure, and the Renekton was good, but the Evelyn pick was really what just carried immunity through. Evelyn is such a powerful hero, especially on LAN. It takes a full team and a lot of communication to kind of deal with Evelyn, and when you're sitting on a LAN, I'm sure Dignitas really struggled with that, and that just set him back. And then they have Nadali to give extra bonus to Renekton, help him scale, and then Renekton got ahead, teleported to bot lane, got a kill, but Renekton froze the lane, got more creeps, and there's nothing you can do about that, especially with the Nadali. The Nadali pick is what made Renekton so strong. And then on top of that, with Radier playing Lucian, Radier is possibly one of the best players in Oceania, and you give him questionably the best AD carry, and then you can't deal with it.
And so do you think maybe that Warwick pick kind of put them behind a bit? Because early game, he wasn't really able to apply much pressure, whereas Evelyn was just everywhere, and it took too long for Warwick to get his ult, get into that mid game.
Yeah, the Warwick definitely set them behind, but I wouldn't say that it was what stopped them from winning the game. Warwick's 6 power plus his E is really powerful, so he could have came back, but I think the mid lane Ziggs did really well to escape the first gank, and then they turned it around with a Warwick ulti kill, which they could have came back from. But I feel like IM's team comp was just much better set up, and they were just definitely more experienced playing on a LAN setup here, and that just brought them through. And by the second game, Dignitas was completely on tilt, and their picks reflected that. Lulu and Shen is just not enough power. The only way they were ever going to win that game was if IM passively threw. So, yeah, that was my thoughts on the games at least.
That's a very, very good answer. So I do just want to ask about that Zillion pick. How do you think that worked in their team comp for IM?
The Zillion pick was just straight up disrespect. Everything that Zillion does, Annie could have done better, but there is some good things about Zillion. Zillion's bombs ticking down procs the E through the spell thieves, so you get lots of gold. And obviously he brings quite a lot of utility. His slow is quite powerful paired with the speed, but that's just disrespect. There's no one would say that Zillion outshines Annie, or even Leona, or even Thresh again, to be honest. Thresh was available, Annie was available, but I'm glad they brought the win home.
Well, I think that it really helped with the Wukong ults, just couldn't get those ults off. So do you think that might have been why they picked the Zillion?
Wukong is really powerful, and he's one of those champions that if he gets away from the jungle, he can pressure. But I think the Lulu pick was just not played properly. Lulu is going to struggle a little bit because all she can do is shove. And then the Shen just has no pressure at top lane. So Lulu was just going to get camped. LeBlanc has a lot of outplay potential. So you're automatically going to have to worry about that lane. And then with Shen and the lane swaps, the jungler can just focus on mid, and then there's not much they can do about it. So then automatically Wukong can't have that kind of pressure and get to 6 and camp mid. Because once he gets to 6 and if it's equal and he can ult mid, it's a lot of power. But I would have possibly put Lulu in the top lane and picked Yasuo up in the mid and try and run something a bit more skewed so they can get some picks on something compared to playing like a passive team comp when they're a game behind already.
Oh, that's very fair. So who do you think might win this next game?
Personally, I think Avantgarde Ascension, they seem to have prepared a lot, and honestly, I feel that these kind of setups, it's all about who can play the closest to their 100% on the desk. So I think Avantgarde will take it, but I hope to see at least a best of 3, and I hope just to see good games, really.
We have a lot of Avantgarde fans out there. That's brilliant to hear. All right, so tomorrow, grand final. Who do you think it's going to be? IM Avant, or do you think MV might take it from them?
I think if NV can build up the momentum from winning today and go into the best of 5, IM has the possibility to be banned out and picked out, so they can still lose. But if everything goes according to plan and there's no throwing and no one tries to cheese, IM will take it because it's stressful playing on an environment like this, and they have the most experience, and you can't discount any of that.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for your answers. They've been really, really great. Thank you very much, guys.
I'm here with Swiper, who plays top for Team Immunity. So can you tell us a little bit about the Renekton versus Shyvana matchup?
I think Renekton has a strong early game against Shyvana. He can really pressure out of lane, and if that goes well, he can just keep on snowballing from that point. But if Shyvana plays it right, I feel that about level 7, level 8, he starts kicking over and just can out-trade Renekton pretty hard, yeah.
And how did you deal with that Shyvana in game 1?
The level 1 was actually really good by Dignitas. They took red buff and Shyvana got it. She got 3 health pots and came into lane, which was really smart because she needs them health pots early against Renekton. And it did work out for a little bit, but I feel like I got a few good trades on him and it just snowballed from there.
Okay, would you agree with Radier that Spooks was probably the MVP for you guys, or what do you think?
Yeah, I definitely think Spooks played a great game, especially in game 2. He snowballed really hard and gave us a very easy early to mid game.
Okay, and did you personally make any mistakes that you wish you could have changed? Or?
I think my rotations in game 2 could have been a little bit better overall, but other than that, I feel like I played pretty well.
That's good. So tomorrow, who do you expect to see in the finals?
Well, I got a few good friends on both teams, so I don't want to be one-sided, but I do think AV might take it out.
Okay, and who helps you come up with strategy? What is your role in the strategy side of things?
When we're planning strategy teams, I put a little bit of word in, but overall I think it's mainly Spooks and Radio who talk the most in drafting and stuff like that.
Okay, so do you get a lot of inspiration from Korean teams at all?
Yeah, myself personally, yeah, I watch Korea a lot. We all like practice. We pretty much copy Korea exactly, I feel.
Okay, well, congratulations on your win today and good luck tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Hey guys, hope everybody's having a good time. I got a quick announcement. I'll be really quick and then we'll get back to some swag and some good games. But I've been asked that everybody stand. I know it's been a long show for some of us, but for safety reasons, we just need everybody standing. So thank you very much. And we're gonna bring out some swag right now, all right? Thank you.
She's such a misfit, always ready to brawl. It's like her business, roughing up your friends is the law. There is no difference if you believe you're strong. She's a bulldozer, making sure you're flat on the ground. She's like a boomerang that never gives up. She flies in circles till she hits you and you're bowed in the dust. So just remember this, when she's chasing you down, face first, you'll be thrown into the proving ground. She'll knock you out. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes Vi. As a matter of fact, the best bet one has is to quickly react to the first attack that's taken for the bullets. She'll never pull back, just resist.
And welcome back, guys, because our second best of 3 series of the day is coming right up. It's going to be Team NV taking on Avant-Garde Ascension. And let's hear it. If you are a fan of Team NV, give it up for them.
Yeah, and if you are a fan of Avant-Garde Ascension, let us all know.
Oh, I think Avant-Garde Ascension winning that one out.
Yeah, I think so. The
Pretty
Minky
big,
Rail.
yes.
The trains on the Minky Rail are coming out of the station pretty hard at this point, place.
Yeah, and choo-choos as well.
Yeah, they're chewing out of the Minky Rail station. Okay, let's stop on that front because we've done that one to death, even though it's fantastic. I'm really, really excited for this gameplay because this is going to be NV taking on Avant-Garde Ascension, and these guys, I put them a little bit closer as far as the standings are concerned. But the thing that I'm really, really excited about, Heaven's Curse versus Choo Choo's in this mid lane, that is going to be so epic because both of them really standout players for their teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing about Avant-Garde Ascension that I like is their organization's been pushing them pretty tough. I heard Minky Whale had to actually go spearfishing for his dinner last night.
Yeah, well, Minky Whale, actually, he does like to challenge himself in those sort of ways. As soon as he does that, he has another story to tell, and that's another way that he can waste someone's
Minky
entire
Whale
day.
loves the stories. And if you're interested, you should watch his stream because he always tells those stories. It makes studying him up so easy.
Yeah, it certainly does. It also makes studying in general, if you are a student, very, very easy as well because you can just have a Minky Whale story in the background and everything else feels like a good idea, so homework just comes naturally.
Okay, so Champion Select will be coming up soon. These guys still just getting into lobby, setting up their gear. We can see as well a headset getting swapped out as well there for NV, I believe.
Yep.
And NV, you know, this is First Mate, the guy who wanted to be Cabin Boy, but his dream just didn't become true.
Bring it back to Cabin Boy.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Heaven's Curse as well. Last time we saw him at a Riot event, it was at PAX last year where he was playing for Immunity when they went on to Gamescom.
Yeah, of course. We now do actually have our head-to-head up here as well.
Oh, yeah.
And on the side of Team NV, we've got Pekka Coco in the top lane. Of course, Mattress in the jungle, Heavens in the mid lane, the all-star mid laner there, and Delta Freeze and First Mate on support and AD carry.
Yeah, and for Avant-Garde Ascension in that top lane, we got Minky Whale. We all know about him. Carmen as well in the jungle. No picture there, unfortunately, for him, but
It's just really dark.
Yeah, it's a very dark picture, Atlas. Choo Choo's in that middle lane, though. Erect Gymnast and Cardred in that support and AD carry role there. Those guys have tons of synergy together, and I can't wait to see these guys as well. Featured play-ups, Pekka Coco and Minky Whale, and I've got to say, Pekka Coco sounds like an exotic bird, so having a bird against a whale is pretty sick here. We'll have to see who wins. Look at those assists, though, for Pekka Coco. 8.3 there, and has only played Shyvana.
Yeah, Minky Whale really, really liking to get in there first in those fights and often tends to die. And then his team can follow up afterwards. Doesn't often get as many of those assists. Pekka Coco, really big team player towards the end of these matches. As we can see as well, both of these players really love that Shyvana, and she's been a massively contentious pick over the course of this whole round of 8. Of course, out of these 4 teams, it's a 90% win rate for Shyvana when she was picked up by one of the players here from the round of 8 coming into the top 4. So really, really massive. And we'll see whether that possibly gets banned out or who manages to pick that one up because both Minky Whale and Pekka Coco have had a lot of success on that champion.
And Minky Whale as well. This is like the jack of all trades, and perhaps why his KDA is a bit more flat across the board. 2.3, 2.3, 3.3 there. And we've seen him in the AD carry role, support, mid, jungle, top. We've seen him everywhere. This guy
really
has just been around forever, and that's why he has so many great stories to listen to. Great guy to chat to.
Yeah, he really is. Actually, in the mid lane when he was playing that role, he was known for building a death cap on every single champion that he played,
It's awesome.
regardless of their need for mana, and his main champion was Victor as well. And there's a fantastic video on YouTube that you have to look up called Minky Whale is the best Gragas in Australia. It is definitely worth a watch. So,
I'll have to look that one up later then, Atlas.
Yeah, very, very
Thing is
worthwhile.
as well, let's look at NV. They've got 2 people that have been on Immunity in the past. So Heaven's Curse and Minky Whale, or rather Minky Whale from Avant-Garde Ascension was a sub for Immunity in the past. So,
yes. So we've sort of got like Immunity member face-off here or something like that. Of course, Heaven's Curse was in that mid lane and also on the pro roster for a long time there with Immunity. Often, a lot of Immunity strategies was hinging off Heaven's Curse during those times. So we'll see what he brings to the table here for NV.
And we also have brothers again here, but this time they're on different sides. Cardred and, of course, Pekka Coco from NV and AV.
Yeah.
Brothers here, so they're going head-to-head. It's going to be a bit interesting to see how that one turns out.
As we were talking about before, the family feud potentially.
Yeah.
Of course, hopefully things don't get too messy. We know how brothers
Success is a
can
unique
fight.
breed, perhaps, because we're seeing a lot of these brothers here.
Yeah, it's very, very true. Seems like it's a very sort of closed-off system.
Yeah, and talking about the Ubers as well, the third Uber, their oldest brother, is actually around here somewhere, and he's the original Uber. The others were just descendants.
Yeah, we do have Uber Giant's bro, so that's not Uber Giant. Oh dear. And then you've got the little one.
Little Uber Giant, who's not so little. It's quite deceitful.
Deceitful?
Deceitful, yeah.
Or deceiving, I don't know.
Anyway, Champ Select will be coming up soon. These guys are finally in lobby. I believe we've just got a couple more headset issues between these guys, so they'll get them sorted out nice and quick.
It is definitely handy to have people be able to hear what you're saying when you're talking to each
Does
other. When
always
it
help.
involves so much coordination for these teams. And man, I'm so excited for this game. And
Yeah.
the top lane matchup is going to be really interesting because I haven't seen all that much Pekka Coco. He hasn't been around the scene for all that long. And Minky Whale, he's played everything all the time.
He really
In
has.
fact, the last two champions that he played when they were qualifying to get here was Trundle. He was playing a monstrous Trundle. That Subjugate really doing massive work in his favor. So that'll be really interesting to see whether he potentially picks that one up. He was fantastic on that hero.
Yeah, so these guys still taking a little bit longer than we expected to get into the Champs League, so we might go to another short break, and game one between these guys will be coming up soon. It's NV taking on Avant-Garde. Welcome back to the guest desk, guys, and it was a PC swap out that had to happen there for first mate.
Yeah.
So, yeah, having a couple of dreams crushed here today. Couldn't be Cabin Boy, now he can't even have a PC, but
Yeah,
that
that's
one's
true.
getting fixed up for him.
Fortunately for him, though, the first dream that was crushed was quite some time ago, so
Yeah.
he's had time to get past that one. This new dream that was crushed of having a computer is now being rectified, so I think First Mate's going to be feeling okay.
And yeah, he's just going to jump into the lobby, fix up your settings, we're good to go. Let's talk about Mattress, though, because this guy's a good cushion to fall on when your team does get in a bit of trouble there. So take us through some of Mattress's history.
Well, Mattress has actually been playing for an incredibly long time. Back when us Australians and New Zealanders, of course, had to play on the North American server, Mattress was a dominating force. Played support mainly, actually, but he was always really, really high on that solo queue. Really, really an amazing player to watch, actually. He streamed a little bit as well. One of the only sort of Australian streamers. Back then it was Pizzas21 that also did a little bit of Australian streaming as well. One of the first Jace players to really make it out. He was really, really good. But yeah, Mattress along the same lines as him. And since then he's been playing a little bit of jungle as well and finally settled into that role. And support and jungle actually, they translate quite well. Both of them don't really need to focus on CS. I mean, that's one thing. But they also play in a way that wants to support the rest of their team. Jungling, coming in for the ganks, trying to get the rest of their lanes going. As we saw, I mean, in our last game, you can also carry from that role. I mean, Spooks was doing an amazing job there, but utilizing that support knowledge means that you can get a lot of those assists, a lot of those just helping your team get into the game and relying on your carries to really carry through for you.
And that's obviously a big thing there. And Mattress, you know, being that stable for his team in the jungle, has been playing phenomenally. I mean, some of his last picks, he's got the most Wukong gangs under his belt here for these top 4 teams. Pantheon as well. So definitely liking those either early game dive potential champions like Pantheon or the mid game team fights.
Yeah, or massive disruption type champions as well. The Grand Skyfall and the Cyclone, both really amazing in a team fight. Of course, popping that Grand Skyfall is just an amazing way to initiate a fight or initiate a chase. If you've got a lot of really good chase potential on your team, Grand Skyfalling somewhere where they really have to run out of it, it's a really, really good way of really getting that going and really creating those situations for your team. So it's really, really good. And something that he's really great at playing as well. Pantheon also offering such an early stun as well to his kit really means that he can offer the pressure around the map for his team really early on. And what they really like to do is get Heaven's Curse going in that mid lane as soon as possible because he's really the all-star player for their team.
And that's the thing, you know, I'm expecting 3 target bans here against Heaven's Curse, or maybe 2 with a Thresh ban against the, Delta Freeze, who is a fantastic support here for NV. But let's look at Heaven's Curse. He's one of the most innovative mid players in the scene, by far. Plays AD Lulu mid. We saw that at PAX when he was back on Immunity. And since then, he's one of the only guys that plays Ryze in that middle lane, always bringing out fancy stuff for us, even things like a Nivea sometimes. So,
he's basically got an endless champion pool.
He really does.
Endless. It's absolutely ridiculous. His Ryze has actually been getting bans all across the board. It was actually played once off stream in the round of 8. Didn't actually see that game, unfortunately, but we are looking to see whether he manages to pick that one up because he did, of course, win that game. And Heaven's Curse has played Ryze in the past, and now slight changes to his Q. It's now a little bit of a longer range in the 4.4 patch. And there's also the fact that the tier has been buffed a little bit as well, and now ticks up over time. You can build that a little bit quicker than you otherwise would. So really, really interested to see whether he gets banned out or whether Heaven's Curse does try to pick that one up as soon as possible.
Yeah, and the thing I love most about him picking up that Ryze is he likes to go with that teleport and really just carry his bot lane here. And the thing is, Delta Freeze doesn't really need help down that bottom lane. He's such a strong support by himself that having the additional presence of Heavens just means that Envy can snowball both lanes, mid and bottom. So fantastic synergy between all 3 of those guys involved with that. And we'll have to wait and see.
One thing I'd like to elaborate as well is it's so fantastic having Delta Freeze so strong in that Thresh because what can happen is Heaven's Curse can activate his teleport and you can rely on Delta Freeze to land the death sentence. And as soon as that happens, that's easy first blood in the bottom lane and getting NV ahead really, really early on, getting assists across the board. Really, really smart. You can also translate that to dragons, translate that to first turrets, takedowns in the bottom lane as well. So really, really nice way to translate this into a success. So it'll be interesting to see whether Avantgarde have an answer for it or whether they just decide to get rid of the opportunity altogether.
I think the Thresh point's actually really important there because, you know, one of the big reasons a lot of people don't like teleport on that mid lane anymore is ganking that bottom lane is becoming harder. You can't put deep wards in the opposing side's bottom lane because Sweeper is so common on these supports that they just take it out. And one thing about the Thresh is you don't need a deep ward because Thresh can be your engage. He puts the lantern back for you and you grab that and come straight in. So that's something as well that we see out of MV. They've got some great team comps going on.
Yeah, they really, really do. And if this comp actually gets through, we'll look to see what Carbon can do in order to try and get this one back because Carbon has been a monstrous player. I mean, we didn't see him all that much in the round of 8. Unfortunately, they did have a sub in. Juice was playing for them for the first couple of games, but really, really played well when they did manage to finally beat out and get their way here into the top 4. So we'll see what Carbon can do in order to answer the potential aggression coming out from Mattress and from Heavens.
So just to inform everyone, we're still waiting for First Mate to connect into the game. Obviously, had a PC swap out, so he's got to set up all his key bindings and settings and whatnot, and hopefully he'll get in soon, but of course, it does take a bit of time.
Yeah, it certainly does. You got to remove an entire computer and really get it all set back up again. But we have seen him.
Oh, yeah.
He has arrived into this game. They, of course, might need to just pop out and reorder themselves.
Ironically, he was the last mate to connect. Yeah.
Oh, dear.
But he was one of the first mates on the team to begin with.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. He was actually Heavens' first mate when they moved together over onto the NV team.
Yeah, so I was chatting to First Mate actually a couple months back, and I said, what was your favorite esports moment? He said it was back at ACL where he enjoyed just crushing top lane. And
Really?
now that he's an AD carry, it's a little bit interesting because he enjoyed crushing top lane so much that he switched to bottom lane. That makes no sense to me.
My absolute favorite story was getting carried by First Mate in a custom in-house when he was playing Renekton as an AD carry.
Yeah.
That was
So
definitely interesting.
Perhaps that's why he swapped. But we've seen some fantastic Draven play from him.
We certainly have.
First Mate and Uber Giants Pro, one of the only two guys here at the round of 4 that have been playing that Draven and doing it really well, I have to say. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that picked up by First Mate in this best of 3 series.
Yeah, and I have to say that First Mate's Draven was so impressive. He was deleting people in about 2 auto attacks from that guy. And when that's starting to happen coming out of a Draven that has, Last Whisper, Bloodthirster, and Infinity Edge at one point in the game, you just don't want to be in that game anymore because it just feels so horrible to get that obliterated.
And it just synergizes so well with Delta Freeze's strengths as a support,
Yeah.
Loves things like that Leona and the Thresh, Great peel for a Draven who otherwise doesn't have as much mobility as, say, a Lucian. So great coordination between NV. Really a strong team, actually, considering they replaced their lineup quite recently in regards to when they qualified. So they were the second team to qualify after Frenetic Array, a.k.a. Dignitas.
Yep.
And it was with a relatively new roster at that stage.
Yeah, they've really settled in as well, and it seems like they do have the team synergy that they really needed. I think that was a lot of the reasons behind a lot of the swapping out that did actually happen. They just felt like they didn't work out. But we are going into Champion Select here, guys.
Yeah.
We'll see what gets banned out first. I'm really interested to see because this pick and ban phase could decide the entire game.
Yeah, I'll see. I'm expecting... Oh, I wasn't expecting a Yasuo ban there out of NV. Don't want Choo Choo's playing that one.
Yeah, Choo Choo's actually decimated on that Yasuo as well when they 2-0'd their last matchup. So not wanting to see that one. Draven being taken away from First Mate as well.
And that's not surprising. First Mate is fantastic at that. Lee Sin banned away from Carbon as well. So Carbon might be looking for an Elise pickup here. He loves that champion. Did get a bit of a nerf, but we'll wait and see. Renekton banned away from Pekka Coco. That leaves Shyvana open though, so lots of choices for both of these teams.
Yeah, Pekka Coco also been playing that Mundo a little bit as well when he's not necessarily as strong. Zig's being taken away too, so none of that sieging and anti-siege coming through, which honestly I'm not that excited about. It does leave for a little bit of a stale mid to late game, but
Okay, so it's the Kazakhs lock in here by Pekka Coco. That's either going to Heaven's Curse or Mattress in the jungle. I'm expecting it more on that jungle there. It's so strong with that ultimate evolution now.
Yeah, it really is. And it also suits Mattress's playstyle really, really well. They have left open the Evelynn, though, which Carbon is looking over here. And, of course, when he only played 2 games, one of those games was on Evelynn as well. So definitely a comfort champion for him.
Yeah, and we're seeing more and more Oceanic guys respecting this Evelynn pick more and more. It started off with Spooks from Immunity, Zahi as well.
Yeah.
Is he going to pick up an Anivia here? I don't know.
Seems like Bird's the word at this point.
Well, Pekka Coco's an exotic bird, Anivia's an ice bird. Perhaps that's what they're going for.
Maybe he's just sending out a little bit of Easter cheer, just because of that put into egg form.
Yeah.
Maybe that's it. I mean, we are in April now. It's almost time for Easter.
I would like them to lock this in.
Dominating, yes. That being said, they're not really forced to pick up the Evelynn here because it doesn't really matter. They know that Kazakhs is most likely going to be going into that jungle. So taking the Lucian as soon as possible.
Yeah, it's much better.
And they've banned out First Mate's Draven here. So First Mate probably going to opt for...
Probably a Caitlyn, I'd say.
Yeah, Caitlyn, because Sivir has taken that nerf. And First Mate did play that Sivir as well, but not as much of a top pick here. Oh, Heaven's hovering over the Soraka. He has played mid Soraka before.
But I think it'd be for Delta Freeze. I think they're setting up for a Caitlyn poke lane. That's why they're also hovering this Karma as well.
Yep.
Lots of damage from that Q as well when you use that mantra and buff it. It's more than you might expect, so I'd like to see this one locked in. Heaven's Curse on this Syndra would be fantastic as well, so lots of options for these guys. Delta Freeze's Thresh got through as well, so maybe they're going to lock that in.
That is absolutely massive. The fact that Delta Freeze got it into 3rd round of picks as well, managing the first pick away.
They're just toying with us. They lock it in.
That is a smart idea. That is a really smart idea. The last 2 games that Mickey Well played on that Trundle, he was a dominating force. When he was playing Shyvana, he was a little bit shakier, not quite as powerful and dominating as he was on that Trundle. So taking that comfort champion away from him.
Fiddlesticks. Erect Gymnast. Is he going to do it? I don't know.
Is it Erect Gymnast or could it potentially be Carbon?
Interesting. I feel if it was a jungle pick here, you would be very, very risky going up against that Kazakhs. Kazakhs easily able to steamroll you in that jungle, but we'll see. they might lock in that Karma. It was hovered a lot by NV. We'll wait and see. They're just kind of bouncing her out a lot of picks here.
Yeah, you can't really make a decision until the Fat Lady has sung or that timer has
The
ran
Morgana
out.
support?
pick up very good.
Yeah, that makes
and
a lot of
Gymnast
sense.
played a lot of Morgana as well. Actually played it 3 times out of the 5 games that he played in the round of 8 as well. So
yeah,
would not be surprised if that one came through. Cardred just opting to go for the safe choice, picking up that jungler that they were already pretty much decided on.
And so that's easy. Basically, instead of picking up the Evelynn early, they didn't really need to, so they went for that Lucian instead. Great pickup for them. They get that one for themselves. And a very strong bot lane here as well. Lucian Morgana is quite strong against that Thresh. You can Black Shield all the hooks and the flares, even the ultimate, depending on if that Black Shield's still alive after all of it. But we'll wait and see. There might be a lane swap out of all of this. Of course, Trundle, not the best in that 2v1 situation, but it's up to what NV want to be doing here. Hovering that Poppy, just trolling me, but that's all right.
Oh, Heaven's
hovering this Karma as well.
Looking potentially at a Karma pickup.
Both teams have been hovering
interesting.
this.
Yeah, I do like the Karma.
I'm not really sure what their thought process is behind this one. I mean, Karma's strong. She's actually very, very strong.
I'm just getting really excited because I love watching Karma play. Just having that speed up for your whole team is just monstrous in these team fights. Plus, I want my my plan of the possible substitute here for Siva could potentially be that Karma with the Mantra W. So we'll see. First mate actually looking at this Jinx though. This will be the first time he plays that one in the round of 8.
So it was going to be either the Jinx or the Caitlyn here is what we were looking at, you know, for that late game range. And of course, Jinx in lane is a little bit more aggressive, I sometimes feel, but not as safe on the other hand. You don't have a 90 caliber net to escape a lot of those ganks, but this will be interesting. Of course, Jinx, when there's an Evelynn jungle, a little bit scary, but of course, first mate probably confident with Mattress being able to defend him.
The thing here is though, once the team gets to level 11, you've got double resets on the side of NV as well. So you've got Kha'Zix jumping in, assassinating someone. If first mate manages to get any damage on them at all, he's going to get excited after that, and they'll be able to snowball these team fights going through. And they've got so much late game power, but we sort of just skimmed over the fact that Heavens is playing Karma in the mid lane.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. We'll see how this one lines up as well. Last pick here. Could it be that Jax for Minky? You can see him on the right of your screen there with the Minky hat on. Needs that top lane for himself, so we'll see what he picks up.
Shyvana is still available here, but looking to go for the Jax instead. Interesting choice.
Well, I think he's going to go with this Jax, so it's going to be locked in.
This is the first time we've actually seen him on Jax, so this is going to be exciting to see. See whether Mickey's been practicing some things deep dark, you know, secret champions coming
outside
through.
of Renekton and Shyvana and Trundle.
Outside of Renekton, Shyvana, Trundle, and Olaf. He played
he had
in his
Olaf
first
as
match
well.
there.
So, okay, another interesting champion coming out here from Mickey Well. I think this will be quite strong in that top lane. One of the best things about the Trundle is you use that subjugate, that ultimate on your opposing champion, and if they're a full tank, that makes you a full tank. So that's why we see a lot of Trundles build double offensive items, the Hydra as well as that Blade of the Ruined King. So going a damage top laner kind of stops a bit of that happening. Mickey's going to go probably offensive here with an early Blade of the Ruined King, and it's going to mean Pekka Coco doesn't get free tanky stats when he ults him.
Yeah, it's true. One thing I really, really love about this team comp as well coming out from NV is Heavens being on this Karma means that the shields coming out on that W are going to be huge, and they're going to give you a movement speed buff as well. So Pekka Coco on that Trundle is not going to be as kiteable as he otherwise would. I mean, he lacks any sort of movement displacement abilities, so he does have the ability to slow people down. He can speed himself up a bit, but he can't dash to anyone. He doesn't have any of those gap closers. So having that extra speed boost on top of his W as well is going to be huge in getting Pekka Coco into that backline and really causing some trouble.
And of course, you know, we've seen some great Trundle play in the round of 8, you know.
Oh,
that pillar coming out of Trundle is going to be very strong at engaging these fights. And when you look at the rest of the team, there's great follow-up for that. You know, you pillar someone, it's only a small time when you have an opportunity to capitalize. And someone like Delta Freeze's Thresh is going to be fantastic for that. Because when you look at the rest of them, the follow-up's just fantastic. And you can't really black shield a pillar either. So that's important to remember as well.
Yeah, the thing that I think that is really, really smart on the side of AV is not picking that Shyvana when they did have a Trundle as well. But we are getting into this match, everyone.
Let's do it. And And we are onto the Rift here for game number 1 of Envy taking on Avantgarde Ascension here in the second semi-finals of the day. Winner of this series will be moving on to the finals against Immunity. So let's see what we have here. Envy moving up for an invade, it looks like.
Yeah, definitely flooding this top side of the map place. Envy looking to possibly get something going. As we did see on the side of Delta Freeze, picked up a Vision Ward and mostly other wards instead of any actual items here for the first pick on that Thresh. So very different. The first time we've really seen wards level 1 coming out of these teams.
Yeah, and it's slowly starting to change. And I think picking up early wards is important. Delta Freeze, this is something he likes to do in the past.
Minky well.
Hook on a Minky. Oh, they go for it. Will this be the first blood? Minky taking so much damage, puts down the counter strike, blocks a lot of damage, but does. No, he flashed. Heavens goes for it, and he finds it. The first blood for Heaven's Curse.
Yeah, and an assist onto every team member as well. An amazing start here for Envy. And what we were saying before, Heaven's Curse likes to get snowballed early on in the game so he can put his team on his back. First Blood's definitely going to help. Of course, at this point in the game, First Blood only worth about 200 gold because they did try and nerf that a little bit, so not going to be worth as much to them. But as you can see, still already a 400 gold lead here at the very start of this game.
So let's see what they decide to do off that. They look like they want to take this red buff, and they're probably going to get it here as well. I don't think Avant want to contest it. Also, Envy warded their own red buff here, so they're going to see if AV go for that red buff swap.
Yeah, and AV have done really well here as well, because what they've done is they've deduced the fact that because everyone was in that top lane, they're going to maneuver the AD carry and support into this top lane as well. So Envy doing a lane swap, AV now know about it, and they're going to send Cardred and Erect Gymnast up into that top lane, get that 2v2 like they wanted.
Yeah, AV definitely wanted that 2v2 here. They, Mickey Well, not the strongest 2v1 champ there especially, so great move from AV to spot that one out.
Yeah, and also that Jax does fairly well against that that Trundle as well, so Pekka Coco not going to be able to quite have his way as he might want in that lane. So we'll see what does happen here.
So I'm expecting to be a little bit slow in this 2v2, but Choo-Choo's and Heavens in the middle lane, LeBlanc and Karma, this is a matchup I don't really know how it's going to go. It's going to be interesting.
Flanking from the side here.
Will come around, has been spotted. Heavens with the speed buff. Chain misses though, so they're going to have to back out. Heavens does get just gets chunked a bit. Carbon even more. Wow, below half health already.
Yeah, that Mantra Q did so much damage coming out of Heavens, and Carbon really has to watch out if he wants to be that aggressive this early on.
So, 1-0 is the lead though. It's just that first blood there for NV, and it's not too bad for AV. They lost the red buff as well. That's probably what hurts more, losing that early red buff from your jungle. So.
Yeah, and when First Blood does come out before minions are spawned as well, it's very hard for you to capitalize off those kills. I mean, you do get a little bit of extra gold, but it's hard to get the objectives out of it. They stole the red buff, definitely good there.
Look at that. Heavens with a quick shield wins out the trade with Choo-Choo's, and that's what he's going to be looking to do. Only needs to really get his Q down with that Mantra, and he can really put the pain onto Choo-Choo's. So Choo-Choo's going to need to be a bit careful.
Yeah, he really is, and Choo-Choo's probably not used to playing against a Karma in the mid lane as well. This is what Heaven's Curse tends to do to his opponents, is he brings out these unconventional picks, and then most of the reason why he tends to win lane is because it's very, very difficult for them to know what to do against a champion that they may not have seen for a very long time.
Yeah, that's so true. I mean, he always comes out with something new here. Very good at learning these new champs and playing them at a competitive level. Carbon's up in this top lane, no snare, going to hit that minion, not quite what they want. First mate walks out, no problems.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get a little bit of damage onto Carbon as well, but nice attempt, but really, really nice work, and dodging out of that Dark Binding was imperative in order for First Mate to actually survive that gank.
And there we go again, Choo-Choo's using that W to farm as well. We can see the Q being maxed from Heavens, putting down that damage as well. Every time he auto-attacks, it reduces some of that cooldown on his ultimate as well, so the more aggressive Heavens can be, it just makes him want to be even more aggressive.
Yeah, he really wants to get those auto-attacks onto champions, so that he can get that cooldown on his Mantra down, and every time he manages to land that Mantra Q, it is so much damage on top there as well. And as we can see, Heaven's really using his far better wave clear to his advantage here as well, because it's a lot more difficult for a LeBlanc to actually farm under tower.
And that's one of the things as well, LeBlanc has fantastic roaming potential, but her laning phase is kind of tough. I mean, getting that CS under this pressure isn't as easy as you might expect, so we'll see how Choo-Choo's plays this one out. Once he gets that level 6 though, he'll become a lot more aggressive, and that's where we'll really see things changed up.
Yeah, once his Distortion does get a few points into it as well, he'll be able to clear out a wave with that fairly easily. Oh, really, really nice.
That really hurts. He is maxing that Distortion though, so it's on a fairly low cooldown. Does sacrifice a little bit of damage doing that though.
Yeah, he's also being forced into using Distortion defensively as well, which is not a mindset that you want to be in when you're playing that LeBlanc. You want to be aggressive, you want to be making the plays. Nice cue there from Mattress, going to be able to get pink ward dominance here.
That's what it's all about. I mean, those pink wards can last a long time in that river there. You'd be surprised how many times people don't walk through those bushes.
Bit of a standoff there in the mid lane as well. Heaven's just standing in front of the creep saying, yeah, bring it.
Pretty
Come and
much.
get me, man.
But there we go. 2v still holding strong in this top lane. Only that one kill from First Blood, and the gold lead slowly becoming more in Envy's favor here, but not too much of a big deal from Avant.
Nice
Bit of an engage at the top. Black Shield does protect him for a little bit. Kadra getting chunked pretty hard from First Mate, but I don't think it's going to be enough for kills just yet. Great trade, though, from NV.
Yeah, if that's a sign of things to come, it's going to get very, very difficult for AV once there is some damage items onto this First Mate, because landing all of the skill shots and, of course, Delta Freeze, we do talk about the fact that his Thresh is so impressive, but it has to be said again.
So we haven't seen much from this bottom lane either, but they've just been going toe-to-toe. Only 6 CS between Minkyuel and Pekka Coco, so very close
Carbon
lane.
coming in possibly for another gank here.
Yeah, just hiding around. First Mate a little bit overextended, but he's going to grab that Lantern. Carbon, good discipline, not jumping on that one.
The Spidey senses are tingling.
But there we go. Oh, right into the snare as well. First Mate's in big trouble. Pops that barrier straight away.
Mattress.
Mattress comes in for the counter gank, and now Erect Gymnast is out of position. Needs to run away. Great flush from Carbon. Catches out First Mate, and he goes down. Cardred will as well. 2-man play, and that'll be the cleanup. A double kill for NV.
And the sacrificial lamb being Delta Freeze, but he doesn't mind. He just got Mattress a double kill. And we saw just in the last game that was played, Spooks getting fed on that jungle Kha'Zix was monstrous. And Choo-Choo's now actually managing to get some damage back here on the side of Heavens. But having Mattress now 2-0-2, that is really, really scary for AV.
And this is what we've been seeing from Kha'Zix all day. We saw it from Spooks, and snowballing that Kha'Zix is very scary. Once he gets that level 6, which he has, he'll evolve that ultimate, so he'll just become even more scary.
Yeah, and evolving that ultimate is so... He's done it just then as we speak, and he's now just going to be so much tankier as well. He's probably going to build, possibly, firstly, that Elder Lizard into the Hex Drinker, often into then Aranduans, and building a little bit more tanky.
Yeah. But, you know, of course, 4-2 is the lead here for NV. Coming out strong in the early game, and, you know, is that what we expected from their team comp?
Oh, we certainly did, and I really, really, really like this. Because now that the duo is in that top lane, bottom lane is finally back, managed to get some items, and they're going to use this opportunity to just rotate down and grab this dragon. Really nicely played by NV, and they know that they have control of this game.
Yeah, and an 8-minute dragon, it's what we saw a lot from these teams back in the round of 8. So keeping strong to their strategies here. Carbon's in trouble. Look at the damage from Mattress. Choo-Choo's wants to follow up and protect. Will it be enough? No, Carbon goes down. Mattress escapes as well, using that stealth so well right there. And the blue buff goes to Heavens.
And that's exactly why evolving that ultimate first is so important on this Kha'Zix. Mattress able just to pop it and get his passive up again, and get the Q out, finish off the kill, and then instantly disappear again so that he couldn't be follow-up killed by Choo-Choo. So smartly played by Mattress there.
So a teleport as well here from Pekka Coco defending out that top lane. The rotations across the board here for NV have been fantastic, picking up all the objectives and making sure they defend the ones that Avant are trying to go for. Mattress takes a bit of damage there, but this is just a 3-man push. They're going to get this tower, no problem.
Yeah, and then it's going to be a 3v1 against Minkyuel, and he's not really going to be able to do anything against 3 people, even though he is a Jax.
First Mate, commit! And he gets it.
Yeah, I think he just wanted to make sure that they didn't leave too many creeps there in order to get the waves pushing back in their favor. Intelligent maneuver, wanting to make sure that most of these are dead, and that Jax doesn't have an ability to freeze a wave and really catch back up in this game, because they want to avoid that at all costs. As we can see now, Pekka Coco with the lead, and they want to keep it that way, because Jax's snowball potential is gigantic.
Yeah, and there's a tower easily taken in that top lane, a 3-man push. We saw Carbon roam up to help that one out. Pekka needs to be careful. Oh, and he does go down in that top lane. Just gets taken out after his tower falls.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about exactly in the bottom lane, but unfortunately Pekka Coco didn't quite get the memo.
Oh, Delta Freeze, just misses the hook. Choo-Choo's knows he's there now, needs to run. There's the Lantern as well. Delta Freeze is committing. He's going to take a lot of damage here, but he's still going for it. Misses the box, but does find the flash from Choo-Choo's.
Yeah, box there for a little bit of zoning. Unfortunately, the creeps ran out there as well, so Envy's going to spot the fact that his blue buff is getting stolen.
Oh, he's using the stealth. Did he find it? I'm not sure who fought it, but they're going for the fight anyway. First Mate looking for the follow-up. Erect Gymnast. Oh, he slices it out, and he's going to miss the ultimate, unfortunately, from Jinx. Carbon taking a lot of damage. They find the return. Resets from First Mate. He wants to chase Cardred down, and it's an auto-attack war between him. First Mate is going to demolish Cardred right here. There's not enough. Heavens couldn't even get the assist, and it's a double kill for First Mate.
Yeah, that was incredibly unfair. Of course, First Mate with full mana, double buffs against a 0 mana Cardred.
Oh, man.
Only able to get out 1 piercing light before he was and unable to really do anything in order to stop that. I mean, he could have potentially barriered, but he opted not to use that unless it only just came up.
So, 8-4 now. NV still in the lead here, and a great gold lead for him as well. 1-1 in towers, and surprisingly, Pekka Coco and Mickey Well, despite these rotations, have kept even in that CS, and the scores are relatively even as well.
Yeah, well, instead of dying, Mickey Well actually managed to just pull back in that lane and then get some CS back in his favor. So pulled that 20 CS deficit a little bit back.
Flay just missed.
Nice
Great
pillar.
pillar, though. Mickey might still be in a bit of trouble. Delta Freeze has the hook. Gonna whiff it. Oh, a little bit of a mechanical failure right there, but Mickey gets out. Not sure if they would have had the damage to follow up anyway.
Yeah, and I'd really like to see Pekka Coco as well, making sure that he uses that Subjugate once Minky Well has used his ultimate as well, because that'll actually make it worthwhile to use on a Jax. A lot of the reason why this Jax was picked up as well is because he likes to build damage items. He doesn't like to give himself a lot of massive tanky stats, which is what Subjugate really wants to take away from you.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
When you're playing that Trundle. So having no dedicated gigantic tank is a really smart way to sort of mitigate the power.
Well, here we go. Big team fight. Choo-Choo's already need to run away. Carbon, look at the damage coming out of Mattress, and it's Heavens that picks it up. Delta Freeze getting a nice stun off there. Won't be enough. Lantern not used either, but Mattress is on the hunt here. Choo-Choo's needs to escape. Can he steam away from this one in time? Will he juke? No, he's going to keep running.
There it is.
Great ultimate from First Mate. Finds the kill. Gets the clone as well, and Mattress isn't even done. Jumps forward. Cardred taking damage as well now. Heaven's not close enough to follow, but a great teamfight win for NV.
And as we were saying about Mattress, he likes to play aggressive early game junglers. He has been so aggressive on this Kha'Zix, and it's been working out perfectly for them. Almost, he's got 90% kill participation at this point, really helping carry his team forward. And I've been so impressed. By the first time that I've seen him play Kha'Zix, really bringing it home.
And First Mate as well. This guy was once a top laner, and he switched to AD carry for the regionals, and he's just played phenomenally from the start to now, and I would expect him to go even further here. He's 3-1-4 with 77 CS right now, has that Bloodthirster already. NV looking pretty strong.
Yeah, and a lot of these players actually call First Mate First Draven sometimes just because his Draven is so powerful. That one getting banned away, and he's really showing the fact that Jinx can sort of fit that role as well. She has augmented auto attacks that tend to just wreck you in damage, and he's really playing it well. See, these immobile AD carries seem to really work for First Mate.
They really do, and I mean, it just seems like the mobility he gets from these resets, allowing him to clean up fights, is what he's excelling at here. I mean, he doesn't really need to be in the front line. He hasn't been a part of many of these fights. He's just been cleaning up with his ultimate and the zap. So First Mate knowing his position in this part of the game, and it's only 13 minutes, so it is pretty early.
Yeah, really, really good. 2-0-1 on Heaven's Curse as well, and he's been a little bit silent, but finished off that Morella Nomicon, so wanted to get a lot of early game power. It gives you so much cooldown reduction, and that is something that Akama absolutely loves. She wants to get that mantra up as often as possible, spam out that poke as much as possible as well. So really intelligent moves here, and he's going to be a real menace come late game, just locking people down and throwing constant poke into the enemy team.
NV just chilling on a ward. Just hanging out.
That
There we
gets
go.
raised.
Carbon engages it. Will it be enough though? AV getting melted right here. Great ultimate from First Mate though, and he's sitting in the
that
background
play.
getting resets. Choo-Choo's in big trouble. Jumps over the wall but does survive. Wiki Well coming in now as well. Pekka Coco from behind too. Cardred doing damage. First
gets
Mate
excited.
on the retreat. Can he get more? No, he goes down. He only got a double kill. It's not enough. Cardred looking for the kills here as well. Pekka Coco, the only survivor from Team NV, and that ward just won AV a huge team fight.
That was absolutely massive. 2 for 4 in that trade. Really amazing work, and Minky Wow coming into the right stage, finally managing to finish off that kill there on Pekka Coco. Really, really well played from AV, and they are so far back in this game. They've pulled it back by about 2,000 gold. It was about 4,000 the difference, now only 2,000. Cardred making his way down to this bottom lane as well, so definitely NV needs to invest in some sweepers so that does not happen again.
Yeah, and I mean, what can we say? That is the perfect example of how wards can win you games.
Yeah, the quintessential solo queue thing that you really need to remember is buy wards, everyone, because otherwise that can happen.
Pretty much. And NV, they're going to learn from this. They've already picked up another sweepy here and a couple of pink wards as well, but we'll see. Oh, great catch there on the Heavens. He's in big trouble. Will go down. No problems. Minky Well picks it up, and he's now 4-1-0.
Yeah, he has just stormed into this game at this point. And on Jax, and now 15 minutes into this game, that is not what you want happening if you're going against him. But on the side of AV...
Oh, he got it!
Oh, my goodness.
Right across the wall. Great job from Mattress. But the fight continues. Erect Gymnast will go down.
Yeah,
Great
First Mate picking
job
that one
from
up over the
NV.
end. Oh, wow, that was incredible. And the fact that Minky Whale stood on top of the lantern so that it couldn't be clicked to go back out again. So Mattress, really nice play, managed to pick up the Dragon. Then really nice counterplay, trying to get that kill. And a little bit to their advantage by Minky Whale standing on top of the lantern.
What a fantastic game this one's turning out to be now. It looked like NV were steamrolling it away. The snowball was in motion, but AV have just ascended above all that madness and they're pulling it back.
They really
but
are.
That was a fantastic steal from Mattress, and it dampens some of that recovery that AV were looking for there. So
yeah, AV were trying to make a little bit more of a lead now. Still the same amount. I mean, that Dragon didn't really swing it all that much.
Yeah.
So it sort of changed things just a little bit back. But Blade of the Ruined King now finished up for Minky Whale, so that's going to definitely be good. He'll be able to jump on top of First Mate and really stick on him as well, which is so, so dangerous. You do not want a Jax to be able to just thwack on top of you forever.
So this is what Avantgarde really need right now, objectives. Unfortunately, they lost that Dragon, so they need to return with towers. They looked for a mid just there, didn't quite find it. The wave clear from Heaven's Curse is fantastic on this armor.
Yeah, he's just being able to blast through these creeps. And as you can see, just clears a whole back wave with his Q. So they're going to try and rotate around, try and get this shutdown gold on top of Minky Whale.
So First Mate's picked up a blue pot here as well, or a mana pot rather. A little bit interesting from him. So
Yeah.
he wants to be spamming a bit. Perhaps that's just leftover from the early game.
Possibly is.
Yeah.
Jinx does tend to use a lot of mana, especially when she's in that rocket form.
Mattress sitting pretty aggressively here. And this is what these guys are going to be looking to do, just a fight front on, it looks like. Minky Whale doing the right thing here and sitting off in that side lane. He's going to get a lot more CS by doing that. And I think Avantgarde know that they just need to stall it out and look for that late game when Choo-Choos can get insta-gibs on that LeBlanc. And of course, Minky Whale is going to be a late game Jax, which is always a terror.
Yeah, the only issue I see here on the side of AV is it's very dangerous for them to really utilize any wave clear that they've got. Of course, Distortion is a good way of doing it, but you have to get right into the face of the enemy team. A well-placed death sentence can really mean death for you. And getting Minky Whale in there to hit down those creep waves, it's going to be very difficult. The Culling's available, Piercing Light's available, but that's about it. I mean, Erect Gymnast is on Morgana, who's generally a good farming champion, but as support, you're not going to be doing enough damage to the minions in order to take them down fast enough. So look to see NV potentially try and really put the pressure onto these towers because they know that they have a lot more siege potential.
But here we go. Snares are going to be very important here for Avantgarde Ascension. A good snare can stop a dive from NV, so let's watch Erect Gymnast, see what he can do, as well as Choo-Choos. I mean, if he can get a good pick of damage down onto First Mate or perhaps Heavens, then that could be big as well for AV.
Yeah, Minky Whale coming in here as well is really going to deter NV from any extra action. But as we saw, it took a little while for that creep wave to go down. It was nice the fact that AV had a bit of pressure and scared NV off so that when they were clearing out that wave, they weren't just going to get instantly destroyed.
So just kind of continues here. The guys slowly working in towards an A-ramp. Minky Whale's joined him as well. It's like, side lanes were a bit boring. I want to join the party here in mid.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a slow push going on for NV here in this top lane, though. So that tower might be going down. Of course, it's already gone down on the side of Avantgarde. So.
Oh, great pillar. Choo-Choos gets caught out. Hook doesn't quite land.
Oh,
That was big. Oh, Erect
damage.
Gymnast takes so much damage. Oh, man.
That was very, very close. If he had to hit that last tick, then that zap would have landed as well, and that possibly could have been a dead Erect Gymnast. So very, very lucky for him making it out of that one, not getting the return damage.
So they're just still going at it. I'm very surprised, committing to this push for a couple of minutes now. Not what we usually see, but NV must be confident that they'll come out ahead. Pekka Coco not really taking damage from Choo-Choos. Heavens with the poke, doing a great job of landing that, but they're going for it. Zora's Embrace comes down and it's really strong right there. Carbon jumping out to the side, will go down. Matches picks it up. Heavens doing so much damage as well. First Mate gets the resets. He's going for the kills. Can he find another? He gets a double. Needs to keep fighting here to win it out for his team, but Avantgarde are just going to turn it around. No deaths for NV, and a great fight for him.
That was incredibly well done. Delta Freeze and Pekka Coco.
Oh,
wow. The
flash. The follow-up. Oh, Delta Freeze couldn't find it right there. Pillar comes out, but they're just fighting for these towers right now. NV pick up one. They'll probably get a second here.
They might keep pushing through. Carbon has just come up 5 seconds on Choo-Choos. If they burst this one down, it'll be very, very good for NV.
Another hook just missed. Skills will be coming up soon
as well. And they're
well.
going to back away. Chompers, really, really nice work. This is amazing place. The fact that they won that team comp so incredibly well, they also zoned out Minky Whale, who was just a dominating force for AV. Really, really smart play. And Heavens, he should have died, but he didn't. The shield and the fact that he managed to kill Carbon so quickly saved his life. Envy just turning it back around again.
And I wonder what Heavens is building here now as well, you know. Could be going for that death cap, so I'd expect the damage to just skyrocket once he finishes that one. But right now, Avant, they do recover off that a little bit. They lost 2 towers, which is rough. They're going to be able to get a mid one here. Maybe not, actually. There's a teleport from Pekka Coco. He's going to commit. Oh, now he gets caught. That wasn't a good idea. Snare comes out. Double chains from Choo Choo's, but he's still alive. He's still fighting.
Turret's
and
up
now
as
it's
well.
Mickey Whale who's in trouble. Heavens gets the lockdown. Can he get the follow-up? Not quite. First mate finds it and gets the shutdown. He gets excited and he keeps chasing right here. He won't find anything else. Jumps into the chompers as he puts them out. Pekka Coco looking for it as well. No more kills, but a great turnaround for NV.
That talisman into the death sentence was almost amazing, but that cheeky little cannon minion just got a little bit too close.
And they're still just fighting up this mid lane here. NV cruising at this lane right here. They're going for the inhibitor, fighting for it as well. Can AV defend is the question. It's already at half health. Cullen gets used, and Lucian is just taking way too much damage for this. Both teams back out, and NV are playing the objective game right now and doing it fantastically.
NV are so incredibly aggressive, and AV just had no idea. They look terrified running up that mid lane as well, away from NV, because they've just been making these aggressive plays over and over again. Dragons just come up. NV going to take that one to themselves as well. So really nice play.
AV are coming. NV need to be careful. They don't want to be going base in the middle of nowhere right here. That would not be a good idea.
Yeah, lots of skill shots being used, but only 2 went down to this bottom lane. We could see AV possibly try and collapse and try and pick up a couple of easy kills, but NV going to be smart, get the hell out of there.
Talisman of Ascension is still available for AV, so they can rotate for that bottom lane if they want. I think NV know this one, so they're looking for the defense, but you got to remember there are super creeps in that mid lane, and this is a really rough period of the game for AV.
Yeah, they're really going to start pushing forward. Of course, NV need to now move into other lanes, perhaps choose another one, siege that one down, while they've got super creeps doing the work for them in another lane. So put the pressure on and keep it there, but NV, it was looking a little bit shaky after Mikuel got so many kills in that team fight where they got caught out, but since then, they've really shown that they know that they can win this game, and they're going to make all the right decisions to do it. They didn't get psyched out from that play.
Yeah, and that's really important here, you know, keeping your cool in this environment. I was talking to Kensti after his game against Immunity, and he was saying, you know, it was a little bit of an unnatural feeling for him playing at this LAN event, you know. The keyboard's not quite lined up the same as at home, the screen a little bit further away, and it does affect these guys a little bit. Rippy on the other hand was like, doesn't matter. I just ignore it all. Though. So people respond in different ways here, and we'll see how this one kind of plays out, because 22 minutes in, and this one's turning into a bit of a nail-biter.
Yeah, it definitely is. We'll see whether AV can try and pull it back in their favor, because of course 8,000 gold is nothing to scoff at, and NV, with that inhibitor down as well, have all the control in this game.
Yeah. So, Choo Choo's as well had a very rough laning phase, 1, 3, and 3. This Karma pick from Heavens has been fantastic.
And it's completely psyched him out as well. I mean, the Abyssal Scepter being picked up, and I love that pickup as well, because Carbon wants to be doing the magic damage on top of him, mostly. Of course, that E has been changed to physical, but he's going to have this Eve in his face, and so the Eve's going to have the magic resist shredded from that Abyssal Scepter, and Heavens is going to be doing so much damage. Of course, Choo Choo's probably wants to be fairly in range of that as well, so I like the pickup, and it really stops a lot of this damage coming through. Of course, Jax does a lot of magic damage as well.
Yeah. And what's mostly interesting to me is it shows how aggressively he wants to play these fights. He doesn't want to sit back and poke. He wants to get up in the fray of things and just battle it out.
In the fray, that could have been a fantastic
fun
a little while ago, but unfortunately not anymore.
Here we go though, a bit of a base race. AV pushing down this mid tower. They finally get it. Been trying at that tower for a very long time. Can they get a second though? They know it's risky, so they will back out.
Yeah, picking that one up for free though. That's an objective for free, and they will definitely not be worried about that one.
Yeah,
definitely happy to take that one home. Swiper playing for NV, no problem.
Slight misplay from NV.
Oh, I thought you said Swiper was playing for NV. I'm like,
no, that'd be weird.
Cool.
But yeah, of course, NV just missing that one a little bit. Not a big deal, honestly. One tower could become an issue later on. We'll wait and see. But NV look like they want to just push this mid lane again.
Driving seats still. This inhibitor probably going to be coming up fairly soon, but look at the Christmas tree that is the jungle of AV here for NV as well. So they've got so much vision, they're going to easily be able to push out this outer turret.
Oh, Delta Freeze is in trouble. Matches as well. It's a 3v3 to begin, but the rest of the teams will follow up. Chirek Jim is taking a lot of damage. Mickey escapes. Oh, the ultimate just misses from first mate. That was so unfortunate. Pekka Coco with the hook. Carbon's in trouble. Great flay. Knocks 3 people back into NV, and they're still fighting this one. But Avantgarde have no deaths right now. I'm not sure how they're coming out ahead in this fight. Delta Freeze, the only casualty, and Minky Whale survives with a sliver of health.
That was a 4v3 where that Super Mega Death Rocket was aimed at the perfect place if NV was forced out of that fight. Unfortunately, because NV is so far ahead, they managed to actually put the pressure back onto AV, and where First Mate decided to throw that Super Mega Death Rocket was slightly out of place. So
yeah, that would have been huge if it
landed. Understanding quite how that fight was going to go.
Oh, Mattress, leg it, leg it! Oh, he's going to fly it.
Yeah, I think he's wingsing it.
He's going to wings it. All right. Anyway, he gets out. Lucky for him.
Yeah. Gonna have that leap range evolve that 1 second, so no worries at all. He's level 12. Getting that one out there. The inhibitor has respawned, so Avant-Garde getting a little bit more comfort back into this game.
Yeah, but they're still sweating in their pants after that last fight. It was so close. Minky Well, he's a bit of a scream when he plays, I hear, as well, so he would have been making some noise after that one, but we'll wait and see. Avant-Garde, they're holding on. And that's what you got to do in this situation. It is only game one. Oh, double chain, and he's going to flash.
Yeah, not a lot of damage coming out of a double chain there onto Delta Freeze.
Yeah.
Choo-Choos didn't have enough mana to finish off that combo anyway, so not bad. Gets a flash for it though, so no problem at all.
And that's pretty strong against Delta Freeze. We've seen a couple of flash hooks from him. Yeah. They've always been strong. But look at this, Erect Gymnast putting down these pink wards now as well. Avant-Garde, they need to maintain control of their jungle. Moments ago, we talked about that top side of the jungle being a Christmas tree. Avant-Garde have turned that one around, so that's a big positive. They've got that vision back.
Yeah, they've managed to get in there and clear out all of those wards, which is imperative. Otherwise, you're going to have NV just with the ability to take that Baron anytime they feel like it. And right now, I think what they want to do is try and take down this inhibitor while they have Pekka split pushing with that teleport available. So he can come into this fight once it does start off and really offer his tankiness to the team while still offering pressure in a separate lane.
NV rotating around. They've already got that top tower from the last push, so now they're working on this bottom lane. Let's see if they're successful. Heavens looking for the poke. That was a big chunk of damage there onto Erect Gymnast. Can't be eating too many more of those, and NV going for it. First Mate. Oh, taking down the tower, they're going for the fight. Oh, Choo-Choos jumps in, and look at the first kill right there onto Delta Freeze at the beginning. Carbon off to the left side, and Mattress will go down. AV doing well in this fight, but it's a double kill there for Lucian. Looking for more. Heavens just missing. Oh, finds the double kill. First Mate comes up big.
Wow, First Mate massive in this fight. They've taken down Carbon and Choo-Choos so incredibly low. And look at that, just healing off that white. First Mate is a monster on this Jinx at this point, and it was looking like it was going AV's way until he was there doing all that damage.
Pekka wants to take out his brother Cardred. He's saying, back off, bro.
Yep,
I'm the alpha one in this family. But that's how it's going to play out. It was a 2 for 2, but NV managed to pick up a tower off the back of it. They're very commanding in this game right now. Carbon won't be able to smite away that blue. Oh, he just gets pillared as well. Just has to run away.
Yeah, Heaven's picking up that blue buff as well. They are going to be able to possibly take this dragon. AV are hot on their heels, though. See whether Minky Well and Erect Gymnast can come down in time.
Not going to find anything.
Really nice chompers. Choo-Choo's not making it in there. And, of course, look at that disengage as well.
And that's what it's all about, you know. Pekka with the Trundle, fantastic for the disengages. Even Heavens, you know, AoE speed buff for the team, and they can slow the enemy down as they run. So,
well, you've got also Death Sentence for that as well. Yeah. You've got the box. You've got First Mate Zap. You've also got Mattress's W as well. So you've got a lot of abilities to slow AV while they're chasing after you. And against a Jax, that's fantastic to have.
Yeah, and that's a good point. Minky Well hasn't had an opportunity to really engage a fight with a big counter-strike. He's kind of just been there to clean up, and it hasn't been working for him. He's taking a lot of damage, especially Delta Freeze, just CCing him to hell in all of these fights. So, very rough for AV right now, and NV capitalizing on their team comp very well.
Yeah, really, really doing well. And that being said, we have to talk about First Mate at this point, because 11, 2, and 5.
That's incredible.
He is decimating people on this Jinx.
Yeah.
He's down in farm just a little bit, but I think he's definitely making up for it. I mean, that Infinity Edge is going to be the next item to be bought up here. He's just going flat damage, just wanting everything in his back pocket to really get as much happening here. Rabadon's Death Cap now being finished up for Heavens as well, so really big damage spikes coming in here for NV. We'll see them possibly push down this mid lane, try and get that inhibitor, because there's no turret there.
And I really like the choice from First Mate. Oh, Delta Freeze gets caught. Is he going to get away? Pops the box. Oh, Choo-Choos jumps in and puts a lot of damage. Carling not going to be enough. Good guy Wraiths save him.
That psych out with the lantern was incredible. AV just instantly got the heck out of there because Delta Freeze, as soon as he got caught, threw the lantern back as if he was doing a sick lantern gang. but
Wow.
no one was coming anyway. So but they backed off. They fell for it. Really, really nice mind game.
That was a fantastic mind game. Not something I would have expected from Delta Freeze, but yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, really
His team
cool.
were quite far away as well, so it definitely was that mind game. But we'll see. Erect Gymnast and Mickey, they're looking for a fight here. Don't think they're going to find it. Probably going to have to back out. Pekka Coco, whoa, he's pretty fast.
Yeah,
They've
that's what
popped a
we were
lot of
talking
speed
about
buffs. Defensive Talisman of Ascension as well. Going to get AV to safety.
Yeah, and as we can see, Heavens can do this over and over again. He's got so much cooldown reduction with that Morellonomicon and the blue buff. That's 40% definitely straight off there, so that's going to be a really, really fast troll. And as we can see, he's now taking go down.
Big thing there as well is that AV use their Talisman of Ascension and NV have a Karma, so that's not how it's going to work. NV have way more AoE speed buff for this fight that's just brewing. They want this inhibitor so badly, and they're going to fight for it. Hook onto Erect Gymnast. No Black Shield. He just
instantly
explodes. He never had a chance to get that one off. Choo Choo's takes a lot of damage, flushing in. Look at him play. He's been
First Mate's
surviving for so long, and NV are just destroying First Mate, going for a triple kill here. He won't find it. It's going to be Mattress. It's actually Delta Freeze, but NV, they're going to clean up the base here. Kadra, the only survivor, and NV looking so strong.
They went opposite in that fireplace. Of course, AD carry, the only one dead on the side of NV, but the only one alive on the side of AV, definitely working. And it seems to me that we're going to have NV trying to take down the base at this point. Not sure whether they're going to be able to, but there's about 20 seconds on the major champions here for AV. They might be able to just finish this game now.
Well, second turret goes down, and that's it. Nexus will fall, and Team NV have taken game one here in this best-of-3 series, coming out so strong, but wow, that was a nail-biter from start to finish. Team NV, they take it out.
Incredibly calculated victory there. They knew that they could take the game, finished it off in style, and wow, NV were just immaculately playing that game, and I love that team comp. So many slows, so many kiting champions.
Yeah.
Excellent use, and they picked the comp that they wanted, and they executed it perfectly. Apart from that slight issue with the bush gank, using the having the ward in that brush when they were all grouped up, that was a problem, but apart from that, stunning play coming out of NV.
So, NV pick up game number 1 here in this best-of-3. Don't go anywhere, guys, because game 2 is coming up soon. We'll see you then.
She's such a misfit, always ready to brawl. It's like her business, roughing up your friends is the law. There is no difference if you believe you're strong. She's a bulldozer, making sure you're flat on the ground. She's like a boomerang that never gives up. She flies in circles till she hits you and you're bowed in the dust. So just remember this, when she's chasing you down, face first, you'll be thrown into the proving ground. She'll knock you out. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now it's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes Vine. As a matter of fact, the best bet one has is to quickly react to the first attack and sink for the bullets. She'll never pull back, just resist. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now it's time to shine,
Hello, everyone. What an absolutely fantastic game that was. Joining me here is Voku, the team manager of NV. Now, that was an explosive game. Like, oh my gosh. Could you please explain to everyone how you guys went about preparing for a game like that?
Well, basically, we've been practicing for a month. We've been watching the OGN, studying them, just picking up their strategies and habits. And we practiced it a few times in scrims, but the main shout out goes to Mattress, who did all the research and did our picks and bans. But the level 1 invade mainly was a team effort. Before the game, we had a 20-minute draft session where we went over everything to make sure we knew what we were doing. And we just basically predicted everything AV would do.
Oh, very nice. So those bans were very targeted towards certain players, or were they just kind of like you wanted to get rid of really strong bans?
It was a last-minute change in the bans. We were originally going to go for Carbon because we believe he's the biggest threat on AV. But towards the end, we realized Choo-Choos would be a bigger threat. So we banned 2 champions and then targeted Carbon and got what we wanted in the end.
So do you guys prefer to more focus for your early games? So since you've been watching these overseas games, there have been a lot of early game focus, as in junglers and stuff like that. Is that what you really wanted to aim for, or are you happy with what your team did?
Yes and no. Our early game is a bit iffy at the moment, but we are improving it a lot with all these strategies. And from the game 1 results, it worked to our favor. Let's just hope they can take it into game 2.
So with the 2v2 top lane, were you kind of expecting that sort of thing, or was that just kind of like, we'll just go with it?
Worst case scenario, we were expecting it, but we were hoping to 2v1 Minky and hopefully put him on tilt because his track record on Jax is not that great. That's where the deep ward came into in the lane, so we knew the 2v1 or 2v2 was coming, and we just played standard.
All right, so I'm guessing you really just wanted Minky off that trundle, so you'd take that away from him before he can get something like that. Is that right?
Yeah, Minky's a good player, but from personal experiences, his champion pool is limited to a few select champions for top lane.
Oh, there's a bit of constructive criticism there. All right, so let's talk about more mid-game. You got that Karma pick. You picked it after Morgana. Was that planned, or do you think Heavens was like, right, this is a really good pick against this kind of team comp, we'll go with that?
Heavens has always thought Karma has been strong in the mid lane, and he's been saying it for a while. No one listens. He said the same thing with Lulu, and the results say it for itself. Like, our mid game was amazing. We just had perfect siege. Karma poked them off the towers. Jinx destroyed towers while Trundle would just sit there and take damage. There was nothing AV could do.
Very, very true. Unfortunately, they did lose that game to that team comp. So that was really... What do you guys do, like, to prepare for certain teams? Do you watch a lot of VODs, or do you more focus on, let's just play to our strengths and just kind of try and take out the competition with that?
It's a mixture of both. We watch games, but mainly it just comes down to how the players play and if they feel comfortable enough to just play as themselves. As long as they're having fun on the day and enjoying the game, that's all that really matters.
No, that's a really good way to look at it. So was there any point in that game where you were like a little bit like, oh no, guys, what are you doing?
When Minky picked up 4 kills when they went for Dragon, I was kind of biting my nails. I was like, oh, this is not good. Please don't do something stupid. But it ended up working out in our favor. We just rotated, picked up towers, took objectives, pushed down mid, and won the game.
So did you guys practice a lot of rotating?
Yes, we've been practicing it on and off during scrims, rank 5s. We try and practice as much as we can to get our strategies perfect.
Excellent. All right, so one last question. Are you guys prepared for tomorrow if you take this best of 3?
Against Immunity, maybe. As long as no one goes on tilt and they just remember one death is one death, they can always come back from it, then we should be fine if we verse them.
Excellent. All right, well, thank you so much for joining us. I'm Alyssa, and this is Voku.
further improve how fast you punch people through the roof. Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combine? Well, I guess now it's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes
Guys to the desk. Finally, the mics are turned on there. So, game 2 is going to be coming up now with NV and, of course, Vanguard Ascension. Man, that game 1 was an nail-biter. And I guess after hearing from their manager, Voku, everyone was kind of feeling the game was on a knife's edge when Mickey picked up that quadra kill, or 4 kills at least at that dragon. So
yeah, Mickey really pulling it back in for Avant-Garde, but NV so aggressive with their decision-making afterwards that just Avant-Garde could not respond quickly enough, and NV took control of the game and took it out. It was really controlled play by them. They made the one mistake, but they really came back from that. Looking at the lineups, though, of course, we do have that on our screens at the moment. Pekka Coco in the top lane for NV, Mattress in the jungle, Heavens in mid lane, Delta Freeze and First Mate on support and AD carry.
yeah, and of course, as we saw before, Vanguard Ascension with Miggy Well in that top lane, Carbon in the jungle, Choo Choo's in that mid, and of course, a Wreck Gymnast and Cardred in that bottom lane.
I thought you were going to say Carbon in the dark there.
Yeah, Carbon in the dark. He's not in the jungle, but this is our featured matchup. First Mate and Cardred, 80 carries for these guys, or marksmen. And
Yes,
it's 6.9, 1.5 KDA there for First Mate. This guy is simply astounding.
Yeah, he is an absolute monster. As you can see, the last 3 games, he does have 2 of those Draven games. First Draven being his optimal name there.
Oh, yeah.
He's such a carry for his team. He just does monstrous amounts of damage in that late game. Doesn't even matter laning phase what happens. He always manages to find farm and then find the kills, and he's just a monster on that hero. So we'll see whether that Draven gets banned out again, but that Jinx was so dominating last game as well. We could see that could potentially get focused. It seems to me like it's very difficult for him. On the other side of Cardred, though, Cardred played 4 games of Sivir in a row in the round of 8 and then played his last match for the round of 8 on that Lucian. So really wanting to play those utility champions for his team. I mean, the culling really offers a lot of wave clear when you're really trying to stall out those pushes and stuff like that. So 2 very different players.
So here we go into Champion Select now for game number 2. Draven banned out again. No surprises. First Mate. He's never getting that Draven.
First Mate, first ban. That's what happens.
And you know what? It's so surprising that AD carries are getting banned and target banned against people. It's just something that never happens.
Well, AD carries often get considered sort of an unnecessary addition to a team at this point. I mean, a lot of people, especially overseas, have been saying, oh, AD carry is so weak right now. Doesn't really matter in this massive tank meta where they just get into their face and kill them.
Yeah.
First Mate hasn't got that memo, so he still carries games as the AD carry.
So Renekton banned out again there as well. Pekka Coco not getting his favorite champion in that top lane. Yasuo banned against Choo Choo's again, so clearly Choo Choo's posing a bit of a threat there, and Heavens doesn't want to come up against it in lane or against it in a team fight. And Lulu is the last ban as well. They don't want Heaven's Curse moving on into the grand finals with that champion.
They certainly don't. You never want to drop the ball on that front. That being said, I mean, Lee Sin being banned out here. Ryze is available, was available, and got through the entire Champion Select last game. So we'll see whether Heavens does decide to go for that one. His Karma was amazing last game, though.
It was.
Not sure what Choo Choo's is going to do. I mean, does he know necessarily what you have to pick in order to go against a Karma in order to handle it? Or does he just not really understand how that matchup generally works out? I mean, it seemed to be a problem for him last game, so we'll see what he can do. They're thinking a long time about this pickup, though.
Yeah,
Evelyn
really
is available.
Lots of things available. I feel like a Shyvana pickup here would be strong, but of course, Mickey Well, not sure if that's his favorite anymore. He's been playing a lot of that Trundle, and haven't seen Shyvana in a couple
could be
of
an
games from
intelligent pickup here as well.
So we'll see. Lots of choices. He went with the Jax last game.
Yep.
Was fairly strong, actually. He went toe-to-toe with the Trundle, so it's not that bad, but...
Oh, Ziggs was left up, though, as well.
Oh, and Choo Choo's one of his favorite champions is this Ziggs, and they lock it in.
Yeah, Choo Choo's the player that likes to either play poke or assassination. He's got 2 different types of playstyle, and they're it, and Ziggs definitely fits under the poke. So I like that pickup. Ziggs just generally really strong, but Delta Free's going to get Thresh again. That is an oversight.
And the thing is, we look back at game 1, and he just destroyed people with Thresh. Hooking him in, taking him out. So many double man plays as well. Like, this guy just plays astounding. We saw that epic mind bait where he threw back the lantern.
That was definitely LCSB plays.
And just juked out AV, so that was incredible. But could it be a Tryndamere? They're hovering it. Oh, Pekka Coco, please don't let me down. Lock this one in.
There
Victor as well, maybe.
Picking Victor away from Minky Well, considering the fact that it is Minky Well's main mid-champion. Unfortunately, probably not going to be playing in the mid lane this game, so no need to pick that one away. And this is the classic pickup here. We've got Pekka Coco picking his Trundle away from Minky Well as well, and he was very comfortable on that champion in the last game. I like that pick. And then Thresh coming through as well. Delta Freeze needs to be on that hero because he's a monster on Thresh.
Really is, and so Pekka Coco is going to be happy with that Trundle, as you said. Next 2 picks are important here. Carbon played a lot of Wukong, actually, in the games that he managed to play at the round of 8. Of course, he wasn't in all the games there. Sub-Juice played a couple of them, so we haven't seen that much in terms of Carbon and Avant Ascension getting here to the semifinals, but
yeah, Rippy not having as much success on that Wukong. Hopefully Carbon can have a bit of a better time this game. See whether he can get that champion up in the statistics.
And I'm interested what the next pick is here because they've seen the top lane, so they could pick that one. Whoa, locking it straight in there. So Kardred going to be going with that. Going for a speed comp here is Avant-Garde Ascension.
And we know that, as I was saying before, Kardred loves playing Sivir. I mean, the only game that he didn't play on Sivir was 1 in the round of 8 coming into this matchup, and they played 6 games in the round of 8, so he definitely feels comfortable on that champion. So really, really smart play. Carbon, still thinking about Wukong, but that one's probably going to come in as well. And
yeah, so he's locked that one in, goes to the full time limit.
And actually, Avant-Garde Ascension played Wukong twice.
Yeah.
But it was played by Juves, who was the sub for Carbon, because Carbon couldn't actually quite make the first matchup. So see whether Carbon can do as well. I mean, Juves did do fairly well on Wukong in the first game. Third game got a little bit wrecked, but we'll see whether Carbon can pull that one out. Heaven's looking at Lysandra, though.
I wouldn't be surprised if he locks this one in. Not the first time we've seen a crazy pick from him. I mean, hey, he played Karma last game, so why not play Lysandra this game?
The motto with Heaven's Curse is expect the unexpected. It's basically what it's going to be, because he's never going to play. He often just likes to play different champions, because otherwise he gets bored.
He's got a 2-point checklist. Is it the meta? Don't pick it. It's the meta. Pick it. That's what
that being said, he's looking at LeBlanc, and it has been left up.
Well, Gragas, I would expect something like that. It's either assassination or team fight. Right now, it looks like they're going for a team fight. LeBlanc doesn't particularly fit in with this, although...
Yeah, do they want like the wave clear siege potential of Gragas, though?
The one good thing about picking up LeBlanc here is you've got the Caitlyn. Okay, so...
He was just going for 50-50,
Maybe just took a gamble on that one, but of course, they do have first mate on the Caitlyn, so they've still got great wave clear despite having LeBlanc.
They certainly do.
So
and the siege potential as well is absolutely fantastic. Having a pillar as well in those siege times when you've got the tower there.
Oh, man. Oh, he locks it in!
Oh!
Wow! What? Kardra just locked in the Donga, and that is so Minky Well in the top lane.
That is definitely Minky Well in the top lane. This actually happened in the European LCS. They actually had picked up, I don't remember what the team was, I'm sorry, it has escaped me at this point, but there was Heimerdinger played in that top lane. Not sure whether it was against a Trundle, but that has happened, everyone. That could be what we're seeing right now.
If you asked anyone here, will we see a Donga at Supernova, everyone would have said no.
But let's think about this team comp for a second, because that is incredible siege control. Because they've got Ziggs and Heimerdinger who can lay down the turrets, make sure that they get area control everywhere. This is going to be monstrous coming out of AV. Really pulling it out of left field as well. So this is game 2. They're down a game. They need to bring everything out. This is the time to do the crazy strat that you've been working on.
And that's the thing as well. They're down a game and they go for Heimerdinger out of all champions.
Heimerdinger is really strong on this patch.
We're going to find out very soon.
He's really strong on this patch.
Okay, so we kind of missed the last pick there, but it is the Pantheon. Delta Freeze locks that one in for Mattress in the jungle.
Yep, Mattress very comfortable on this champion, as we were saying before. And the fact that Heavens is on LeBlanc as well, so it's going to be a lot of easy ganks in that middle lane on Choo Choo's if he isn't very, very careful. Make sure he gets those satchel charges and flashes.
Minky well playing that Heimerdinger though. You can see him on the right of your screen there. Look how serious he is. He's like, yeah, I'm picking Donga. I'm going to smash you with it.
Oh, yeah.
That's what he's thinking.
This is an actual strategy, because you're going to have, basically, if you get ganked and you've got both of your turrets down, you ultimate on your turret, and you've got this gigantic one just doing so much damage. You almost always go at least 1-for-1 in that trade. So he's happy just to push up, doesn't really mind who's going to come up there, and if he draws people away, causes them all to come up there, then the rest of his team can take objectives around the map. So I'm excited to see whether this works out, and the fact that Trundle doesn't have all that much pressure early on is really going to play into Minky Whale's hands too.
This one's just going to be so interesting. I mean, look at the rest of the team. You've got a Siva, so they want a really mobile team comp with a Heimerdinger who has a very immobile set of skills. You know, you put turrets down, they don't move. I guess he has 3 of them, so he can use quite a lot, but we'll have to wait and see there.
Area
Wukong,
control definitely on their side though.
Yeah, and that exactly. The Wukong is so strong for that. And that's one of the bonuses of Heimerdinger maybe is you can CC them long enough inside that ultimate turret that you can really put the pressure down. But we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, the thing that's going to be really, really difficult for NV is if they get forced to fight on AV's turns, it's going to be ridiculously hard for them. What NV really need to do is make sure that they move the fight away from where they want it, and having Pantheon is fantastic for that. Because you can Grand Skyfall and potentially just destroy all those turrets in one fell swoop.
Yeah.
We'll see whether that actually works. I'm not sure whether it does quite enough damage in order to take them down, but that could be an exciting
I would have really liked them to pick up like 2 or 3 supports. No, smites, rather.
Oh, right,
and just
okay.
smite away the turrets as Heimerdinger puts them down.
I think that'd be definitely an effective use of Smite, I have to say.
We don't care about the rest of the game. We just want Heimerdinger to have a terrible time.
It is worthwhile. We are into the Rift, though.
Let's do it. We are onto the Rift here for game number 2 of Avantgarde, taking on Team NV. Team NV up a game, obviously, here, and Heimerdinger. I'm interested to see what he does here, because he has wards, he's got turrets.
Yeah, Minky Whale pulling out all the stops here, definitely dinging down that Minky Rail.
Wow,
And
that was great.
Yeah, thanks. I really worked
Dinging
on that.
down
I
that
don't know
Minky
whether
Rail.
it really worked. But I
It
really
did.
tried, because he's on the Heimerdinger, and this is going to be really, really exciting. And I really feel like Pacer Time should be here, because, of course, favorite champion being Heimerdinger, now being played professional Australian esports, and just need to throw out a shout out to him, because he would definitely be proud of Minky Rail at this point.
So Delta Freeze goes for another hook. They don't find it this time. That's how NV got their first blood in the first match of this series. Erect Gymnast just chilling as well, so...
Yeah, playing with his sword a little bit.
Yep.
See whether there's any trouble being put onto him.
Just flapping it around a little. That's all he does. That's all he needs to do. They're playing the 5-man defense. Pretty simple stuff.
Yep. And Erect Gymnast is going to spot this one out and move safely out of the way.
Lots of pings, though.
Going to go back and head up into the top lane, and wow.
And again, you know, Delta Free starting with wards, puts a ward down at his own side of the jungle, so he can see where, or if Avantgarde want to go for a red buff trade. So this level 1 from NV is really good, you know, taking advantage of what they can. They won't get the red buff this time, but they do get a ward on it. So again, they can maybe contest the second one, and they can also see where Carbon is.
Yeah, they made sure that they knew where Carbon was as well. Of course, getting that ward on their own red buff, causing them to know exactly the fact that he is at his blue, and he's starting there. So they understand the rotation around the
Minky.
jungle.
He's got that dinger mechanics.
Wow.
He's just going to push this top lane. I feel so bad for Pekka Coco. He's not going to have a fun lane phase.
Yeah, and the fact that Pekka Coco made it to lane late as well means that he's already put himself behind a little bit here.
Oh, he's going to get all the creep
He's going to get all the experience, yep.
So kind of lucky on that one, but we'll wait and see. Choo Choos and Heavets going at it in the mid lane.
Yeah, definitely did give Minky Whale a chance to just really set himself up, and he can put forward turrets up.
Yep.
And make it really difficult for Pekka Coco to really push out from under his turret. It's going to be really hard. And that's what Heimerdinger wants to do. He wants to just siege all the time.
A very important thing about that level 1, actually, for NV was they made Carbon have to start at that blue, yeah? So he's not going to be able to go up and help Heimerdinger even more in that top lane. So we're not going to see Pekka Coco getting dived anytime soon, which may have been a possibility with the wave always pushed up. So perhaps that's what NV were looking for. Perhaps they were just looking for a red buff still, but we'll wait and see. They're going to see Carbon here doing his red buff. Actually goes very low doing that one as well, but NV don't really want to move on.
Yeah, of course, Carbon on that Wukong.
Oh man, Minky, oh, he's taking a lot of damage. Pekka Coco forces the flash from Minky Whale.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Pekka Coco wants to do. Move Minky Whale away from his turrets and then force the engage. That way you've really got control of the situation. Otherwise, you're just going to take way too much turret damage. And Pekka Coco playing this matchup actually really well.
So is Choo Choo's. Look at the harass he's putting down into Heavens. Of course, Choo Choo's was playing the LeBlanc last time and didn't really have great luck, so now it's swapped around. Heavens needs to show what he can do.
Yeah, Heavens keeping up in CS though, and it's going to be very, very hard for a LeBlanc to actually out-push a Ziggs at any stage of the game.
Pretty much, and that's a big thing. We can see Mattress sneaking into this top lane here as well. Pekka Coco's like, hey, I got Minky's flash, let's get him.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Really smart work from Mattress. And Pekka Coco communicating that one. And they know that Minky Whale is going to be still here. He's got that forward turret available.
That forward turret. Minky Whale putting his own forward turret down.
Forward turret.
Anyway, Pekka Coco going to be able to take that one out. Takes a bit of harass. Not too worried just yet. Mattress really committing to this gank, though. He's still sitting up there.
Yeah, he's waiting for this one melee creep to come down so that he could potentially move into the furthest brush up. We'll see whether he manages. We'll check back in with that one later, see how it's going.
Yeah, that one coming up at 9, I believe.
Yeah, I believe so. We'll see whether that one's coming through. Not sure what the time is right now, but seems like he's
going to go base.
He was definitely waiting around there for a long time, though, play. So we'll see whether he can make some action happen around the rest of the map. We know Mattress likes the early aggression.
Bit of aggression in the bottom lane, though. Hydra landing a nice Q. Great play from Delta Freeze, though.
Really
burns
nice
the spell shield as well. First mate taking a lot of damage here. Kardred's still battling it out. No kills, but pretty even trade, actually.
Yeah, First mate unfortunately cancelling that last auto attack. Could have got a little bit of extra damage down there. See whether anything else happens, but nice trade, and First mate really showing the fact that he does have that range advantage. It's very difficult for Kardred and Erect Gymnast to really get on top of him. Does have a lot of options in order to stay safe.
So despite all the harass coming out of Choo Choo's on that Ziggs, Heaven's Curse is keeping up in farm right here. 31 to 28, 32 to 28 now is fine actually for that LeBlanc. He's not worried at all. Great Zenith Flare on the First mate. They've used the Knight of Caliban out as well. First mate forced a flash. Delta Freeze gets out as well. Hook not going to find anything. Good little gank there coming out of Caliban.
Takes them out down very, very low in that bottom lane, but that's only one flash being used for that as well. So nice work minimizing the amount of things lost as well.
Whoa! First blood was in the bottom lane there. Zenith Blade must have caught. Kardred followed.
Yeah, and Erect Gymnast, this is actually the first time we've seen him on Leona, but I forgot to mention the fact that Erect Gymnast has been known for his Leona play for a very, very long time. He's fantastic on that hero, really just knows exactly the ins and outs, exactly what he can do, and we'll see whether even more comes out of this bottom lane because Erect Gymnast is just so proficient on that champion.
So we haven't seen a lot of Dinger in this top lane now. He hasn't been doing much. There's actually a pause coming out real quick, so we'll sort that one out, see what the problem is. It looks like it's Carbon. He's having a bit of an issue there for Vanguard Ascension. Got the headphones off, chatting to the refs. So they'll sort out their issue, no problems. Only 6 minutes into the game, a quick first blood that we unfortunately missed in the bottom lane. So not too much to go off.
Kardred really coming forward with the slightly nerfed Sivir as well. So playing that really, really well. Does have a range disadvantage in that bottom lane. So really, really playing well for his team on that Sivir. And he's going to have the on the hunt. Now, combined with that that Cyclone as well for late game team fights, it's going to be monstrous. So look to see that coming through. And if we get Sivir really big, I mean, it's still going to be massive, regardless of nerfs.
And this is the thing, like back at the round of 8, the group stages, that Sivir was a hugely contested pick between all the teams. And I feel here at Supernova, it's kind of changed. With the slight balance changes to a lot of these players haven't put priority status on that one. But, you know, Kardred's still playing that one really well here. And I'm a little bit surprised, actually, that they picked up that first blood so early. First mate just caught out of position a little.
Yeah, first blood mate.
Yeah,
apparently.
first blood mate.
Yeah, and actually, a little bit of a cheeky fact about the 4 teams that are here at Supernova. Out of these teams in the round of 8, Sivir was played 8 times, and the rest, Draven 3, Caitlyn 3, Lucian 3, and then a Jinx.
Wow.
So definitely favoring the Sivir on all fronts. And Kardred definitely played it the most. So Kardred comfortable on that hero, doesn't mind that it's been nerfed a little bit, so happy to play that one out.
Yeah, so pause continues here as they fix up whatever issue it was that they caused them to pause. Obviously, the issues we're having, probably big if they need a pause. We've had a PC swap already, so sort that one out. Alrighty, so might as well just go to a quick break while we're straight back into the game. Thank God.
Fantastic timing. I actually knew that one, so I was just hanging out for a second. Just let it come, let it go. There it is, perfect.
Alrighty, so let's see.
Carbon going down low again.
Yeah, Carbon doing those race. No problem at all for him. But of course, we'll have to wait and see what happens here. Heavens had to go base right there, and he just arrived back as well. So needs to play a little bit of catch up on that CS.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do. Distortion being used. but a little bit stale at this point in the gameplay. So we'll see whether Pekka Coco does get pressured here by Minky Whale. Avant-Garde, they are ahead by about 700 gold, 600 gold.
Yep.
But Pekka Coco's not getting stopped from farming. They picked up that first blood, got it onto Cardred. That's definitely good news, but AV really need to start putting pressure somewhere, really making decisions around this map, because that's why they lost the last game, is because Envy was making the choices, they were committing to them, and they were really forcing AV to react to them. And with this team comp coming out of AV, when they really want to control areas, they want to be in
nice
the
stun on the
driver's
Pekka
seat.
Coco. Ignite as well. Oh, Pekka's in trouble. The Dinger gets the kill. Minky Whale comes up huge. Picks up the second kill there for Avant-Garde Ascension. Fight in the bottom lane as well. Delta Freeze actually playing this one aggressively. They won't find anything else, but man, Minky Whale, what a boss. What a boss.
That's exactly the danger of Heimerdinger. Like we said, he just puts his ultimate onto that turret, and it does so much damage. And as we saw, I mean, the Ignite went down, and then those turrets were just doing tons and tons of damage to Pekka Coco. Pekka Coco cannot be around them if he wants to fight Minky Whale.
Yeah,
but the grenades, with the stun at exactly the right spot, securing that kill easily for Minky.
Stun was super clutch from him up there, so
Oh, yeah.
definitely has the Heimer mechanics down. We're playing a lot of it. I
Yeah,
would imagine.
apparently.
So, oh, match was flashed. Wow.
Flashed and got the blue buff as well?
Yeah, he did. Not sure why he flashed that. Wasn't really low enough to go down, but Match was a little bit scared, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think our Mattress actually had the... let's see.
We'll see. Bit confused about that one. Heaven's in trouble though. Choo Choo's looking for this one. Chain comes out. That's actually the ultimate there, and Heavens might go down. Choo Choo's finds it. Can he escape the man drop though? Pantheon coming in. Mattress won't find it though.
Really nice Hextech minefield from Choo Choo's. Still down in the area that Mattress was trying to Grand Skyfall onto, so unable to do anything. And look, Choo Choo's still going aggressive.
Yeah, Mattress got taken very low there. One more bomb. Perhaps two would have taken him out.
Yeah, thankfully the Mega Inferno bomb for Mattress wasn't available. So Choo Choo's not going to be able to finish off that kill.
So we'll see here. Avant-Garde pushing up this bottom lane. They've got a lot of pressure with that early kill, and Sivir wave clear is fantastic. You can see a bit of a CS lead coming out now as well, about 10 in the favor of Cardred.
Yeah, and this game is going in the absolute opposite direction from last game.
Yeah.
AV really having the control and putting the pressure on, like we said that they have to do.
Oh, another great stun coming out of Mickey Well. Pekka Coco doing his best to clear out those turrets, but Mickey's just putting more down, and he's got that fullback turret in the background as well. I like this. Mickey covering all of his grounds.
Yeah, once Pekka Coco does get some attack speed as well, he's going to be able to take down those turrets fairly quickly. He's not going to be too worried, and having some extra sustained with his passive is going to make things really nice for him as well. And having those turrets there, as they die, he's going to get even more health. So theoretically, nice synergy there for Pekka Coco, theoretically.
So we haven't seen much out of Carbon so far in this game, been playing a very passive jungle here, and it's something that we've, I guess, historically seen from a lot of these Wukongs. They play it very, very safe. We saw it from Grippy earlier on, didn't manage to get much off, but Choo Choo's is in trouble. Chain lands, will Heaven follow it? Cardred actually finds a kill on Delta Freeze in the bottom lane, but it's all about Choo Choo's here in the 1v1 and Heavens.
Yeah, Delta Freeze getting gone on again. Direct Gymnast just really putting the pain
that was
down.
The clone. I just got juked. Oh, man. Heavens, man.
Yeah, Heavens is still in this lane, though. This is getting very, very dangerous if he wants to stay around. A bouncing bomb will definitely kill him. That being said, he's happy just to stay and farm this one out, and Ziggs is going to head down and possibly put some pressure on this Dragon. So Avant-Garde, utilizing the fact that they have pressure around this map, going to take the objective in Dragon.
So can Mattress steal? It's the question. He doesn't have Flash, but he does have Smite. Dragon going down fairly quickly here, and Carbon is a level ahead of Mattress as well, so the Smite will be stronger. Mattress takes a lot of damage. Whoa, jumps onto Choo Choo's. Does he want to fight this one? It's a little bit nerve-wracking for him. Xanath Blade lands. Nice lantern to get him out. Delta Freeze comes out and saves his teammate. That was very, very close.
Really, really clutch.
Great Gymnast. Gonna block it.
Happy to pick that one up.
Oh, straight into the fight. Heavens just gets exploded right there, and Carbon flashing on a First Mate as well. Wreck Gymnast, no, he goes down. First Mate won't be able to find it either. He gets zoned out of the fight. Great catch from Avant-Garde.
That was a little bit too ballsy from Heaven's Curse. Going in there, trying to get that damage down. Didn't have Ignite available, though, so unable to finish off a Wreck Gymnast, and he was definitely going to go down. I think he probably wanted to try and redistort out of there again, but that wasn't going to happen. He had, like, no health going into that fight, so a little bit unfortunate. Carbon with a very nice Cyclone in order to lock this down and picking up even more kills. 6-1 now. 3,000 gold is the difference. A little bit more here for Avant-Garde, and it's looking to me very, very good for a Game 3.
And this is why we see Choo Choo's Ziggs banned so much. 102, and he's just demolished Heavens in this lane. Great CS lead. Heavens 0-2. So it's all good news for that side of the map for Avantgarde. And Mickey Whale just farming the top lane.
Yeah, has his banner of command as well, so really going to be able to augment those.
Minky, you're my hero.
Yeah, those cannon creeps. Get them pushing down this lane even faster, and that's what a Heimerdinger wants to do. Back when Heimerdinger was amazing, it was really frustrating to go against him because basically you felt like all of your turrets were made of butter. And you could just never, ever hold on to one of them, and it was a terrifying experience.
And now he's got all those turrets, plus a buff turret and a super creep. Yeah, because he's got Banner of Command. And here we go. We'll see if he actually buffs the creep wave or if he's saving that one for later. We'll see what his devious plan is.
You shall indeed. Pekka Coco still keeping up in farm, though.
And
loses a turret, but still is staying relevant, and I like that here from Pekka Coco.
We'll have to see, though. Now that that has been pushed out. Whoa, Manjot's going to be coming in. Mickey Well flushes. He wants to fight. That was not a good idea. He's going to take a lot of damage. Wow! Mattress goes down. Pekka Coco getting wrecked as well from these turrets. Will he find the double? Not quite. Pekka Coco flushes away, but Mickey Whale comes out with a 1-for-1.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was talking about Heimerdinger. You get ganked, it doesn't matter. You're going to go 1-for-1, no problem. Almost taking a 1-for-2.
He's having a whale of a time, that's for sure. Oh, man. 2-1 and 0. 106 CS as well. Keeping it even there with Pekka Coco. Great spill shield from Cardred. Well, they're going to engage on it. Here comes the Mega Inferno Bomb as well. Lands onto Delta Freeze and takes him out. Just licks the end of him. And that'll be another kill for Avant.
Yeah, First Mate in trouble now too. Erect Gymnast really putting the pressure through.
Oh, nice flash.
Wow.
Still hits him though. Cardred's taken dangerously low. Almost gets
nice
sniped.
barrier.
Very, very well timed.
Yeah, First Mate forcing that flash though with the...
Hello, Pekka Coco. He's just joining the fray down here. Carbon's in trouble. He's going to be taken out. Heavens picks it up with an auto attack.
Good teleport to come through here for Pekka Coco. Coming down to try and join back in here, but Envy definitely on the back foot. Avantgarde really, really putting pressure down, and Minky Well being in this top lane on this Heimerdinger as well, able just to split push all day and be such a monster. And if any of these late game team fights happen on AV's terms, that's going to be a wash, just instantly. It's just, as soon as those turrets are in range, we saw how much damage they do.
Yes,
it's going to be a
just so scary.
Really difficult time for Envy.
So he's pushing down this bottom lane now to get those outer turrets, and of course, with that Banner of Command, he's all about pushing. Choo Choo's going to eat chains. Whiffs the second. That's not good for Heavens. He's going to have to back out. Can Choo Choo's find the kill? Nice satchel charge. Flash from Heavens to get him out. Little mechanical fault there, and Heavens needs to jump. Over the wall. Ignite goes down, jumps back, chains lands. Look at the mechanics, but he gets taken out. Choo Choo's is too strong. Mattress is coming though, wants to change it around. Carbon looking for the peel. Will it be enough though? Mattress still chasing here. He's gaining ground. Choo Choo's run. He gets away.
Yeah, satchel charge was up, and Heavens almost manages to outplay, but just didn't quite have enough damage at that point. Has built the Athenes up, but it's just not quite enough.
Choo Choo's doing a great job in that 1v1 for sure. Bottom tower's going to go down as well. Avantgarde have just turned this series on its head here. Game number 1 was very close, and here in game number 2, they've fixed the issues, they've picked up the dinger, and they're looking like they might win this one out.
Yeah, basically as soon as you pick up Heimerdinger, you have all the morale in the world.
Pretty much. Yeah. And this is Mickey Whale as well, so he's probably juking his team up as well, telling him to play better or whatever, because right now they're playing phenomenally.
They are doing really, really well, making the right decisions across the map. And it's not just Heimerdinger, it's the fact that they have wards literally everywhere as well.
Yeah.
If you have a look, the map is a Christmas tree. It's like we don't have Fog of War activated at this point. And it's mostly because of Avantgarde. They're really, really setting a precedent here for really wanting to get that vision back in their favor for this game.
Which is a bit surprising. It's what we'd expect out of NV. Their team comp is demanding vision for picks. You've got a LeBlanc and you've got a Pantheon, and Mattress just gets exploded by Heimerdinger down in that bottom lane right there. We missed it, but look at the turret damage. Wow, that is incredible. Minky Whale. Wow.
Yeah, Minky Whale just honestly 1v3'd and killed Mattress for free. That was ridiculous. First Mate and Delta Freeze could not do anything at that point.
I'm seriously lost for words because this just shouldn't be happening at this level of play.
I feel like the camera should just be on Heimerdinger this entire game, and we'll just assess why this is so broken.
Why assess it? We need to construct a full report and figure out what's happening by tomorrow.
Back.
But mid tower going to be pressured here. Choo Choo's chucking out those bombs.
Yeah, nice Hextech Minefield in order to zone Heavens out of this as well.
Nice pillar though. Choo Choo's might be in a bit of trouble. Just gets himself on the edge of that satchel charge, and Heavens can't really fight because he just walks into all of these bombs.
Watch out, the Dong is here.
He is. Dude, even I'm scared.
Yeah, I'm terrified. I'm honestly terrified. Look at that walk. He's got madness in his eyes.
He's demanding attention, but it's all a bait.
Yeah.
He's like, yo guys, let's tango.
You know, I never knew that it was hair, a gigantic mass on his
Really?
head. Yeah,
Wow.
Big ass brain.
Choo Choo's in a bit of trouble, taking the tower, puts out the ulti, will go down to the ultimate from Caitlyn. Shutdown kill as well.
Yeah, First Mate picking up his first kill of the game, and picking that up at 16 minutes in is not like First Mate. He's normally just on about 17 at about this point. Really, really wrecking people, but not this time. He's not having the game that he necessarily wanted to.
Wow, flush from Carbon right into the team fight. Heavens gets taken so low and finally does go down. Cardred finds it. Carbon pays though, he does fall. Delta Freeze gets a nice box. Mattress falls, double kill for Cardred, playing this one strong but needs to run. Pekka Coco looking for the kill. Can he find Delta? No, it'll be a shutdown for Pekka Coco. And a wrecked Gymnast on the wrong side. Oh, tries to jump around. Great from Delta Freeze. He's so low though. Can a wrecked Gymnast find it? No, he might fall down here. He will run and he will stay up.
Delta Freeze is ridiculous on that thresh. First
Oh
the
my
shield
gosh.
from the lantern, and
Thank
then
you,
it was
Al.
that play.
Just pushing his bottom lane here. First Mate was on defense duty there.
Yeah, managing to move out of the way of that grenade as well. Possibly could have cost him his life, because that Donga has seen red this game apparently.
I
and
wouldn't
is
have
just
even been
wanting to
surprised.
murder everything.
You know, Banner of Command is so underrated as well. It's the only CDR item that gives you 80 AP as well. It's so good. 80 AP and 20 CDR. The only one.
It's pretty good, and you can also make really big cannons.
Yeah, and
which
who
I
doesn't
think
like
is
bigger
great.
minions?
Everyone likes big cannon creeps.
You get it's like taking the inhibitor wave for one creep wave.
Yeah. I don't think it's quite a super creep.
It's pretty super. Because it's made by Donga.
Yeah, it's true. Okay, yeah.
So, mid tower will fall down here. Good rotation from Carbon and the rest. Take that one down. Choo Choo's doing a lot of damage there with that Ziggs.
Yeah, and utilizing the Ziggs and the Heimerdinger combination as well, we've got 3 turrets to 0 on the side of Avant-Garde as well, and that's definitely going to play a part in their 5,000 gold lead at this point too. So really utilizing the fact that they know what their strengths are.
Yeah.
And really putting them to work on this map. And so far, Avant-Garde, they're just looking like the NV of last game. This is amazing to watch.
It really is, and I mean, Minky Whale's going for that Zonya's Hourglass next on Heimerdinger, so in these team fights, it's going to be even more disruptive. Look at that, he's already putting down the traps. Mickey survives, and he flushes away and gets out alive. Carbon gets another catch there onto Pekka Coco. The ultimate turret doing a bit of damage, but not quite enough for Heimerdinger just yet. Delta Freeze escapes, so does Pekka Coco, so it's just a 2-man pickup for Avant, but that was a very quick fight. Pekka in a little bit of trouble now as well. Don't think they're going to be able to catch him. He does manage to get out, but Avant Ascension just controlling this map.
Yeah, and Heavens is just a little bit over. Oh, there it is.
Man, Mickey Whale gets shut down.
Yes, he does. It's the only way that you can kill a Heimerdinger.
How
It's
sick
from a
would it
very,
be?
very, very long way away.
It'd be so cool if you could put your turret down to block that. That'd be OP.
Yes, it would. It would definitely be
like
OP.
blitz grabs, you know, you put your turret down, they grab the turret, and then they just like die because they pulled the turret.
That's probably why Elise was so strong.
Maybe, yeah, well, of
You
course.
just go into spider form. Damn spiders. Get out of my way.
Regardless, AV going to go base right here. Wreck Gymnast and Cardred just taking their sweet time on that one.
Yeah, in that last fight, though, Heavens was just so aggressive. A little bit too much so. And
yeah.
We've seen this from him before. I mean, often when they're not going so well in the early game, he tends to tilt a little bit, possibly make some decisions that he would otherwise be a little bit unsure of had he had a cool head. So we'll see whether he can pull it back together and not make necessarily over-aggressive plays into 4 people by himself.
Yeah, and he is 1-5-2, so it kind of does demand to be a little bit more reserved with your playstyle here. So we'll see if Heavens kind of reciprocates that and what he decides to change up. The vision, though, from Avant-Garde has been stellar all game. Pink wards everywhere. There's 3 on the map right now, which means the majority of the team are helping out there. And a lot of stealth wards as well, so great control from Avant-Garde.
Really, really smart work. Double the kills now on the side of AV. Haven't picked up any other turrets just yet, but Zonya's Hourglass has been finished up here by Minky Whale, and that is incredible because your turrets, of course, are still going to keep shooting everyone.
Bit of a fight going on. Delta Freeze takes a lot of damage. Couple more hits will do it. They won't find it. He gets out with his life. But that buys time for AV to push this mid tower.
Yeah, Delta Freeze going to opt to go back. Man, that was very, very close. If they had any other bouncing bob land, it would have definitely meant his life.
So
Thankfully.
the Dinger is in mid lane now. You know they mean business. They're going to go for this one.
Oh yeah, and thankfully Pekka Coco's now at the front of the team. This is what needs to happen for NV, because what was happening was Mattress and Evans were just going in and dying, and then it was the rest of the team of NV that really were trying to finish up and clean up what mess was left over at the end. And I think Pekka Koko, being the frontline tank, he's built full tank at this point.
He has, yeah.
So he really wants to be at the front of this fight.
Man, great mechanics from Choo Choo's, just bursting Delta down to half health already. First mate as well eats a bomb. This is just ridiculous for NV. Mattress eats one too, and they just can't sustain this poke. They will have to give up this tower soon. And if they're already this low, they might give up more than once, so it's a very scary situation for NV.
Yeah, maximum CDR Ziggs does have that blue buff and the Athene's on Holy Grail, so definitely at 40% now and can throw out those bouncing bombs almost infinitely. I mean, it's not necessarily Earth mode, but it's very, very close.
And leading into the siege, it's 6,000 gold, the lead for Avant-Garde. They're going to push that even further now, and no turrets picked up from NV, so Avant-Garde just so strong in this second game.
Yeah, NV almost, I can't see a way from them for them to really get back into this game.
Oh, Heavens went really deep there. There's Carbon. Just all the way through that fight. That was huge. Knocked up everyone with the ultimate. Pekka Koko way out of position. Will go down. Erect Gymnast looking for the follow. Oh, he flashes and ignites. What a boss. He's going to pick up a kill. Oh, my choo-choos.
Scumbag.
Oh, Scumbag. From the side. Takes him out. That's all we like to see.
Nice little bouncing bomb, though. That being said, they're going to be able to take down this turret as well. So mid lane inhibitor turret. 22 minutes, going to be going down, and that almost fell down instantly. Minky Well's doing so much damage with those turrets as well. Of course, hitting enemy turrets, and as we can see there, look at that.
Banner of Command minion, that's awesome. Oh.
Monstrous work. So there's the inhibitor going down, and could we see possibly Avant-Garde getting onto this Baron? Because due to the fact that they have so much area control, that's almost exactly where they want to be.
Uh-oh, Carbon in trouble, so is Erect Gymnast. Will they fight it though? Matchels takes a lot of damage after landing from the Grind Skyfall. Choo Choo's finds the kill. Delta Freeze gets locked up as well. Will go down. Double kill there for Choo Choo's. Following up, can't find the kill onto Heavens. And Erect Gymnast is just left all by himself in the bush. He's like, yo, where did my team go? And a triple kill will be there for Choo Choo's.
Yeah, Choo Choo's is just an absolute monster. Pretty much legendary on this Ziggs at this point. 8-1 and 5. Hasn't gone back to base in quite some time. I could imagine he'd have a fair bit in his back pocket now as well. So, Minky Well setting up his turrets, going to take down this dragon as well.
Man, that's awesome. Just melting that one down. Oh, he even tanks it for his turrets as well, you know. Good relationship between Minky and the turrets.
He's a good parent. Minky Well is a good parent. He's going to take care of his kids.
So, first mate, who's going to take care of him? Him, because if Minky Well starts pushing this bottom lane...
Well, it's Delta Freeze's job, but it seems to me like he's left him in bottom lane daycare at this point.
Yeah, Delta
He's
Freeze
going
is
to head
like,
off somewhere else.
Pekka Koko can protect me, so peace, first mate. We're done.
Basically, and Choo Choo's just went back to base, had about 2,200 gold, and picked up the Void Star flat out. So his bouncing bombs are going to be doing monstrous damage. He's got sort of the wombo combo of, I've got infinite mana with Athenes, and I've also got the perfect damage combination of Void Staff Ravenants. So he's just going to be a beast on that Ziggs. And he's going to be able to clear a wave instantly. And they're going to be able to do this siege game over and over again.
Wow, great job from Carbon. Doesn't even care that he got caught out. Heavens is in trouble. Gets knocked up. Look at the damage. Carbon takes him out. Delta Freeze gets caught as well. Cardruid finds it. It's a double for Carbon, though. Great gank from Avant.
Absolutely ridiculous. 7-2 and 10 on Cardruid. His Sivir is monstrous, and he's saying nerfs? What nerfs? I shouldn't get nerfed. It's just really, really great. Don't worry about it.
Oh man, Mickey picks up the tower as well, and they're going to push through, take out another one.
That was a lot of pings onto the Nexus there as well.
Oh wow, it was. We'll see what happens here. Mattress can't really defend, neither can Pekka Koko. Going for the inhibitor now as well. It's going down very quickly here. But we can see Minky is actually saving his turrets for the next team fight. Already has 3 placed there, ready to go.
Yeah, and they just had control of that zone, and that's the thing. If they were to engage on Avant-Garde there, Minky Well's turrets would have just done so much damage to everyone. And of course, the laser beams that come out, they of course go through, they penetrate champions, so that would have been just a horrible idea for NV. So they were forced into conceding both of those inhibitors.
So Baron will go down very fast here with Minky Well as well, but we'll see. Looks like AV want to bait this one. Oh, they're walking straight into the trap. Oh no, Pekka!
Oh,
no!
He
dodges out, but he gets stunned up by the Leona ultimate. Nice ultimate as well from Choo Choo's. They're not going to find it. That was a huge lantern. Delta Freeze, no problem.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate they're unable to actually get any pick onto Pekka Koko, but they're still going to have complete domination over this Baron. That's going to be almost definitely on Avant-Garde.
Well, Mattress coming in. Can he be a hero? They're going for it. This could be make or break. He's gone in too early, and Mattress will take a lot of damage. Choo Choo's goes down. Evans manages to escape the pit. It's a shutdown.
Oh, wow!
Full thresh.
Stolen!
Wow, he gets it. Carbon needs to pick up some kills here if they need to turn this one around. Looks for the ultimate, but Envy are just cleaning up the fight. Heavens has survived so long in this fight. Minky Well going to eat an ultimate from Caitlyn as well. It's not enough, though. AV, that must suck.
Yeah. Oh, there's the Zonya's coming out, Heavens.
Oh, nice.
I think Heavens probably thought that was down
Correct,
as well.
Gymnast, what a hero, he's going in. He can't find it though, not just yet. Heavens has the jumps and he gets out.
Wow, my goodness, that
Crazy
was ridiculous.
stuff.
Of course, First Mate having to stay back at base because with 2 inhibitors down, that's a lot of super creeps smacking on your front door, and you definitely have to deal with those.
We've seen some great Baron steals today.
That was... You have to hand this to Minky Well, though. Because at the very end there, he didn't opt to use his Zonyas when the Ace in the Hole was coming through because he knew Heavens was up and he could be potentially deleted.
Yeah.
So he pops it as soon as Heavens tries to come at him, and that was fine. But as you were saying, yeah, we got to talk about that Baron steal. I don't even know how that happened.
Mattress came in so early, it looked like, but they ignored him. They didn't kill him quick enough, and he was still around there for the steal.
No,
rest of his team as well.
It was First Mate that actually got the steal, though.
Oh, wow.
I'm not sure, because then he was back in base clearing up super creeps, so... Wow.
In the chaos. Just all didn't
Absolutely
quite work
amazing.
to plan for Avant-Garde. Well, we'll have to see what happens next. Avant still feeling confident, I'd imagine, here after those kills. So can they pick up this inhibitor?
Oh, they really are. Still 11,000 gold in the lead as well on the side of Avant-Garde.
Big stuff for them. Inhibitor will be taken down probably without any troubles here. Choo Choo's putting down a lot of harass for them.
Everyone is here on the side of NV.
Oh, they're going to go for a Carbon. Gets a nice ultimate. Mattress taking a lot of damage as well. Pekka Coco very deep into AV right there. Is going to be taken low. Kadra gets destroyed by Heavens, but it's not quite enough. Delta Freeze goes down. Great ultimate from Choo Choo's. First Mate in trouble as well. It's going to be a double kill. No, only one for each of those carries. And AV have just stomped this fight right here. 3 members dead for NV. Only 1 for AV. Heavens will go down. Oh, long shot into the base. It's an ace for AV. And that'll be game 2 for Avant-Garde Ascension. They're taking it to a game 3 here in their semi-finals at Supernova.
Avant-Garde are incredible, and Erect Gymnast, I expect to see that Leona banned out. Those Zenith Blades, those
That
Solar
was
Flares,
incredible.
unbelievable. I can't wait for this game 3 because if both NV from game 1 and AV from game 2 turn up, this is going to be a nail-biter.
And look at Minky Whale on the right there. What a hero after that game, man.
Raise your dongers, everyone,
Raise
because
your
Minky
dongers.
Whale is bringing that one out in the top lane. Oh my goodness.
Well, game 3 will be coming up shortly, guys, so don't go anywhere. I'm sure Minky's going to have something up his sleeve for that one as well. We'll see you guys soon.
She's such a misfit, always ready to brawl. It's like her business, roughing up your friends is the law. There is no difference if you believe you're strong. She's a bulldozer, making sure you're flat on the ground. She's like a boomerang that never gives up. She flies in circles till she hits you and you're bowed in the dust. So just remember this, when she's chasing you down, face first, you'll be thrown into the proving ground. She'll knock you out. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes Vine. As a matter of fact, the best bet one has is to quickly react to the first attack that's taken for the woods. She'll never be back, just listen.
What an absolutely explosive game that was. Now, joining me here is Shots, the manager of AV, our victor of Game 2. Do you have anything you would like to say in retaliation to Voco before?
So, because my team likes trolling me, they said they were going to throw the first game to make NV feel good, but we're going to win this series.
Well, there you have it. So, was that a strategy that you guys had planned out previous? I mean, Heimerdinger, what was that?
Okay, so lately in the LCS, we've seen that Heimerdinger is becoming a pretty common pick, and it's been working. Minky mains Heimerdinger. Last night, we just crammed out heaps of strategies, and we picked it.
You guys did an amazing job, and using that Heimerdinger, you were able to capture more objectives, like, well, not Baron, unfortunately, but Dragon as well. So was that all completely thought out?
So Baron, Carbon also likes trolling me and said he was going to throw one Baron. So, yeah.
Using their strategies against themselves. So that's really cool. So what do you guys have planned for the next game? Can you give us any hints? Is there any cool characters you're going to bring out?
If everything goes well, we're going to bring out another secret strategy. That's all I'm going to say.
That's really exciting. All right, guys, I hope you're really looking forward to this next game. I certainly am. I am Lisfa, and joining me is Shots. Enjoy the next game, and thank you for listening.
She's such a misfit, always ready to brawl. It's like her business, roughing up your friends. The law, there is no difference. If you believe you're strong, she's a bulldozer, making sure you're flat on the ground. She's like a boomerang that never gives up. She flies in circles till she hits you and you're bowed in the dust. So just remember this: when she's chasing you down, face first, you'll be thrown into the proving ground. She'll knock you out. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes Vi. As a matter of fact, the best bet one has is to quickly react to the first attack that's taken over the woods. She'll never be back, just risk it. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes
Yep. And there we go, guys. Welcome back to the desk here, and Game 3 is coming up soon. 1-1 so far in this best of 3 between Team NV and Avant-Garde Ascension. So, if you want to see Avant-Garde Ascension win it, give it up for them. Let's get some noise.
Pretty good, pretty good.
Yeah.
If you're a Team NV fan, though, give us something.
Whoa, so
Yeah, we
they
got
want
some
the
NV fans in
NV
the
comeback.
house.
Yeah, so we'll see what we get from these guys. Champs Leg will be coming up soon, but man, after Minky Wales Heimerdinger, what can we even say?
I know. I think we can say ban Heimerdinger, which is something that you would never have expected anyone to
Exactly.
ever say when this is legitimate League of Legends. But I don't know how else they're going to be able to handle that particular team comp. It was ridiculous. That being said, it could be Ziggs as well.
Yes.
The combination of Heimer and Ziggs really meant that the poke and area control was just too strong coming out from Avant-Garde. So
And
we'll
that's
see
the
what
thing.
NV decide to do.
Choo-Choo's with that Ziggs is just so strong. You know, it's banned against him so much because of how competent he is on that champ. So I would expect it to be banned out in game number 3 here by Team NV, but we'll have to
Yeah.
wait and see. Head-to-head again, same players as always. In the top lane, it's Pekka Coco, jungle is Mattress, Heavens in the mid, Delta Freeze in the support, and First Mate as the marksman.
Yes, and of course, on the side of Avant-Garde Ascension, we've got Minkuel in the top lane, Carbon in the dark, Choo-Choo's in the mid lane, Wreck Gymnast and Cardred on support and AD carry.
I'm so glad you said Carvin in the dark, but this is our featured player matchup, Heavens and Choo-Choo's. We saw him go toe-to-toe last match, and look at that. We've got Assassins all for Choo-Choo's here, and a mixture of both for Heaven's Curse, but of course that Rise. Played that one against Dignitas back in the round of 8, did fantastically. They won the game out too, and look at the KDAs there. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's monstrous. And as we can see, Heavens being the carry for his team, and the fact that he didn't do so well last game hurt them so badly. So we can see that when they're on form, and they won every game when they came in for the round of 8. So his KDA is going to be massive. And as we just saw, when they shut him down, they're going to be able to, when AV shuts them down, they're going to be able to take games. So Choo-Choo's bringing in all of his assassins and stuff like that, but when he was on his poke champions, he's equally as fantastic, and he showed us that on his Ziggs.
And the thing is, you know, you talk to a lot of these pros, and they're like, well, Heavens is one of those guys that, regardless of the matchup in mid lane, will find a way to win it.
Yeah.
So he's very scary going up against that. Choo-Choo's has done very well, though, so far in this best of 3 series. We're into Champ Select, though. Yasuo, the first ban again. They don't want to be dealing with that one.
Yeah, taking away the Yasuo when they do have the option of taking away that Ziggs. I'd like to see that one banned out on the side of MV, or possibly first picked if they want to. But it looks to me like fairly standard picks. We do have NV on the blue side this time as well, so it's been blue side victories every time.
And of course, the Draven ban again against First Mate there. Lee Sin picked up as a ban against Carbon. So we're getting some pretty similar bans.
Yeah, bans are coming out pretty standard. We'll have to see whether these last bans change up, because this is where really, Ziggs being taken away, I think that's fantastic. Taking that from Choo-Choo's is magnanimous, because just a Heimerdinger I think you probably handle somehow, probably not with a Trundle, but with something else.
Yeah, you don't really want to be giving that Ziggs back over to Choo-Choo's after last game.
No, definitely not, because that poke, those bouncing bombs were just so on point. Choo-Choo's was just nailing it every single time. And after coming off a loss as well, to show that composure and ability to hit a skill shot, that is so good for the side of Avant-Garde.
So, Renekton on the last ban there against Pekka Coco, taking his comfort pick away. So a lot of comfort bans have been what we've been seeing between these guys in the best of 3. Will it be the Hecarim?
Hecarim being hovered over here. I'm not sure whether that's entirely what Pekka Coco wants to go for right away.
The Hecacopter.
The Hecacopter coming through.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if they lock that one in. Interesting jungle pickup if Mattress goes for it. I've seen him play this one a lot in solo queue, so perhaps that's what he's going for.
Definitely. Also, it's fantastic in Earth mode, so unfortunately we're not playing Earth mode right now. Kha'Zix's getting through the pick and ban phase though, so Mattress going to be on that one again. So I like this pickup. He's really, really strong at the moment, but Heimerdinger is available. Minky Whale could just insta-lock that one back in. I mean, if it ain't broke,
well,
why fix it?
You can see they're really discussing this pick right here. Carbon being very vocal with his hands there as well, and Mickey's like, come on, bro, it's Mickey. I want to play Heimer.
Why can't we just pick Heimer again? That's probably what he's saying.
Well, we'll see what they decide to go with. Seems like they are coming to some conclusion here. But,
yeah,
you know, it is
30 seconds on the clock, so, you know, it's not massive, but, the Minky Whale Gragas.
Yeah, and it could be the Sivir locked in as well. So Cardred did really well on that Sivir, and they're going with it again here. First Gragas of the round of 4, and the semifinals, I guess, but not something I expected.
Yeah, Gragas coming through for Choo-Choo's. He has actually picked that one up, and actually their last win in the round of 8, he was playing on that Gragas, so up to go more for his pokey play style.
Yep.
with the body slam as well, can be fairly assassin-ish, especially in the early levels, but we'll see how he does go. He played really well in it last time, so we'll see whether these explosive casks can really be doing what he wants, but Cogmore being hovered over?
Yeah, I'm not sure who's going to be locked in. We've got some interesting hovers, but then again, they hovered Dinger and locked that one in, so maybe we'll have a Cog.
It's the truth.
It's
the truth.
Oh, they're going to lock it in. 20 seconds left. We'll wait and see.
Oh, that Leona pickup would be so smart.
The Jinx would make more sense with the Leona, though.
Exactly.
And
exactly.
First Mate played phenomenally in game number 1, too.
He did. And Erect Gymnast played phenomenally on that Leona in the last game. So picking that away from him, really smart work. And now they've got a really strong bot lane as well. Chompers plus Zenith Blade into Shielded Dayrake. It's just such a good CC combination coming through in that bottom lane. Anyone that gets caught up in that is going to take a ton of damage, basically.
So, Fiora. Now, that's a top lane that Mickey Well might play. I just have no idea what he's going to be doing now.
No, and the fact that Envy hasn't actually picked up their top laner as well, so... Wow, wait, what? No.
Okay.
I'm just not going to...
We'll wait till they lock this one in, but it could be the Vayne, could be the Blitz Vayne. That would be interesting. You hook them into the Condemn, can get a lot of damage down, but I don't know, it's kind of risky.
Blitzcrank with a Leona on the other team, probably not something you necessarily want to go to, because you hook someone in and then Leona goes, all right, cheers, bro.
Whoa, Vel'Koz. Now that would be interesting.
That would be an N-rated decision, considering the fact that he did pull that one out in the EULCS in the support role.
And didn't particularly work out, but it's the Wukong lock-in, and it's the Thresh again, this time stealing it away from Delta Freeze. Of course, Delta Freeze already had the Leona, so it doesn't really matter, but Erect Gymnast, let's see what he can do on this Thresh.
Yeah, it's now Erect Gymnast's turn to show Delta Freeze up, see whether he can really pull out the smooth moves. That being said, I mean, we've been talking about this, the fact that Flay can change the Zenith Blade, all that sort of stuff, was actually considered like a bit of a counter to Leona, was the Thresh. Has been discovered that it doesn't really matter. Because to be honest, you can just do different things in that lane, and it's fine.
So last 2 picks here for Team NV. They need a mid laner and a top laner. That's what they go for.
Yeah, they can potentially go for pretty much the same team comp that they had. They just locked in Trundle and Karma. It's basically the same team.
We'll see.
So we'll see.
We'll see. I feel the Orianna might be a little bit more safe than that Karma.
I like that.
The Karma was great for the team movement speed buff with the mantra on her E. But
Dissonance does it as well.
That is true. So they're going to lock that one in. So very high mobility comp here with the Assassin Kha'Zix, as well as Pekka Coco going to be on that Shyvana and the Orianna. So great team comp from MV. A little bit more stock standard this time around, though.
Yeah, and Orianna is definitely a comfort pickup here for Heavens. He played that in his first game of the round of 8. Came it in pretty much his warm-up champion.
Yeah.
Happy just to get in there and farm all day and then get those clutch shockwaves in order to clinch the game out. But having Kardred on this Sivir as well, I mean, I feel like that might have been worth a ban. I mean, I'm not sure, because he just played so incredibly well, and On the Hunt is still so powerful. I mean, you can never discredit that ultimate.
Whoa, they've locked it in again. So, the Minky Donga. Oh, or the Donga Whale. That one sounds better.
The Donga Whale?
The Donga Whale.
You don't want to say that the other way around.
Wow.
Let's just not go into it, everyone. Anyway, that being said, we do have, of course, Shyvana taking on this Heimerdinger in the top lane. It's going to be a little bit different.
Yep.
A little bit different from normal, so Minky Well probably going to still do the same thing. Shyvana being melee, is going to struggle to do any farming from range. Does have, of course, the Flame Breath, but that's it. It's on a fairly long cooldown as well, so you can't reliably get every CS. So you're going to have to be in melee range, and Minky Well's going to be able to harass you down. Burnout's going to mean that he can close distance. Pekka Coco can close distance on Minky Well this time.
Yeah.
And just hopefully we can see Pekka Coco have a little bit of a better time in that lane, because he was not having fun last game.
And I think Pekka Coco is going to be all right in the sense that with only 1 or maybe 2 turrets up, he's going to be all right, because he can twin bite them and pretty much insta-give the turret. But, I mean, when Minky Well's got 3 of those down and then he uses his ultimate on one as well, not sure what Pekka Coco is going to be able to do against it. This time around, though, Mattress is on a much stronger jungle for those ganks. You know, we've seen Kha'Zix been playing fantastically today at Supernova, so we'll wait and see what he can pull out.
Yeah, we will see what he can pull out. And we've got basically the same team comp, the same idea coming out from Avant-Garde. So this gives NV a time to say, look, this is basically what we experienced last time.
Yeah.
Let's make adjustments and work out how we can address this based on the start of the game, because they have that opportunity now.
Yeah.
And they've got things like Orianna, and they've got Kha'Zix and Jinx like they had in the first game that was so powerful for them. We'll see whether they can change it around and really work on a way of keeping that Heimerdinger down because he was so strong.
And the thing I love most about how AV have responded to these NV picks is Gragas and, of course, the Wukong very strong at disrupting that AoE wombo combo that NV are going for here. So it's going to be fantastic to see that one played out.
Yeah, I never really like having a Wukong and a Gragas on the same team because Cyclone does a lot of damage over time, and if you get an explosive cask on top of it...
Game 3 coming right up, guys. Let's get into it. Game number 3 here with all NV taking on Avant-Garde Ascension here on the Rift. And let's see, 5-man defense looks like it's going to be the play here. NV mixing it up.
Yeah, of course, it is game 3 as well, so we've got 1 and 1. This is neck and neck right now, and this game is going to decide who goes to the grand final tomorrow to take on Immunity, who took down, of course, Dignitas in the first match of the day, which was a lot less close than this particular matchup is this time. So we'll see what actually happens, what they manage to do. But yeah, you're exactly right. It's just the defensive start.
So yeah, playing it out slowly is what these guys are going to do. Minute 55 is when they'll start to break off for those buffs. Minky Whale, ooh, setting up the traps already.
Yep,
being
does
a bit
have a couple
devious.
of turrets there.
I'm kind of interested. Would a lane swap work out better here for NV?
Minky Whale wouldn't really struggle too much to farm under turret.
Okay.
If someone's going to push against a Heimerdinger, he's going to be able to clear it out pretty quickly, and they're not going to be able to take the turret quickly enough because there's just going to be so many turrets doing extra damage to those creeps. They're going to lose the race for taking down those turrets. So you probably don't want to lane swap against him. And he's ranged as well, so it's much harder to zone.
So they're just going to be playing this one out safely to begin with. No problems at all. Carbon starting at his blue buff.
They are going to lane swap it though.
So they will.
So we'll see. See whether I was just talking out of my mind behind.
So I'm not sure if NV have had much practice against a Heimerdinger. I can't imagine they have. So this is a very, very on-the-fly adaptation to their gameplay.
Yeah, and if they do manage to stop Minky Whale from really becoming the beast that he was last game, then that would be great. And of course, Shyvana has a lot of practice. Pekka Coco himself as well has a lot of practice against the lane swap, so he's going to be fine. He's just going to stay safe and try not to get killed by this Cardred and Direct Gymnast combination.
And the thing is, you know, Shyvana's so strong on these 2v1s as well. You can use that Flame Breath to farm at range, and it does a fair amount of damage. We'll probably see him max that one as well to help push waves. Question is, how well does Heimerdinger go in a 2v1?
Well, that's the thing. He's able to put down his turrets underneath his own turret, as it were. That's a little bit confusing, everyone, but bear with me. And that means that there's not going to be as much damage to be taken by the turret here because he can soak damage with his own turrets, and that way the fast push strategy coming out of First Mate and Delta Freeze is probably not going to happen. They are trying to build up this wave as much as possible in order to get the largest amount of creeps onto that turret first off, which is something that they are known to do whenever they lane swap. So we'll see whether that actually pays off for them or whether Heimerdinger is just going to be able to clear it out.
I believe it's something Dignitas do as well when they go for their lane swaps. They like to build the wave by freezing and then push it through all at the same time. So there's, you know, more creeps than usual and try and take that tower down in 1 or 2 rotations of that. So we'll see. Bottom lane though, a lot of aggression. Direct Gymnast missing the hook as well. Great flay though, knocking both of them back.
Yeah, Mattress taking a lot of incidental damage from those ricochets as well and the Boomerang Blade. But nice work. Pekka Coco still saying, look, I'm a dragon. Stop zoning me out of stuff.
Anyway, Minky Whale defending this top lane, no problems. Carbon comes up as well. Good rotations from the junglers to make sure that they're where they need to be to save their towers here. And, you know, I'm kind of don't really think the early tower is much of a deal for these guys anymore. What we have started to see in NA especially is they'll take both of the side lane towers before moving. So it'll be interesting to see if that's what these guys choose to do, but not too sure.
That being said, I mean, you can see by the CS, 14-6 now as far as our top lane players are concerned. So Minky Whale being able to pick up quite a few of those creeps from underneath that turret, still at full health as well, so didn't cop any harass for his trouble.
Oh, Heaven's in a bit of trouble. Nice flash, gets out of Choo Choo's slow right there.
Nice
Carbon
turnaround.
actually takes a lot of damage, so Heaven's playing that one perfectly.
Body slam landing. Didn't look like it should have landed there, but Heavens is so good at getting that clockwork wind-up damage onto his opponents as well. Really, really nice. Always auto-attacking all the time.
And you can just see he does play the lane like clockwork there. That flash was beautiful, getting away from that Gragas body slam. And, you know, that's what we said in Champs League. Heavens finds a way to win lane no matter what, and he's just doing it again.
He certainly does. Definitely a heavenly pun there, Blaze. Ryan,
Thank you.
Really, really nice work.
So bottom tower as well getting pushed in. A little bit ahead on the damage. Cardred and a Wreck Gymnast on this bottom lane tower.
Generally
Just here
would.
to defend.
Before
But,
that 8-minute point, of course, the turret not having the damage reduction that the top turret does have as well.
Yep.
So being able to push this one far ahead. But look at Minky Wells, just up here with his turrets. A little bit out of mana at this point, but that's about it.
But the tower, I mean, almost full health right here. It's taking a lot of damage, though. Jinx, so good at melting down those towers. Mattress needs to be careful. Nice play. Oh, it doesn't quite pull him back. Cardred goes for it, goes for the dive. Won't find the kill, though. First blood actually going to a Wreck Gymnast. Picks it up there with the Ignite. Now he's in a bit of trouble, though. Pekka Coco flashes. Great flay to knock him back. Cardred, can he find more? Nice death sentence. Pekka Coco in big trouble right here. Cardred needs to be able to follow up with the damage. Can't find it, so Pekka will get away.
The Wreck Gymnast went so incredibly low. Had that hot running, though, so able to stay alive. And wow, Mattress unfortunately going down to the very last tick of the Ignite under the turret there. Thought he'd got away safe, but no chance there. And it's not the start that he had in game one. Of course, when he was on that Kha'Zix, managing to go 2-0-2, I think, in the first 10 minutes of the game. This time, very, very different. Already got a death under his belt.
So we saw some amazing Thresh play from Delta Freeze in both game number 1 and game number 2 of this series. Now Wreck Gymnast has that Thresh, and he really knows the limits. That bot fight was very, very close and to the wire right there. And doing a good job in lane. Even on CS are both of these AD carries right here, but that might change.
Ooh, that Zenith Blade was so incredibly close onto Minky Well, and Delta Freeze looked like he wanted to get the steal on there.
But didn't quite find it. Minky Well going to go base right here, clears out the wave. Needs jungle help to go base, though, because otherwise he will sacrifice a lot of that top tower health, and that's not what he wants to be doing.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, Jinx able to push that really, really fast using those rockets as well. Minky Well opting not to go back.
It's going for the try setup here of these towers. Keeping them in the V formation. Best aerodynamics.
The flying
in the lane.
V. Flying V definitely taking a leaf out of the Mighty Ducks book.
That's why they call them AV.
The Minky Ducks.
If you could have a fourth, you'd put it in the middle and it'd be an A.
Yeah, that's true. Of course. How did I forget?
There we go. So, I mean, Minky Well at 26 CS, a little bit behind on Pekka Coco, but in the 2v1s, that's what we usually expect. Both of these guys will come out of the laning phase very behind, and it's interesting to see how teams deal with this. In my opinion, the best way is to go for global objectives and help get that global gold flowing in. So Dragon and Towers are a great way of helping that solo laner who was in that 2v1 situation get back into the game.
Yeah, it's true. That being said, I mean, earlier on, I thought Minky Well was going to do a lot better in that 2v1 situation.
Yeah, I agree.
At this stage, though, Pekka Coco actually ahead in farm. He's gone back to base now, picked up a Chain Vest. Not going to be able to be harassed down as much by Sivir's damage. And Blue Buff going to be going over to Heavens here as well. So not bad for NV. Definitely a much more even game than it was last game and the game before.
Yeah, so Minky Well, what he did bring to the table was a lot more time on that top tower. It hasn't gone down as quickly as AV, and this is why AV get this Dragon. If it happened the other way around and NV got top tower first, they would have been able to rotate, defend bottom lane, and defend that tower. Oh, Minky Well, great flash! He's going to get completely engaged on there and just destroyed. Not much the Dinger could have done against that.
The Dinger couldn't have done. That's a fantastic line there, place. And, of course, that Shockwave just a little bit of overkill there, but I think it was Heavens wanting to make sure that his thoughts on Heimerdinger top were well known. So and that was good. They take down the top turret, and that's an even trade for that Dragon as well.
AV not going to be able to find his mid tower, though. Heavens here in time to defend this one out. And great utility that Orianna brings to the table. You can roam around very quickly and clear those waves.
Yeah, and you can also contend as far as like the speed of your wave clear as well is comparable to that of Choo-Choo's, so not going to be the same as having a LeBlanc against Ziggs like last game, where Choo-Choo's could basically just out-farm and out-clear Heavens on every turn.
Yeah. So a little bit of a slower game this time around. 9 minutes in, we've seen a Dragon, 2 towers, and a kill each for both of these teams, so very even across the board. Got a little bit in the favor of Vanguard Ascension, but nothing to write home about just yet.
Yeah, nothing at all, and I don't know. The thing is, I feel like Minky Well is a ticking time bomb on this Heimerdinger, because last game it just seemed like nothing could be done about him. So we'll see whether he can reach that point where he becomes this raid boss with a whole lot of minions in this top lane in the form of his turrets. It's very, very scary.
We'll see. I feel like last game, Minky Well's approach was like, yeah, I'm just going to push top lane as hard as I can and be a huge nuisance for NV. But then it turned out he was really far ahead. He was actually better off in team fights. Cartridge, oh, you're in big trouble, friend. Takes a lot of damage. First mate going to whiff that ultimate, but it doesn't matter. Kill goes to Pekka Coco.
Yeah, and he's happy just to stay in and tank up another turret shot as well, making sure that Mattress is going to be okay.
First mate's been caught out, and that'll be an easy kill there for Carbon. A lot of ultimates used, but totally worth it right there. Delta Free's now in a little bit of trouble as well, needs to run away. Erect Jim is coming around. Red buff not enough to keep going, and now Erect's in trouble, needs to run. Great flare to knock 2 back off him. Carbon's here as well. Mattress still chasing. Oh, gets death sentences. Can't find the kill just yet. They finally find it, but it's a 1-for-1 overall.
Yeah, 1-for-1 under that turret. Really nice work. Kills going back and forth this game.
Yeah.
This is exactly what we're talking about. It's a matchup of NV from the first game and AV from the second game. It's so incredibly even. Both of these teams just bring out everything for this match. It's a nail biter. And
meanwhile at top lane,
that's
Minky
the
Well's
issue,
pushing
isn't
minions.
Every single time. Explosive cast being used to clear out that wave. Cartridge picking up the cannon creep. Always very, very nice to see. Oh, nice spell shield as well.
Yeah. NV like, yeah, we'll push mid lane. Choo-Choo's is like, nope. Throws out the ultimate.
And you've also got Cartridge who, with his Ricochet and, of course, that Boomerang Blade as well, clears out a wave really, really quickly. So as we can see just there. So it's going to be very hard for NV to really put up a siege. And they're going to have to utilize, I think, the Ball and Dragon's Descent combination in order to really get these fights started.
Yeah, so we'll see how that goes for the Mattress. Picking up the red buff, no problems at all. Kills still even between these guys. This is looking very reminiscent of game number 1, except this time there's a Heimerdinger, which is a little bit interesting.
Oh, yeah.
But it is much closer.
Yeah, much, much closer. And First Mate was already starting to scale up into this game as well by this stage. So far, not so much, but at the moment, you could not call it at all. It is so incredibly close.
So Mickey Well's gone for the Banner of Command again there on Heimerdinger, going for that AP, CDR, and pushing power. He's actually roamed to the mid lane now as well, so Avant really investing into this push.
Yeah, and Pekka Coco actually trying to push out this top wave as well, trying to undo some of the work that Minky Well had done. But with Minky Well here as well, here's Banner of Command minion coming in. He's going to take a lot of turret shots and see if this outer turret can actually be held.
Uh-oh. Pekka Coco's going to come in from the side right here. The pings come out from Avant. They need to run. This could be the engage. No, not quite. Mattress didn't quite get close enough to go for it. Mickey actually popping that ultimate. Oh, they hooked Mattress. He was invisible as well, and he'll just get deleted from the map. Pekka Coco gets baited in as well. He's in trouble. Oriana ultimate only finding 1 member as well. Carbon survived it. Flashed over the wall. Great catch from Avant-Garde.
Carbon just soaked up the Super Mega Death Rocket and the Shockwave there as well.
Oh, another hook onto Pekka Coco. It's a dragon. They flay him back as well. Not going to find a kill. But you're right, Carbon soaked so much damage in that engage and survived.
Yeah, he really did, and that is not something that you see Wukongs generally do, to be honest. Often they'll explode at this stage of the game, only having a Null Magic Mantle in the column of defensive items. So, amazing work by Carbon not to actually get taken down by any of those abilities.
So, a little bit of an advantage there to Avant-Garde.
Advantage.
Yeah, and wow. And now they've proven as well that they can invest into mid lane pushes and come out successful there. It looked like Pekka Coco had the go.
Yeah, he was pulling the
down.
swiper maneuver, you know, coming down from that top lane, getting in that flank, and generally for swiper it works out really well. And I think that Pekka Coco had the right idea, but Mattress jumped the gun just a little bit, and then getting hooked there as well. Really amazing hook by Erect Gymnast.
So, Dragon will be up into 44 seconds right here. Not much vision control from either team, so Erect Gymnast probably here to change that right now. He's picked up a pink ward as well.
Let's have that one in his back pocket. Oh, here's the explosive
ultimate
cast.
miss from Choo-Choo's. Wow, hook from Erect just completely whiffs. Choo-Choo's in a little bit of trouble now. Can he run? No, he's just going to get exploded. Does get taken down. Erect Gymnast now in trouble as well. Great Leona ultimate, but it was shielded. Cartridge survived it, and he's still doing damage here. Erect Gymnast with the flay to make sure he's safe. Hooks to the blue. Great play from Erect Gymnast, and he will stand tall after that one and walk out safe.
Certainly will. 10 seconds now, though, on that Dragon. I wonder if NV actually had the timer on that. I don't know whether they did because Mattress is going back.
But a little bit unfortunate. They don't want to be missing this Dragon. No one's really going for it. No respect for that objective at all. But NV look like they're making that rotation or just meandering around the jungle. A little bit interesting.
Yeah, Minkuel going to be backing here as well. His work here is done. He's got to the inner turret. He's picked up a lot of farm as well. I mean, he was behind Pekka Coco for quite some time now. He's up by about 16 CS, so doing really, really well, pulling it back into his favor. And he's going to have that Zhonya's really soon as well, and he's going to be that monster that we saw last game.
And after pushing top lane for so long, it's like, see ya, I'm off to bot lane. So that's where it's going now. Going to soak up that huge creep wave and probably start pushing that one in. Vanguard going for this dragon, though. This could be a game-changing moment right here. Pekka Coco has been caught out. Wow, Dragons descends into the whole AV lineup right there, taking a lot of damage. Needs to run, gets flayed into all of the CC, and Pekka Coco finally falls. Iraq Gymnast does as well. Heaven's Curse. Oh, First Mate misses the ultimate again. Unfortunately for him, he is arriving late to this fight as well. What is the Donga looking for? Ultimate comes out, stuns on the Heavens. Rockets don't do enough, and Mickey gets stunned. He's in big trouble, doesn't have ultimate for his turrets anymore, but he's just baiting for so long. Does finally go down. It's Heaven's Curse that picks up that kill. Choo Choo's now on the run as well. Flashes into the pit. Does manage to escape. No, he gets out.
He does get out. The body slam over the wall, really, really nice. And First Mate had time to go back to base and then run to that fight. That was so extended, that team fight. And this game is so fast. Taking this dragon could be a bit risky.
Yeah, it could be a little bit. Barrels are coming in. Not doing as much damage as we're used to here. Gragas was tweaked a little bit in the last patch.
Yeah, so not quite able to really stave that one off. And nice work from NV, pulling it back into their favor. It's now, wow, 1,000 gold is the difference at 15 minutes. And that's basically nothing at this point.
Yeah, two towers really showing more, and that's Avant having more vision control and map control, but right now they can't really capitalize. They can't put down wards to take advantage of that. So perhaps we'll see that one change, and it would be very important for Avant to be able to get some of those deeper wards out.
Yeah, and Avant really needs to start trying to fight in certain areas as well. I mean, Mickey was unable to get all of his turrets down exactly where he wanted them to. He's sort of one of those champions that likes getting ganked for the reason why he can sort of get himself set up, and then say, all right, bring it. I'm here now.
And I think that's why he loves getting that Zhonya's Hourglass second. It puts him in the perfect position where he's got two major items at about that mid to late game where he can really start baiting those fights. But, you know, he's been using his ultimate on the grenade a couple of fights now, so a little bit interesting that he's not going for that ultimate on the turrets.
Yeah, the ultimate on the grenade does make sure that your grenade bounces and stuns on every hit as well. So it does mean the CC level is way higher, utilizing it that way. So it's interesting, it's an adaptation, because we often see it on the rockets as well, because it's so much damage.
Yeah, lots of utility there for Mickey. You can really choose, you know, do I want to win the team fight with CC or big damage from the rockets, or just zone control with those turrets? So
you could say that he could choose.
Yeah, he can choose what he wants to do.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. Lots of wards in that mid lane there. Great vision from a Vanguard. Fantastic stuff, but they're going to be sieging down this mid turret now as well. And NV, they've got a very strong team. Wow, big wombo combo, not quite landing. First death goes straight onto Erect Gymnast. First Mate lands the ultimate, doing big damage as well. And it's two members dead right here, one on each team. Mickey Well on the run as well. The Dinger falls. First Mate picks up the kill, and now it's NV on a rampage. Can they chase down more of Avant-Garde? Cardred, just dodging the zap. It was Choo Choo's that ended. Double kill, gets the jinx, and he's going for more. Runs away with a triple kill. First Mate coming up huge.
I'm getting some massive deja vu from game one here,
Oh,
Blaze.
yeah.
This is what happens at about the 18-minute mark. This is where it just gets turned on. First Mate is just a monster, and he knows when he gets those resets, he just runs forward. That was all him, chasing after 3 people.
That was fantastic
Managing
stuff.
to get that triple kill.
Picked up the kill on the Dinger and then just rocketed forward for all the more kills. His ultimate was fantastic in that fight as well. They're going to pick up 2 turrets off this push. That is fantastic for NV. They need to go base now, make sure they can defend that Baron, but wow, great fight for Team NV.
Incredibly well played, picking up 2 objectives on it as well. This is what NV are really good at. They capitalize from team fights that they win, and now they've got themselves a 2,000 gold lead when it's been Avant-Garde in the driver's seat for the most of this game, even though not by much.
So, Mattress killing his wolves, no problem.
Yeah, taking them down, but this is such a nail-biter. Despite the fact that NV won that last team fight, and it was really nice at First Mate, if First Mate gets obliterated early on...
Oh, they want to fight this one. Carbon's invisible. They've got vision from the ball as well. Who got it? Oh, the smite didn't go to Carbon. No, it did. He got it. He got it, and it's going to be Heavens in trouble now as well. Oh, misses the flash. Gets taken out. Mattress going to take a lot of damage. Great flash and ultimate as well. Gets out with the stealth, but that might be enough for Avant to go for Baron.
Yeah, that was a little bit greedy of Heavens to stick around to try and get a little bit more damage onto that blue, try and finish that one off. He should have just backed off as soon as he saw any members of AV coming through.
Oh, that was a fantastic hook. Not quite landing, though, for Erect Gymnast.
Yeah, Delta Freeze. Nothing's going to actually come of this, though, on the side of Avant-Garde. They're going to try and push down this mid lane a little bit. Choo Choo's is in the bottom lane as well, so it's going to be 4v4 in the mid. Heavens is going to be up in a second, so no actual objectives being taken down here, so that's just the kill. And
Oh, Mickey Whale! Goodbye! Whale down, and Mickey is in big trouble after that one. Cardred, Carbon, and a Wreck Gymnast on the run here. They'll all survive, but the Dinger didn't make it.
That was
Man
so
down.
perfectly executed. The solar flare coming through, and then you've just got stacks on. I mean, a giant dragon landing on top of you, I mean, that's going to be a
Stacks on.
problem.
Oh, that was just disgusting, man. There's nothing he could have done.
Happen, you know?
Unfortunately, he didn't even have the Zon in his hourglass. Not sure if he could have got it off anyway. He died so quickly, but what are Avantgarde going to do off the back of that one? They're going to fight. Carbon misses his ultimate right there. Just zone control, taking a lot of damage. Hook on a first mate, but they can't capitalize. Great ultimate from Choo Choo's, and Mattress jumps out of the fight as well. Pekka Coco looking for it, but it's all about first mate. Can he find the kills? No, and he can't get excited, so he can't clean it up either. Only one death, and it's on that Wreck Gymnast.
Oh, nice chompers in order to stop Cardred from chasing down Pekka, and that zap going into the brush, that wasn't a miss on Choo Choo's, by the way. He was expecting Carbon to be trying to back at some point in there.
Oh.
Or potentially trying to turn around that fight because he was very, very low.
And Carbon did only survive with a sliver of health as well.
With a sliver of health.
Sliver.
Exactly.
All
Yes,
right.
massive wave here for Avantgarde in that top lane, though. So coming through here, Minky Whale's work definitely paying off. And wow, look at how many wards there are in the blue side jungle here.
Yeah, that's one thing that Avantgarde have been doing fantastically throughout this series, is just great ward coverage. 3 pink wards again, which means 3 members of Avant are helping out with that one.
Oh, yeah.
Lots of side wards as well, and I'm kind of surprised that they haven't been able to capitalize more on it. Just some other, key errors happening that aren't letting them do that. But right now, it is a big component of their gameplay.
Yeah, it really is. Unfortunately, a slight miscalculation on the dragon timer. 20 seconds now. Oh, Mattress.
Yeah, Choo Choo's really trying hard there to get that ultimate off, but not quite landing the right side. Hook going to miss as well. A Wreck Gymnast needs to be a bit careful. Oh, the Minky Trap. He set up all those turrets. Problem is they're all in the one spot, so they get one shot by first mate. Just gave him a whole bunch of
throwing
gold.
in the first hit, and then, of course, one hit there.
Wow. That was great. Yeah, that's the Minky Rail train.
Yeah, I think, Choo Choo's hopped on the Minky Rail for that. It was Choo Choo's, and he was out of there.
Peace out. But Dragon's going to be started up here. NV doing a lot of damage to this one. Will they fight? I think Avant want to. They're getting antsy in the river right here. Mickey gets engaged on. He does flash back, and Delta Freeze is way out of position. Great combination of the skills from Avantgarde, but is it enough? Heavens dies instantly in that. So does Choo Choo's. Mickey's alive, and he has the ultimate turret down as well. Can he keep kiting? They're trying to fight in the turrets, and the big one does go down. Carbon looking to follow up. Cardred's so low, though. They can't keep going. It's a 2-for-1.
Oh, wow!
Great ultimate from first mate. Takes him out. Gets a double with the get excited, and it's a 3-for-2 at the end of it. Oh, nice juke from Carbon. Playing the champ to the excess he can. One more hit.
Oh,
Zap,
there
and
it
it's a
is.
triple kill for first mate. What a beast.
I love watching the first mate show place.
Oh,
after the team fights happened, it's just first mate on cleanup duty. He gets his mop and he just takes care.
Oh, that's what it's all about with the Jinx as well, and he's doing it fantastically. 7-1 and 4. That score is phenomenal.
I feel like my passive was get excited in that particular team fight.
Oh man, that was the active for me. But, first mate was getting Draven banned against him. I'm starting to think this Jinx needs to be banned against him as well. This guy is a phenomenal AD carry.
He really is, and sort of the get excited passive actually acts a little bit like the W coming out of Draven, so they must feel actually fairly similar.
Perhaps,
Except
yeah.
that you don't need to catch any axes, so it's like Jinx's easy mode Draven.
Yeah, you just need to kill people.
Yeah, you do. You need to rocket people.
First mate loves doing that.
Yeah, maybe enjoying a bit of Elton John could be good. Sorry, that's probably a little bit beyond the age gap for most people, but it worked out for me.
So Pekka Coco's got a Banshee's Veil now as well, going full tank on that Shyvana. And of course, Mickey Whale pretty far behind on his build right here. Still hasn't finished that Zony's Hourglass, but his last fight was a lot better. He had much more of an impact, so that's good news for Mickey on the Heimerdinger.
Yeah, it really, really is. But, I mean, NV, they've discovered the fact that Mickey Whale was a massive issue.
Yeah.
And they were like, well, how do we deal with this Heimerdinger? He has no way of escaping, so we're just going to kill him. And that's what they've been doing in every team fight, and it's been really, really good. Of course, Delta Freeze getting right on top of him after that dragon, and then securing that triple kill for first mate off the back of it.
And that's the big thing here. In the previous game, they had Thresh, and Thresh can't really dive onto a Heimerdinger when he's behind all those turrets. Look at Delta Freeze. He can do that no problems. Drops the Solar Flare, throws out the Zenith Blade, and is locked down Heimerdinger. So, great adaptations for NV here to be able to figure that one out so quickly. Because Mickey Whale's had much less of an impact on this game. With that
really
said,
has.
still very close.
Yeah, but look at that wave clear. That was fantastic. Just one boomerang blade and an explosive cask, or I mean, just a barrel coming out from Gragas, and they've taken down the whole wave. So AV definitely okay for settling in for this siege because no damage is going to go into that turret without a massive dive.
So let's see. Choo Choo's 1, 3, and 4 on this Gragas as well. Had a very rough lane phase to some degree. And
Still kept up in farm though, so he's doing okay.
Yeah, with the Gragas tweaks as well. He's doing a little bit less damage than he may have expected here, but he has a ton of wave there. Look at that, no problems.
Yep. Easy. Doesn't have the Rabadons quite finished up yet. We've got about 800 in the lead as far as that item is concerned on the side of Heaven's Curse. Has finished that one up. And the Sorcerer's Shoes with the Home Guards. Likes to get those Home Guards relatively early.
Yeah. I do feel the late game scale is in favor of Team NV here though. I mean, first mate on Jinx, that guy's phenomenal, and Jinx's range late game is fantastic as well. Heaven's Curse and just the Wombo combo in general is great for the late game. And then Pekka Coco, he's just going to become so tanky and hard to deal with that I feel like AV are on a bit of a timer here, going to have to try and make some headway soon.
Yeah, by all means. That being said, I mean, AV, the main power of Sivir is in that mid game where you can really utilize having that on the hunt, catch people out, and really start those fights. That is definitely true. There's nothing really wrong with a lot of their champions, though. Gragas often can be really, really great in the late game. When he can't burst someone down with that ultimate barrel combination, I mean, that does get to be an issue, but the displacement will always be relevant. And Minky Whale on this Heimerdinger's, we haven't seen it all that much, but having those turrets there for the zone control is really, really good as well in the later game. So both sides, not too bad, but you are definitely right. NV have a lot of just classically late game scaling champions.
I think that point about Minky Whale's zone control is quite important here because it slows NV down. They can't actually tower dive because if Minky doesn't get caught up in all that damage and he manages to get his turrets down, then NV are in big trouble. So that's one thing to consider here, and AV are using that to their strength, clearing up the waves, but making sure that Minky Whale is always safe, so he's there to defend if the dive does come out.
Yeah, definitely. Now, one thing to definitely note as well for the siege, Choo Choo's just had his blue buff stolen away, so he is not going to have that sort of 40% cooldown reduction and the added mana as well. So those barrels may be a little bit more difficult to spam.
And it's now Heaven's Curse and First Mate that have those blue buffs, so they are way, way stronger for these dives. Pekka Coco, just using that Banshee's Veil, tap the tower and run back. Going for the Hail Mary though, it's Mattress jumping in. Great Wombo combo, and Carbon gets locked up, jumping into the background, looking for the peel. Isn't enough. Choo Choo's completely on the run here. Kardred survived it. Minky Whale in big trouble, flushes back into the Zhonya's and does survive, but he will go down. This looks like Envy's fight right here. 2 members of Avant already dead. Shut down though from Choo Choo's. They're turning it around. Mattress on the run right here. 3 members of Envy fall, and it is Avant-Garde's team fight. Kardred with a flash, going for Heavens, won't find it. They will back off.
That's a 1 for 3 on the side of Avant-Garde as well. Really, really nicely played. Almost going to be trying to pick up Pekka Coco here as well. And did you notice NV turned around, left First Mate on his own to kill Minky Whale?
Wow.
That's when you're taking it a little bit too far. The fact that he had his Zhonya's, he managed to stall it out for a little bit as well. The problem is that stalled out NV, left First Mate on his own, and he wasn't able to 1v3, unfortunately.
And that really kind of defines the importance of that Zhonya's Hourglass on a Heimerdinger. It's all about disruption and buying time for your team. And at this point in the game, Minky's not about the damage. He can't do that. He's not in a position to carry. But if you can disrupt and buy time for Choo Choo's and Kardred, then that's just as good.
Yeah, and he's always going to be getting down that damage as well. Even if he's running away for his life, he's going to have his turrets potentially in the right places in order to get the damage. He has his grenades as well, so he can disrupt from afar. And we'll see whether he manages to utilize that. Realizes that...
Alrighty. Can he be a hero? I think he missed that turret. A little bit awkward if he did.
Yep, got his Trinket Ward over the edge though, so no harm done.
Got 1 out of 2.
That's true, that's true.
Well, let's see. Mattress has a Banshee's Veil now as well. Banshee's Veil so strong against Gragas as well, so it's good to see Envy picking these up. Can block a lot of that poke.
Yeah, First Mate does have his barrier up, which gives him a summoner advantage. Every other summoner being down pretty much for everyone, apart from the flash of Erectimus, so...
I feel Envy
maybe want to fight?
I feel Envy won't want to fight though until they have those summoners, Mattress especially, and Delta Freeze, so they can jump into the fight and be safe to jump out with a flash.
Yeah, Envy have decided they still want to siege this bottom inner turret though.
The question though is, how does Avant... They've got to the point where they can successfully defend, so how do they transition that into taking advantages to go on to win the game, you know? How do they start doing that?
At the moment, what they're waiting for is NV to make another failed dive and then push forward for a Baron or a mid-inner turret or something like that. The thing is, NV has every single lane pushing. Look at the gigantic wave crashing against the turret in that top lane.
You know what they need? They need Minkuel to use that banner of command up there.
What they needed was Minkuel to have teleport so that he could split push and then get into the fights when he was needed, because that's what we discovered that he was fantastic at in the last game. So that possibly could have been something that they could have done instead, but as it stands, they just want to be clearing out this wave over and over, and it's a bit of a Mexican standoff, and eventually that wave's going to be cleared out by the top lane turret, and the lanes are going to get pushed back here by Avant-Garde. And now Dragon being possibly taken, that's 2 minutes from now.
They got the pink ward though. There's the real victory.
Yeah, that is. Being said, I mean, the pink ward being taken out on the side of Avant-Garde as well.
So, it is interesting though. If Minkuel had teleport, how would this game be different? If we look back to the first time he played Heimerdinger in the last match, he got a couple of really strong 1v1 trades because of that Ignite. So it's a trade-off, and it's interesting to see how these players decide to choose. Minky obviously just wants damage, and makes sense if you know Minkuel. He's a pretty outgoing guy, so he just wants to be getting the kills. This time it didn't work. NV.
Yeah, AV actually taking the bait here.
Oh, going to come around behind. Choo-Choo's was drinking as well. Doesn't want to be caught out. Can Pekka Coco get the engage though? Puts down the turret and it just gets slaughtered from Pekka Coco as he jumps in. AV in big trouble. Great Leona ultimate! And the follow-up from First Mate is fantastic as well. But AV are pulling this one around. That big turret did so much damage. Mattress resetting all through this fight, and it's so close. 2 members of Avant-Garde already taken out. Delta Free is the only casualty for NV. It all kind of winds down at the end. Pekka Coco died as well, but even fight right here. What do we have to happen now?
Even fight. It's actually support and tank actually is the trade for both sides. But you can see on the side of NV flashing lights. Of course, Heaven's almost dead, having to go back to base. Does have the home guards, but this is going to be Avant-Garde taking down this mid-inner turret. Definitely call it a win for them.
Yep, no problems at all. Heimerdinger melting that one down. Question is, can they get base in time to defend out the Baron? There's almost no wards for either team there.
Yeah, Banner of Command minion being taken down there nicely. Basically, First Mate needs to get into a position where he can be a turret, so he can combat the turrets coming out of Minkuel, because the way they were winning their fights before was the fact that Mattress and Heavens do enough damage in order to First Mate to be able to play cleanup and just kill everyone else. It doesn't matter whether he's 1v5 as long as everyone's low enough for him just to get a few crits on those rockets and really take it down. NV wanting this Baron though.
We'll see if they commit to this or if it is a bait. Minky's waiting in the back to be a hero. Can he pull it off and get the steal? This could be huge. Pekka Coco already fighting this one out.
Oh,
the
there
Baron
it is.
does go to NV. No steal available for Avant.
Massive amounts of damage there onto that Baron. That went down incredibly quickly, and NV now back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, great positioning from Pekka Coco as well. Altered into Avant-Garde, pretending like he was engaging the fight, and it just bought that little bit extra time for NV to secure it.
NV really want this bottom inner turret on the side of Avant-Garde, and I think with the Baron buff, it's going to be a little bit more easy for them to do it. Pekka Coco taking out the front, dodging out that death sentence nicely.
Yeah, that one's going to go down pretty quickly now, and First Mate's getting to that position now where he can just sit in rocket form and just destroy turrets at huge range, or sit in that Gatling gun and just melt them down even faster. So, safety or speed is his choice. We'll see what he goes for here. All the summoners up for pretty much everyone on the map now as well.
Yeah, First Mate can decide what he wants to do. When he's under pressure, he can just activate those rockets and shoot it from afar, but when he gets that attack speed buff, he takes those turrets down so quickly. So what they want to do is kill everyone and then have First Mate just melt through everything.
That was a great barrel from Choo-Choo's. Oh,
wow.
Shockwave comes out. Not quite enough. Oh, First Mate ultimate, not quite finding kills either. All of Avant-Garde so low after that. Delta Freeze as well. Manages to get out. Carbon can't really find anyone with his ultimate. Oh, insane fight, man.
That was incredible. Every ultimate being blown apart from that of...
Oh, they've hooked in Heavens. Can they take him out, though? No. It's Delta Freeze who just gets destroyed. Rather a wrecked Gymnast. Delta survived that one.
Mattress has so much magic resist, he managed to soak every rocket from Minkuel's ultimate. And that's what happens when you manage to shut him down.
Yes.
It means that you don't instantly die when that comes in. And that is massive on the side of Mattress here.
So, NV still pushing, though. They're not phased by any of this action. They still want this tower.
Yeah, they really do. And they have the regen from Baron buff, so that's why they're sticking around. They're happy just to hang out here, every bit of damage that they get. And look at the gigantic creep wave here in the top lane. The creep wave in the mid lane is pushing on the side of Avant-Garde, but it doesn't matter.
So tower's slowly getting lower and lower, about 2/3 health left here. They're going to finally back off here. Siege really wasn't working for them. It was taking too long.
Yeah, they're just going to take the dragon now that it's up and then push out the rest of their waves. Possibly buy up because they still have Baron money to spend.
Ooh, thought they were going to be sneaky for a bit, but they're not.
Let's get the wards.
Yeah. So they get the dragon.
Chill it out.
Nice consolidation prize after that failed siege, but regardless, it's about pushing your limits, you know, and Envy have figured out how much they can push for a tower, you know. How much can they commit without committing or over-committing in this sense, and I think that was a good little push for him to figure that all out.
Yeah, it really is, and I like the pickup of the arm guard here for Heavens. He's going to have that Zhonya's Hourglass as well, can potentially dodge out of predictable abilities such as explosive cast. You can see that flying through the air, and if you manage to get that Zhonya's off, that is mitigating so much damage coming out of Avant-Garde.
So Kadra just pushing up this mid lane now as well. Avant really in the position now where they need to reset these lanes to make sure when Envy decides to start sieging one of them, the other lanes aren't a factor at all. You know, they're just sitting, they're frozen, and they're fine. And so that's what AV have done here. Heimerdinger in the top lane. Choo-Choo's was there in the bottom to reset those. And a lot of pings now around this top side of the jungle.
Yeah, and a lot of items being finished up here on the side of MV as well. Pekka Coco now has that Blade of the Ruined King and the Black Cleaver and a Chain Vest being picked up here from Mattress. And Mattress has had a fantastic game. 8-5 and 8. That's a really big bug that they're going to have to worry about on the side of Avant-Garde.
And we've just seen such great success from Kha'Zix here today at Supernova. I mean, Spooks especially was 7-1 at one stage in his match today. And 8-5 is a pretty hefty score as well for Mattress.
Yeah, Mattress in the first game here in our matchup between Envy and Avant-Garde as well. So really showing that the bug is worth a ban at this point.
Yeah. So let's see where these guys go. AV, they've been caught in this position a couple of times before. It did work out last time, though, when they started pushing mid, and they forced the aggression. They're going for it. Siveralta gets popped as well. They're on the hunt. Will they find a kill? Pekka Coco, a little bit out of position here. Great ultimate, pushes them all around. Leona with the follow-up as well. It is enough to disengage, not enough to engage, though. But actually, Delta Freeze might go for it. Direct Gymnast flashes, though. Here comes Mattress from the side. They're going to turn on him. Great ultimate for the stealth right there. And Avant and NV, they just can't find the engages on each other.
Yeah, Heavens unfortunately just not making it back to the fight in time. And you saw the pings going off. NV said, all right, we want to engage now, but they didn't have Dragon's Descent. They didn't have the options that they wanted in order to get that fight going on. And so hopefully Heavens hanging around and be able to get that shockwave off, because that corridor was unbelievable. If Orianna was there, that would have been a perfect shockwave, and that would have almost won them the game instantly at that point.
We'll have the tides have turned. Avant-Garde sieging the bottom tower now. They've got a huge wave to do it as well, but they're going to evacuate. Red Jin is putting down the lantern, make sure they can all get out safely. Avant very nervous. This game has become so close here at the 37-minute mark, and I can't even believe, you know, there's 6,500 gold between these guys. It doesn't even feel it, though.
Yeah, at this point, the gold is a little bit irrelevant, because it's who gets the right position, who takes down the turrets at the right times, and gets the right team fight. And it's because execution is everything for both of these team comps.
Kadra needs to be a little bit careful, out of position. Mattress is going for it. Oh, the shockwave whiffs. It only hits Carbon, and that's not good enough. Mickey Whale trying to turn this one around, puts down the big turret, gets destroyed very quickly. Choo-Choo's in the background, flashes over the wall. Can't really find much. Great lantern from Erect Gymnast, going to pull him to safety there. But whoa, Mickey Whale baiting. Mattress in trouble, gets flayed back in. Will take a lot of damage. Great ultimate from Choo-Choo's as well. Pekka Coco looking for him, gets hooked back. Erect Gymnast is playing this fight fantastically. Saves another teammate. This guy is a huge team player right here. Suicides for his team, but at the end of the day, only Carbon survives. That is devastating for NV, and Carbon is still in a huge amount of trouble right here. No mana either, will probably get caught down. A few more hits from First Mate will do it, and this could be the whole base for Team NV. This is huge.
That was a massive team fight from NV, and it was a little bit of a worry when, you know, Mattress and Heavens went for their cool combination with the leap in, with the shockwave on top, picking up just Carbon, but then Kadra died on the side, just got destroyed by Pekka Coco, and that was it. That was the fight almost won at that point, because then Avant-Garde had to run away, and they couldn't make it out. Just the chase potential coming out from these guys, the dissonance, the burnout, Mattress with his leaps, First Mate getting excited, and then of course Delta Freeze having that Talisman of Ascension. Really amazing work, and Envy just playing that fight out exactly how they needed to, take an inhibitor.
And Erect Gymnast tried so hard to save his teammates there with the Dark Passages, but it just wasn't enough at the end of the day.
He really did, and you have to hand it to Mattress as well. He soaked a lot of damage, and he
did.
was just such a disrupting force in that fight.
And that's the fantastic thing about Kha'Zix as well. You know, that ultimate really just baits your opponents. You jump in and like, yes, Squishy has jumped at us. Let's take him out. And then just he disappears.
Yep.
For 2.5 seconds. It's really, really hard to deal with.
He's also not squishy. I mean, Black Cleaver has some health on it. He's, of course, got that...
Banshee's Veil
the
and
Banshee's
Hex
Veil
Drinker,
as well. That's fantastic. Hex Drinker. And so that's going to mean that Minky Whale and Choo Choo's, the solo laners here for Avant-Garde, aren't going to be able to burst him down.
So here we go. Baron V2 now. Mickey Whale, the rest of the team coming to defend this one out. Heavens and First Mate just going for it. They want this Baron. They're putting it all on the line right here. Oh, Mickey flashes. Does he find it? No, but he's baiting with that Zhonya as the rest of AV come around the side as well.
Amazing!
Oh, look at that AoE engage right there. Delta Freeze escapes around their back as well. What a fight from AV. Can they turn it into more? Mattress takes a lot of damage, jumps over the wall, looks for Choo Choo's. Choo Choo's on the run right here. Erect Gymnast as well. A great hook on a Mattress. They all collapse and take him out. Envy on the run now as well. Can they catch him, Atlas?
Avant-Garde played that so incredibly well. That reminded me of OGN, you know, Twisted Fate ultimates into the middle of a team, popping that Zhonya straight away, but instead it was a Heimerdinger into the Baron pit with a flash. That was magical, and we like to say that Minky Whale loves to initiate team fights. You wouldn't think that he'd be doing it on Heimerdinger, but he did it just then, and that's what won them that team
Coco
fight.
needs to be careful. It's going to take a lot of damage. Great Flare to keep him in that damage a little bit longer, but here comes Delta Freeze and Avant. They can't capitalize. It's so devastating for them. They had to send Choo Choo's back to defend their base, and as a result, they can't pick up any objectives.
I feel like if they had have sent anyone else back, it would have been a better decision, because then you would have had a lot more clear. You would have had that Gragas there for doing a lot more poke damage as well.
Yeah.
First Mate alive again now, though, so they're going to be able to defend anything out, and Baron is still up as well, so not a lot of capitalization coming through, and it's a 8,000 gold lead on the side of NV. So despite that massive win in a team fight, didn't manage to pull their deficit back almost at all on the side of Avant-Garde.
And that's the thing as well. We've seen NV in the lead with gold pretty much this whole game, so Avant have been playing from behind the whole time, and they're doing a very good job of turtling this game.
Really good job. First Mate is looking dangerous now, though. Has finished off that Infinity Edge. Has a Chain Vest, the makings of a Guardian Angel here, and they're just going to beeline straight back for this Baron. They're happy just to try it again.
Yeah, trial number 2 for the second Baron of the game. Doing a lot more damage to it this time round. Can they steal it? Carbon's in perfect position. He doesn't have Flash, but he does have the Smite. He's not going to get it. Doesn't even try.
That was such decisive play from NV. They knew that they had a ton of damage. They have the likes of Jinx and Mattress on just Baron killing champions. And they knew that they could take it down really, really fast. They beelined right there and took it before Avant-Garde could react.
There was a tough choice there as well. Actually, Pekka Coco are going to take a bit of damage, but they will back off. That was a tough choice, though. If Carbon had suicided for a potential steal, even if he had got it, there was a chance that Envy could still win the 5v4 without Baron and take the game. So that was a very crucial decision by Avant-Garde. They played the safe route, which I think was correct. We'll see how they go, though, with this team fight, because this is going to make or break it. Great shockwave onto Mickey Whale. Wow! Double killing them out of nowhere. Double for Heavens. And Pekka Coco jumped in the back as well. Cardrick goes down. Mattress jumping in as well. And this is surely going to be the game for Team NV. What a fight. Quadra kill for Heaven's Curse. And that's going to be the top tower. That's going to be the inhibitor. And surely the Nexus. What a game at the end of a best-of-3 series here. Team NV. They've done it, and they're moving on into the grand finals with Team Immunity.
That was unbelievable. Heaven's Curse with Delta Freeze just comboing their ultimates stunningly, eliminating everyone from the fight. That was incredible.
What a game here at Supernova, and this is the semi-finals. I can't wait to see what these guys bring to the table tomorrow for the Supernova finals.
Yeah, and that was how we close out day 1 as well here at Supernova. That is how you want to end it. That was a nail-biting finish. Envy clutching, taking that away from Avant-Garde Ascension in a 2-1. Absolutely incredible, and man, I'm shaking from that last team fight.
Fantastic stuff, and Minky Whale, you can cheese one game with Heimerdinger, but don't do it again, NV says, and they take it right back.
They really do. That being said, it was still good.
It was fantastic, nonetheless. So that wraps up the second best-of-3 series of the day, and NV are your victors. So let's take a look. How did the day roll out, Atlas? Take us through it.
Yeah, of course, in that first matchup, we did have Team Immunity taking on Dignitas, and they did take that one out in convincing fashion.
Yeah.
2-0, and there was no time when you really felt that Dignitas had any control over these games. It was Immunity just driving it home, and this is an immunity that we don't really see all that often. This is Immunity that's hungry for victory. They're not complacent. They're not sitting back and saying, look, we're the best team in Australia. No one's really taking it to us.
Yeah.
This is an Immunity that wants to win, and there is respect for the opposition when they're playing this hard for the victories. It's amazing to see. So NV taking on Immunity tomorrow in the grand final. It's going to be ridiculous.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. Team Immunity are the defending champions here. They won the regionals back at PAX last year, so they are here to win it out again. And if they can take that one home, they get a free card into Winter as well. If they win that, they move on to Gamescom to potentially go to Worlds. So this is how the series goes here in Oceania, and both of these teams have their eyes dead set on that Winter tournament.
Oh, absolutely. They really want to get back in and bring it to Gamescom again and try it out. Immunity are. But NV... in ACL Sydney, it was a 2-1 in the grand final, NV and Team Immunity. This could definitely be a massive match, and the fact that it's Heaven's Curse as well coming in on the side of NV against Immunity, it's going to be super fun.
So that's a quick wrap-up from us here at the desk. We're going to pass it off to Lamil back on the stage to close out Supernova for day number 1.
All right, everybody, that wraps up the semi-finals today. Tomorrow we'll be back with the grand final between Team Immunity and Team NV. Make sure you tune in at 11 a.m. again. And just a reminder that daylight savings does end tonight, so keep an eye on that one. I'm Lamil at Supernova on the Gold Coast, here for the Autumn Regional Finals. Thanks for watching.
Hey, beautiful.
We still on for dinner?
Remember, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, right? How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game. With the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer, life comes to games like never before.
Don't need much more than this. The next start, 14 years old. Decimate takes a lot of damage. He's dead as Evan picks that one up in Immunity. I think they've done it. The Nexus ban now sooner. Gonna get taken out here as well. Swiper taking it up. The Nexus taking damage in Immunity. They have done it. They will go to Gamescom. Good game, well played.
This is just the beginning of Riot's esports presence in Australia, right? We're here to stay. Stick around.